What's the crack? It's your boy Deriak. Back at it again. Sorry, I've got 4 chicken thighs left. So I do apologize for any eating sounds that comes through. Shout out to Victor as well, starting us off straight off the bat with a $2 donation. Appreciate you kindly, sir. But also as well, shout out to William. It's like we got to make sure we prioritize the Ko-Fi and the PayPals because YouTube, I don't know if you know, right? Thieving bastards take upwards of 50%. If you're using an Apple iPhone or iPad, I didn't even know about this. Shout out to Jeremy and William for letting me know about this. If you're using an iPhone and you use the super chats, right? I only get 49% of it. If you donate $10 on an iPhone, you super chat $10 on YouTube using your iPhone, I only get $4.90 of that. They're thieving bastards, so please, if you can, use the Ko-Fi. But first of all, I got to shout out Easy for the raid. We got the raid clips. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, kind of Easy. And because it's easy, we got to teach just the logic. You know what I'm saying?
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the 3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
Shout out to you, Easy, you absolute legend, right? And I heard, I heard, I saw the circus is backing down. Trippy the dopey cunt, begging for fucking attention. You love to see him. You love to see him. You know? Also, shout out to our boy Dart with the 1 gifted membership. Let's see who got that real quick. Hey, Crucible Crusader, my man. My motherfucking man. Congratulations to you, sir. Appreciate you, Dart. And we got Spartacus saying, now use that leprechaun voice and say, happy birthday to Tiny McNugget. I wish you the best of luck. Just past St. Patrick's Day with me Lucky Charms and me pot of gold. I appreciate you kindly. Little peppercorn. Pot of gold. Over the rainbow. Rigged? Hey. I ain't saying nothing about being rigged. You know what I'm saying? What YouTube needs to do, and I don't know why they don't do this. Like, why the fuck don't they let you, like, give specific memberships? You know what I mean? It's retarded. And we got Crucible Crusader with the 5 gifted. Wait, is my donut bar not working? Well, I'm going to have to recalculate out the thing. But let me give you a shredding clip for this one. Are we having fun? Yeah, for some reason the gifted membership ain't working, so I need to add them back onto the bar. But we got Crucible Crusader with the 5 gifted memberships. Let me give them a shout out. We got Iwan. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good pull. We got Prissy Chrissy. We got Department of Pneumastatics. We got George Friedline. And we got oh my god, that's a mega pull right there, Crucible Crusader. You got Spyro and Iwan. Unbelievable. Absolutely amazing. And then I gotta give you a little Pepe for this one. Appreciate you kindly, Darth. And so let me read out the names. Darth got Gothenburg 1776, got Abe Dinkus, Got Melkor 187, Natalia 95 112, and Johnny Mondragon 6730. Absolute stellar pulse. Absolute stellar. And we got Tiny McNuggets for the $5. Thanks, Leprechaun Man. Appreciate you kind. Appreciate you kindly. Absolute legends. So yeah, I think it didn't count the gifted memberships, which is unfortunate to say the least. So I need to add, what is it, 11 memberships. So I need to add 33 onto the bar. 33 and a third. Diddly eye potato. So let me get that. I don't know why it's fucked up, but it is what it is. So I have to do the membership. So we're only $5 away from an open panel right off the bat. Oh mon Dieu. Absolutely amazing. And also, yeah, just to let you know. So one sec, let me do the thing. Let me do the thing, right? So if I share the screen, just to show is like a lot of people are like, oh no, Ko-Fi, you know, as if it's a bad thing. Ko-Fi is really easy to use, yeah? You know what I mean? You just click the link. It's pinned in the YouTubes and the Twitch and all that kind of stuff. So it should be pinned at the top of the chat bar. And like I said, you just come in, you type in your amount, and then boom, donate, and then Bob's your uncle, Mary's your auntie. You don't need an account. You can do it anonymously. You know what I mean? Anonymously. You know what I'm saying? So don't need an account. It's really easy to use. I highly encourage you because, like I said, especially if you're using an iPhone or an iPad when you're doing the super chats, because over half it's going to YouTube and Apple, and it's not even getting to us. Do you know what I mean? St. Paddy's Day can suck a dick. Anniversary. Wife and I have been together 14 years now. Aww, you love to see it. You love to see it. Shout out to you, Voltaire. Hope you had a good one. We got Jeremy coming in saying, Teriak, since you give me credit on the 49% thing regarding super chats, here's another tidbit for you. If you see a super chat that ends with 99, it's very likely coming from an iOS device. Okay. Did we get any of them today? Yeah, so Vector, please use the code. You can do the same amount, but just please use the Ko-Fi PayPal, because like out of that like $2, I got like 90 cents from it. I'm not even joking. Like basically, like best case scenario, I got like less than half of that. Because like I said, YouTube are thieving bastards. You see at the below screen. And then we got with that, I'll go back to about well-deserved sleep, Jeremy. Well-deserved sleep. He's like Batman. You know what I'm saying? He's an unsung hero, as they say. And we got Jack Ablaze with the $5. We got Alexander 1795. Again, Alexander, I highly suggest you use the Ko-Fi PayPal, but shout outs to you. Let me get you a little clip for that one. Which clip? You know what? Because we always talk about the logics, but we also have to have the epistemology. And for a lot of people, you know, that's a philosophical word. We got to make sure that everyone understands what epistemology means.
Epistemology is the study of the epistles. I mean, you can.
Wait,
I told you that true.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm still eating. No worries. And then we got Jack Ablaze. Oh my god. Wait, what is going? One sec. What is up with the dono bar? It looks like we just hacked the Matrix. Oh my god. I thought I had that fixed as well, but hey, it is what it is. So one sec. Everything's gone wrong. Do you know what I mean? I still have 3 chicken thighs left. It's unbelievable. But shout out to you, Jack, for the $5 on the Ko-Fi. So let me, hey, see that? Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom, baby. It don't matter about falling off the horse. So long as you get back on the horse, that's all that counts. That's all that matters, baby. So let me put the chicken down, sir. I need my protein. I need my fat. But I did post it in the chat as well. So don't be afraid if you want to hop on panel, talk some shit, all this kind of stuff. Folks, we won't be playing WoW today. Because believe it or not, like Jack said something in the last stream that was like, you know what? I'll investigate this shit and see how we're going. You know what I'm saying? Let me catch up in chat as well. Or are we... Oh shit, one sec. Perfect. We're caught up on that. 33 and a third. Or tertiary tree and a third. Maybe. I'm not sure. Let me know. But I think we're correct in terms of the amount. I think that's 20. So I think we need another. What is it? 5? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4? That's 20. 25 plus 30. We have 5 extra. Oh no, yeah, because the PayPal Ko-Fi. One sec. It was probably tiny pink nuggets that fucked up the donut bar. I think it was the gremlins. It was the gremlins, because the gremlins like to fuck with the leprechauns a lot. You know what I'm saying? Them damn gremlins. And the Oompa Loompas too. You can't forget about the Oompa Loompas. Ladies and gentlemen, we already have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Not Voltaire, welcome to the show.
Bro, this is not the wheel of madness. I'm just here to be here, bro.
My man. Well, like I said, we're not going to be playing WoW like we usually do, because Jack said something in the last stream that basically kind of like it sparked an idea or an inquiry, and it's like, fuck it, let's try it kind of thing. So we'll be playing a bit of GTA. Okay?
Hey, man,
Well,
I'm here. Like, yeah, man, do whatever you want to do. I'm just kind of here for I'm kind of falling asleep, so I'm just kind of here for the whatever you're doing. So let's go on. Let's fucking go.
Well, here's the thing. Here's a little game for the chat. Guess which GTA we're going to play.
Oh shit. Sorry, the chat. Can I guess?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the first, this is it? This is the first time?
The first time.
San Andreas.
No.
No way. Fuck. All right, I'll let chat.
You see this? Unbelievable, Shante. Haven't even started up the game and she's calling it gay. It's unbelievable. You know what I mean? But shout out to Starship's Alien, saying, I propose Teriak is really a Nigerian scammer that learned to speak Irish accent online. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, you're actually black.
Well, I do get a black card if that is the case. So, actually,
yes, I am. I have my black card.
Let me check my notes.
No take backs.
Yeah, let me just do the calculation for the DEI thing. Does it actually work out better? Nah, we're fucked. But appreciate you kindly, Starship's Alien. Thank you very kindly for the $5. Appreciate you kindly. But yes, we're not playing San Andreas. Okay? GTA 2 on a ROM. We want to go
on
classic,
a ROM.
You know what I'm saying?
On a ROM.
We have Sepultura Chaos in Vice City.
It's on a ROM?
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You're aging me and yourself and making everybody else feel too young saying on a ROM.
Yeah, read-only memory. Back in the day, before RAM, there was ROM.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, that's good. So you're doing, I'm going to say, can I guess still?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to say Vice City. Oh, no, wait. No, GTA 3.
Liberty City?
No, I don't. Well, no, there's Vice City. Like, Liberty City is GTA 3, if I remember correctly. Yeah, no, but Vice City is not Liberty City.
So you're saying Vice City or you're saying Liberty City?
Well, you said Liberty City, and there's either GTA Vice City or GTA 3, in which GTA 3, to most of us, including you, I think you're the same age as I am, that was like the best GTA, so I'm going to say, and that's the one that we remember Liberty City from, so I guess I'm going to go GTA 3.
Okay, we have another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Darth, welcome to the show. Darth, you're
Hello?
muted if you're speaking.
Hello?
Oh, my bad. Hold on. Hello.
Yeah.
I could have swore it was Nico's story, right?
Nico, yeah. That was he Vice City, or I think Vice City was. Go ahead. Sorry.
Pretty sure that's 4, is it not?
Yeah, GTA 4 is based in Liberty City, but when you're looking at GTA 3, the first GTA 3 was based in Liberty City. Then it goes GTA 3 Vice City, then GTA 3 San Andreas. And then GTA 4 is Vice City, and then GTA 5 was Los Santos.
No, Santos, yeah.
And then that's why everybody's thinking that the GTA 6 has to be Vice City, or like a modern interpretation of Vice City.
Well, no, GTA 6. Oh, no. GTA 6 is San Andreas. Is it not? GTA 3, GTA 4, and then what?
No, 6 isn't out yet.
No. Wait, what? 5 is the recent one. 6, yes, but GTA 4 is what? GTA 3, and then GTA Vice City, and then GTA 4, and then GTA 5 is the one that's newest.
Yeah, with the 3 characters, Trevor.
Yeah, I'm just saying I think that Teriak is doing GTA 3 with Liberty City.
No, I'm doing GTA 4 with Liberty City, baby. We got that Soviet connection.
You had me.
We all know that. Can we not all agree that it's all in the same area until GTA 5 when they're like, oh, we're gonna fucking change it to completely different areas?
What?
Or sorry, no. We San Andreas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4 all had the same areas. Then it was GTA San Andreas. Then it was GTA fucking 5. Was it not?
Well, I mean, GTA 1 and 2, nobody even talks about.
What?
Yep.
How?
That's true, because they're top down.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? How? Like, okay, sure. If you want to talk about top down best,
comrades.
if you want to talk about but we're talking about experience wise, right?
Yeah, I started with GTA 1 director's cut, so like I know the lore. I mean, I don't remember it, but I played it.
Yeah. All right, so
now we got Spartans for the 2 saying OP baby.
Mm-hmm.
So Teriak, GTA 4 or what?
No, GTA. Do you want to see the screen? Well, it's black now.
No,
do you want to see the whole thing that was going through?
No, you idiot. I'm on my phone. All I see is the flag.
Unbelievable.
Do you not see the screen? No, I'm on StreamYard. I'm still here.
This bitch is blind as a bat. I told y'all this bitch is blind as a bat.
It's very offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
That bitch is blind as a bat. And we got Spartacus with the OP and pan. I think there's going to be an L waiting here, but the panel is open. Check the pinned comments in chat. comrade.
People come in here and that actually watch their TV. They can actually see what's going on instead of just their fucking StreamYard stream.
Exactly.
King's like, no more revive. King, you know what happens when you tell them not to do that, right? Wait. What is this?
Wheel?
Wheel. Oh, I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing.
I don't think so.
Let the madness ensue. Let the madness ensue, boys. And like I said, we're up to a massive 73 already. You guys are amazing. Amazing. Okay, and let me know which premium meme you would like because we did hit the goal.
Amazing.
What are you feeling, boys? What are you feeling for premium meme wise? Oh shit, fault there. Fault there, he dropped himself. Unbelievable. Fat fingered the screen, didn't you? You fat fingered the screen.
Listen, I only have 5 fingers. What am I supposed to do?
Lose some weight, fatty.
What? I'm not even fat.
Are you StreamYarding on the handy?
What? No.
Yep.
I just go to something else on my phone. Yes, I'm a super handy. My wife also. My wife took Tylenol. My mom took Tylenol. You can check my baby. He's gonna be Tylenol baby.
Now a lot of people like lose hope. Like there's this whole kind of like, do you know, like there's the red, like the manosphere, and then there's the red pill. And then a lot of those like red pillars, like they found out about women and they're like, oh shit, and then they black pilled. Because then they were like, oh shit, like this explains why my mom took Tylenol. But thankfully, we've got people like Andrew Wilson to set these bitches straight.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
And that's the thing, Crucible Crusader. The truth is a fucking powerful thing. It silences all lies. You know what I mean? And also, we have a gay rights activist backstage, believe it or not. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jack Blaze, welcome to the show.
Yo.
How's things?
Look, if anybody's here to disprove me, then you're gonna fucking come in aces. I'm just here to have a good time, you know. I'm not here to argue anybody, but if you want to argue, then I lose. All right, you win.
Who was arguing?
Nope, we're good.
We're good. We're good. Arguing with themselves.
Shut up, me. Fuck you, you asshat. Wait, who were we talking to? What am I saying?
I was gonna say the. Oh, there you go. Okay, I was gonna say the GTA is such a great game. It won't even start.
It's so great.
Hey, don't laugh at me.
Don't laugh at me. Greatness. One sec. I need to cut the sound because I can hear all the audio and all this kind of shit, but I can't hear you when they're both talking at the same time. Wait, can I do? Okay, yeah, I can do this. Okay, so one sec. Let me pause this, boys. We need to sort some shit out. Let's go into the audio.
What do you need to sort out?
I need to turn down the music, sound effects. I think that should be good. I also need to put this plate back downstairs as well. And I need to do. Oh, one sec. It's all over the place. Don't worry, boys. We'll be getting into it.
My
in a
shit,
sec,
the
okay?
shit I need to sort out. I need to put this plate downstairs. It needs to be washed. You know, like this. This vape needs to be sucked. Fuck me. This. I need to inhale this certain shit.
What? What?
Yeah,
Why
that's
you
what you're
talking about
dealing with.
sucking shit, bro. That's
what you're dealing with.
What is going on?
I gotta
What
wash
are we
this
doing?
shit. I gotta inhale some fucking vape. Oh, I gotta blow out some fucking THC.
Mm-hmm. No, see, the thing is that it's the fact that it's it won't let me do windowed mode. Do you know what I mean? Do you know the way when you're doing games you can choose between full
you're
screen
not
and
supposed to
then windowed?
lick the window. Why are you licking the window?
It's not letting me do the window mode, which means I have to press the Windows key to get out of it to then go back over to the stream. Do you know what I mean? It's a load of bollocks.
No, I know
it's a load of bollocks.
I know what you mean.
But actually, real quick, while I run downstairs and put this into the kitchen, what are your thoughts of banning atheists and more relativists from holding public office?
Put them all in a box. All of them. Put them all in a box. All these fucking retards, all these stupid fucking idiots, put them in a box.
I thought you already stated that you were losing any argument you had, so what's the point in having an argument?
Was I losing every argument I had?
That's what you said.
I'm just saying. True. All right. Fair. Well, all right. Well, you guys still have the arguments of any other time, then we can put that as aside. And I want to say that, put them all in a box.
Can you elaborate? Because that sounds...
Yeah, sure. Sure. Anybody that needs to be like the fucking pedophiles and anybody who touches children, anything like that, you take them out behind the shed, you fucking get rid of them. And then anybody who, basically just all the liberal white women, you put them in a padded box. Any they're cuck,
a mental
white,
institution?
liberal men. Yeah. Well, padded box, if you want to call that a mental institution or a padded box.
Is your argument that we should re-implement asylums?
Well, yes, 100%, but like probably more like 200%. I'm talking about like 1,000%. Like I'm just.
Supposed to trust the plan. Make mental asylums great again. Make America great again. Mental asylums are in America, right? We've got to make them great again.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like a baseline of mine. And then, I mean, that's kind of like a baseline of mine. And then the next baseline should be like people who who do bad things. You just take them behind the shed, and that's kind of like the end of them.
Oh, so you're running for office, is what you're saying?
No, I think people who run for office don't actually.
Mm-hmm. I'm waiting.
Wait, you were supposed to finish that sentence. Wait, did we lose him? I think we might have lost him.
Maybe.
Might have been lost from the get-go.
But yeah, that's the only thing that back in the day it used to be everywhere, and I think it's something.
Oh shit! Sorry, my shit was fucked up again. Of course.
Damn it!
My bad.
Oh, what a coincidence! What a fucking coincidence!
But yeah, I think they used to be everywhere, and I think they should bring that back. The only thing that I've heard against that contrary is there used to be a lot of mistreatment within those places. I don't know if it was everywhere, but those
which places?
Those
places. Sorry, I wasn't around.
I mean, they're just all around. Like I don't
like asylums.
Yeah, there was a lot of mistreatment within asylums.
Yeah, that makes sense because, like, oh no, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was gonna say afterward they also used them for tuberculosis and stuff like that. I know they used it for that, or before. I don't remember which one came first, but
Can you make correlations between insane asylums with the way that certain people kind of think today?
What
I
do you
can make a
mean?
correlation, right? There's a thing called the Rorschach test, right? For those who don't know, like the Rorschach test is basically like, do you know the ink blots that like doctors show you and all this kind of shit?
Yeah, yeah.
And you're supposed to tell them like what you see
Why
from
of
the ink
all-
blot and all this kind of shit.
Why of all things was that?
Now
your
they'll,
thing
they'll
you're
say
trying
it's
to
like
correlate
debunked and all
with?
this kind of shit in like modern day. But like the original dude that started it, he developed it so well that like he was able to basically tell based on what way they were answering the questions whether or not they had a mental illness based on their perception, right? What way did they perceive these images? And apparently one of the ways that like showed that like they had mental illness was if they start seeing sexual things in the pictures and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? They start like just making connecting dots that weren't there and saying, oh, like this is like a bitch getting fucked up the ass with a deal or some shit like that, right? If they constantly just like over sexualize things, that's a sign of mental illness.
You think that was an actual representation of what they're looking at?
No, it was
or
literally
just
like
some
ink
sort
blot.
of.
Do you know what a
think-
Rorschach test is?
Yes, I know the ink blots, where they can look like fucking anything, whatever the fuck, bunch of ink blots, but they were fucking symmetrical.
Yeah. So like,
Yeah, I'm
the
just
thing is
saying.
that if you over sexualize that, then that's a
Yeah,
sign
but-
that you have a mental illness. So when you look at like the LGBTQ shit,
I
the
know.
fact that they over sexualize everything, and
I
they're
know,
all
I know what
mentally
you're
ill.
saying. I'm just saying that I don't think that that's going to be like a norm that ever was consistent with the LGBTQ or anything like that. In fact, most people just learned to fucking understand what it was, and then they just said whatever the fuck they wanted to say. And even the ones that couldn't understand that what it was, they're just like, I'm just gonna make the most fucking.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Wait. What
Sorry.
do you think I just said?
You say you just said that the ink blots are a great way to understand what natural psychosis people had. Is that not what you? Did you not just say the ink blots? The Rorschach test? Did you not just say that was this was a good? Did you not just say this was a great way? Did you not just say this is a great way to understand people?
It's okay. Jack, what did I say? What was the point I was making?
I had my headphones off for a second. So
Exactly. So thank you for laughing.
Darth,
You don't even know anything.
Please,
Thank you for
be
laughing.
The only
Okay.
fucking savior for this panel.
See, he's laughing, but he didn't know either. So please, Teriak, go ahead.
Also, congratulations. I forgot to do this as well. Congratulations. Where is it?
Who?
Congratulations to Tiny Pink Nuggets of Chaos for becoming a member. A moderator. Appreciate you kindly. Also, appreciate Spartacus for the $2. Also, Hugh Cullen Skulls with the $15 says, Mew Voltaire, the dude's retarded. You choose the amount based on the donation. Love you. So, Voltaire, you got 15 minutes in the back. So, 1 second. I need to I'll set a timer on the phone. Because I literally don't have enough screens to do another timer. But appreciate you very, very kindly, Hugh. And then we got Tiny Pink Nuggets saying to the go with the $5. And we got Spartacus coming in with another 2. And another Spartacus with another 2. Learn words, Teriak. See, I'm getting it from all angles here. 1 sec. I need to put the timer on first because we got to be legit. And poor Jack's here. I just came here to watch some GTA 4. We're not doing any GTA 4, Teriak. I know. I do apologize. But shout outs to you. I gotta make sure we're on track for everything. 100%. Donegal's looking good. Okay, beautiful. We're back on pace. Okay, right. We're going to do some missions, Jack. Don't worry. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, the controller is working, but okay, it's doing the tutorial thing. Yep. It's okay.
But yeah, re-explain though, like what you were saying about the Rorschach test.
Yeah, so like the Rorschach test is basically it's like ink blots. So just imagine like putting some ink on a page and then like folding it in half.
Right.
And then you basically get this like symmetrical image kind of thing, right? Now, like typically when someone like does it, like they'll be saying animals, they'll be saying maybe like buildings and things like that.
Right.
All different things like that. But if like people are saying, oh, I see like my like me stabbing my father or whatever, like they give like some fucked up answer like that, more than likely they have a mental illness. But another interesting thing that came up from this was people who over sexualize those images, they also end up having mental illness as well. You know what I mean? So like think of like a fucking like you can just like type into Google or whatever, like just like a Rorschach test image or whatever, and it'll show you. It's basically an ink blot on a piece of paper. They'd be saying, "Oh, like I see a girl getting rammed up the arse with a dildo or some shit like that." If people over sexualize things that aren't sexual, that's a sign of mental illness. You know what I mean? Which was like I said, I think that was one of the reasons why they quote unquote debunked it. You know what I mean? Like when you look at like academia and like all like the whole like queer theory and all this kind of shit, like they go hard and like over sexualizing it, like the feminists, the LGBTQ, all this kind of shit. They over sexualize everything. You know what I mean? Like even things that like shouldn't be sexualized, they're trying to sexualize it. Do you know what I mean? So in terms of the thing, like I genuinely think that like if someone is like over sexualizing, that's a sign where it's like there's something not right with their mental perception, with their mental frame. You know what I mean? And then when you look at like, especially like all these the cunts with like the funny looking colored hair and all this kind of shit, it makes like when I read that I was like, holy fuck! You know what I mean? It's just like everything snapped into place, and it's like it makes so much fucking sense. You know what I mean? But if you read up on it now, it'll say, oh no, it's debunked. But if you look up the original dude that was pushing it or developing it, like he had like insane accuracy of saying this person has a mental illness, this person doesn't have a mental illness. And like he'd run through a whole room of like 100 people or 100 patients, and he'd accurately depict who has mental illness, who doesn't.
Crazy. So is his success rate was like 100%?
No, it would never be 100%, but it'd be like it would be insanely accurate in terms of like with the current testing that they had, and that's why so much people like actually tried to push forward in this all this stuff. But now they've done the academia trick where they've quote unquote debunked it. Experts all agree, you know what I mean, that this has been debunked and all this kind of shit. But it's actually like it basically extracted out that thing that if someone like is sexualizing something that's not sexual, that more likely than not, then they have a mental illness. You know what I mean? Food for thought, gentlemen.
Yeah.
I wonder what shout out to Jack as well for the gifted membership. Let me check. Congratulations to Creedog. That's a good pull as well, Jack. Jack's like he's got a skill for like those individual gifted membership. He always gets a good one. You know what I mean?
For the most part.
He's in chat as well. He says thank you for the memo. I'm my.
But yeah, that's crazy. I'm guessing it was like top probably 80% that he was probably accurate with that. You know, maybe 85, 90%, whatever. You know, but still very, very accurate. You know, so that's crazy that you get that from the like ink blots. You wouldn't think that.
But it's all got to do with like perception. How are you perceiving the world? And especially when they'll hold like what like is like a cognitive dissonance where on the one like hand you're saying anything that even potentially harms someone's feelings like should be banned. Like we can't even let someone's feelings or like the fact that you might offend me, like we need to lock you up and like put you into re-education and all this kind of shit because you've offended me. But on the other hand, like cutting off a kid's dick, oh, like that's just a medical procedure. That's like medically necessary or whatever the fuck they've been saying with these old trans surgeries. You know what I mean?
Damn, I wasn't gonna go that hard. I was picking up on what you meant, Teriak, but damn.
But like that's basically what they're doing to these kids. They're basically like leading them on to cutting their dicks off, and you might be like saying it's like, oh, like no, but there's no kid surgery. It's like no, you're giving the kid what you're doing is you're getting into the early so you can get the kids on these fucking hormones. Which by the way, they won't even give bodybuilders testosterone, but they'll give these kids testosterone. And then who what's going to happen when like all these people that have gotten the surgery like realize they've been lied to and they've now cut their dick off? Put yourself in that position where you've been led down a line and like fucking like the whole like hype train, all this kind of shit, and then you're left with your fucking dick cut off.
That's where.
And then they want, but then they wonder why
right?
all these people are like shooting up schools. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It
is pretty wild.
And delusion, kind of like the reduction of that. Like, shouldn't we stop the delusional behavior? I don't know how to do that, but I mean, wouldn't that be the logical conclusion?
It's called Trump, baby. I'm telling you, like that, he will go down as the greatest president the U.S. has ever had. The
I don't
greatest.
disagree.
Because when, like, what are your thoughts actually in terms of this whole Tucker Carlson, the Joel dude? What are you feeling currently in America right now over that shit?
Me personally, I don't keep up with it just because, like, I work and then I do this. Like, that's why my politic arguments are weak, because I just don't keep up on it. But I'm down to hear what's going on because I know shit is going on.
Mm-hmm. Jack, have you heard anything about it?
I mean, the little bit that you shared the other day about Tucker, that seemed pretty alarming. That in real time you prove that he was lying.
Yeah.
About everything, and it's like if a person's willing to lie about something they put on video like that, I don't think you can trust them with anything else.
Well, is there weight on his audience because he has such a large audience? Because, I mean, I've contradicted myself many a times, but that's how I learn, right?
Well, yeah, but I think when you are like when it's something that's important like that, and you have an audience like that, I don't think that's something you should be lying about.
I don't know what the specific issue is.
Yeah, so basically, like, Tucker was like on record saying, like, when the Nick Fuentes thing came down, it's like, my dad's like CIA, and it's like, well, I didn't even find out my dad was CIA until he died, and his dad died March 25th, 2025, or something like that, right? But there's a clip from him on a podcast 1 year previous saying, oh, well, yeah, I know my dad's like connected to the CIA, and like Putin even told me that I'm from a CIA family and all this kind of shit. And how did Putin know? You know what I mean? So you've clearly lied. You've clearly lied. You know what I mean? And it's not like a thing of like, oh, I contradicted myself, or oh, like I got the detail wrong. It's like, how can you get like that big of a detail wrong? Do you know what I mean?
Well,
Bring back or a YouTube hate speech. Oh yeah, you can't do those 3 letters in a row. It's like basically mentioning the KKK. It is what it is, brah. It is what it is. What can I tell you? But appreciate you kindly, sir.
But yeah, that's what I was mentioning, is like that's something when you're involving the CIA, and then you're just like, yeah, and then you and then you lie about like not knowing about your family's involvement, but you know about your family's involvement. That's kind of contradictory,
Can I play devil's advocate on this one a little bit?
I mean, try, I guess. I don't.
Well, all right. So, like, I have to be careful how I say this. My relatives have top secret government clearance and whatnot, and like they have to search the whole family and whatnot. And so, if now this gets into an interesting part too, but I mean, I kind of would have to lie if I was asked, like, about their shit. But, I mean, I'm not excusing that he got caught in a lie, but maybe he was lying because he wasn't able to say that it was...
Well, like I said, he said it 1 year prior. That's the contradictory part in it, Like, if he never mentioned something about it and then he just lied, I don't think I would have a bigger issue. But the fact is, he lied, and it was on tape. You know, it's not like he just said it and then maybe deleted it or this or that, or, you know, maybe he just misspoke, you know, all the little things that you could say, but he's literally on tape saying, oh, you know, we had this, I know about the involvements, you know, like Tyriak said, Putin knew, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're literally saying, oh, I just found out, even though, like, literally the timestamp is a year ago, you know? It's like, you clearly knew, so why are you lying? Like, what was the purpose of you lying there?
Like, here's the thing, right? He basically announces to the world that his dad was working with the CIA and he's like from a CIA family in the 2024 interview, right? And then a year later, when Nick Fuentes is taking shots at him and all this kind of shit, he's there saying, well, how do you know my dad was in the CIA thing? I didn't know until my dad died. Like, what? Like, why would you, like, needlessly lie about that? Do you know what I mean? But it was because Fuentes was like taking shots at him, and it was like the whole thing of like, I need to poo-poo Nick and all this kind of shit, or try to throw shade at Nick by saying, how do you even know my dad was CIA? Because I didn't even know my dad was CIA until he died.
Fair point.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I said I was playing devil's advocate. I believe you guys.
Yeah, no. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm kind of like mainly kind of like saying like for the chat as well, because I think like Hugh was saying it as well in terms of the like how like what's your proof? Like, we don't really know anything and all this kind of shit, which is like a fair critique. Like, how do you know, Yaki? You're a fucking Irishman, let alone a fucking American and all this kind of shit. But like the main thing that I always think about is that, like, why is like everyone turning against Trump? I thought like Trump was the dude we believed in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Do you want my honest opinion?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is why I don't know about like politics, is because they're so fucking concerned with it, but they don't do anything about their own goddamn lives. It's just blasted in their faces. Everybody's concerned about everybody else, but not their own shit.
Yeah. It does happen a lot.
Like, that's why
But,
that's why I don't have Instagram, I don't have Facebook, I don't have any of that. I don't need to see that crap. I want to live my life. I mean, as I sit here on the internet. But like, what the hell?
like the main reason why I say that like people have turned against Trump is that you have Candace, Tucker, the Joel dude, like all these people saying it's like, oh, like Trump has changed, bro. I thought no new wars, bro. Why are you attacking Iran, bro? And all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean?
Well, if you know history,
And
Trump has changed the whole time. Like,
has he though?
further back,
Because one thing that sticks out to me is remember when Pam Bondi was like there and saying it's like we need to clamp down on hate speech. Hate speech is illegal or some shit like that. She said some crazy shit about like, oh yeah, we need to like ban people who are doing hate speech on the internet or something like that. And everyone like in the whole like was like, yo, what the fuck? Trump, get rid of her. And Trump didn't get rid of her. And everyone was like, see, he's bought off now, bought and paid for. Trump has changed and all this kind of shit, right?
But then they forget about the art of the deal, right? Like compromise.
Oh, you think it's compromise?
Well, I think negotiation and compromise.
Well, like, think back to Trump's first term, right? What was the thing? Oh, there we go. Voltaire is technically back from prison. One sec, let me.
That was a
Welcome
while
back,
ago.
Voltaire.
That was fucking 5 minutes. It was 10, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, 15 minutes. You donated $15.
I know he did, but that was how long ago was that?
Minimum $5.
I know that was how long ago was that? I've been talking since I put my own timer.
Minutes ago.
I put my own timer.
One sec. Let me hit. So we have another premium meme, folks. Let me know which premium meme you would like. These are absolutely. What was this? Oh, well, it's sick.
Shut me up for the rest of the fucking time. Send Terry some
you
money.
heard him, folks. You heard him, folks. If you want to troll Vault,
send me the fuck up, Vault, automatically forever. Come on.
But yeah, like here's the gambit. Here's the bait, right? In the first term, like Trump tried to do a lot of shit, and then he realized, oh fuck, like half my fucking cabinet fucking went against me, sold me out like the little fucking rats they are, right?
100%.
In the first term, yes, for sure.
One
Obviously.
sec, shut the fuck up out there, right? So like that was the first term. So he learned his lesson, and he was like, okay, how do I expose these fucking rats? How do we do it the second time? We got our boy you Collins goes with the $10. Nah, send Voltaire back. He's still retarded. Okay, work on your retardation, Voltaire.
Oh shit.
Appreciate you kindness, sir. 1 sec. Let me. I've got the clock going here. 1 sec. So 10 minutes there. I've set it like right on time. Okay. So 1 sec. I need to play a meme for that one because that was pretty hilarious. Where is it? Wait, where the fuck is it? Oh yeah, it's all jumbled up because I deleted some. Ah, fuck. I really need to sort out these memes. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. It is what it is. Yeah, I'll just play it.
It's like watching a bunch of retards trying to fuck a doorknob out there.
Bunch of retards trying to fuck a doorknob. But anyways, right? So how does one expose? I think of it this: you're the president of the United States. How do you expose? More importantly, to get these motherfuckers to expose themselves. How do you do it? You're on the throne of power. What's going to be your plan to expose all these rats in the system?
Keep them guessing.
Part of it. But you know, you don't want to keep them guessing. You want them to be certain that Trump's in our pocket now.
You play along with their game?
Play along with the gambit. So you say, oh yeah, don't worry, Pam. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not, no, like we need to cut down on this hate speech. You basically, for the full first year, Trump just done the whole gambit off like, yeah, I'll go along to play along. Yeah, do this, do this, do this. Meanwhile, he was in the back office at Rubio saying, here's how we're going to fucking sort this shit out. You know what I mean? So for the whole year, with the whole Pam Bondi shit, with the whole this and all this kind of shit, Trump was basically sitting there and like watching every single one of these fucking rats expose himself. And now they have Tucker Carlson. Now we have him. Because why? Because think about it, right? Venezuela happens at the end of December. Then start of January, Tucker's in the White House saying, oh, no, you can't invade Iran. But again, like this is the whole thing of like, I thought like Iran was just a reactionary to what Israel done. No, it was already in the works. Tucker even knew that the Iran thing was already in the works. That's why he was in the White House in the middle of fucking January, all the way to the middle of February, begging Trump not to do it. Okay? You just follow the gambit now? Now... Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm following.
5 days after Tucker's last day at the White House, Khamenei gets blown up. How? Because they were surveilling Tucker's messages. Tucker led them directly to Khamenei. And that's how they were able to take out those strikes.
Use it against them.
You use the fucking rats against each other. They expose themselves, and now they're all fucking sweating. Greatest president ever. Also, by the way, like just to kind of like rest your minds on the whole Iran conflict. Once Iran's regime change and all kind of stuff takes place, America's going to be able to settle its debt from this. Because if you remember, Trump was talking big about the whole Bitcoin fund and all that kind of shit, strategic Bitcoin fund and all this kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? What happens if all that oil in the Strait of Hormuz go away? Like the only way they take payment is through Bitcoin. What do you think that'll do to the Bitcoin price? Trillions of dollars going into Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's skyrocket and
Make it go up, yeah.
But wouldn't that be a global economy if it's Bitcoin?
Yeah, no, but if you've been accumulating all this Bitcoin, what do you think will happen?
You're gonna be rich.
And let's
Am I
say,
seeing this wrong?
yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. He's going to use this. Like, basically, what Trump's plan, I think, is going to be something along the lines of, like, we force, we have, like, our stockpile, we've been stockpiling Bitcoin for, like, the past year. You know what I mean? And now we're going to say to a Western-friendly Iran, you have to take payment in Bitcoin because it's the only secure way we can do this. Blah 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 blah. Trillions of dollars have to enter the Bitcoin market now. Bitcoin's price skyrockets. Then you just take out a loan and say, I have the Bitcoin as security. And then you use that loan to pay off the US national debt. So the thing that you're not being told right now about the Iranian war is the outcome potentially is that America wipes out its national debt. Greatest president.
No, I'm seeing. No, you're making sense because I've been getting pinched on gas prices. It went up $1 like in 2 days. I know that sounds ridiculous, but for a gallon, that's. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me, but that's pretty.
Tinfoil hat, Teriyaki. Yeah, they said the same thing when I said Nicki Minaj was going to be on stage singing "Oh Happy Days." And there she was, TP USA. Talk about Christianity. I'm just saying, call me crazy. Call me crazy, boys.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I don't know what I need to do for. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say that's the thing about the people either turning against Trump and all this for the whole. I think it started way back, but I think it's really gained steam since the deportations thing, which is what we voted him in for. And I guess people didn't think that people weren't just gonna be like, I guess just go with it and just like, oh yeah, you're taking me into custody. Oh yeah, I'll peacefully go. Yeah, they're not gonna do that, And I think it started there with the whole critiques with that, but then it moved into Venezuela, and even before that, it was stuff with Ukraine and stuff like that. And all this has been tied in with, stuff with Israel. And now it's the Iran stuff, and that's really where they want to keep it at, even though this, to me, isn't really a war. But, I think that they like to stretch things. And therefore, a lot of people think it's cool to just kind of say those things to be in with the cool crowd, as they quote unquote is, even though that's not what it is.
Well, like the thing for me is that like I look at like America's military and all this kind of shit, where it's like America's like, I think it's like the top 4 air forces in the world belong to America. As in, like, America's, like, fucking, like, National Guard aircraft or some shit like that is literally, like, the top 3 biggest. You know what I mean? It's crazy, like, how big the American military is. So when you look at, like, Trump that's saying, oh, Europe, I need some help in the Strait of Hormuz. Will you help? And Europe's like, nah, brah. I was like, oh, shit. A lot of people saying, look how weak America is. Like, Trump has to ask Europe for help, and Europe's not helping him. I mean, I was like, oh, shit. And then then Trump asked China for help. Do you not find that weird? Why is Trump asking China to help out in the Strait of Hormuz? Because he's scoping what way do they think, because they don't know what way the war is currently going. The only ones who know what way the war is currently going is BB and Trump. So Trump is basically like done the exact same thing that he done to the rats at the start of his term. Play the game. Like, oh, can you help me? I need some help. And when they don't help, after Trump wins the war with Israel, and they say, oh, can you please like help protect us? You didn't protect us when you thought we were in danger. When the whole world thought we were going to lose the war, you didn't help. What the fuck should I help you?
Yeah.
Ain't it beautiful? He's a fucking genius. He's a fucking genius, boys.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy like how there was a lot of criticisms towards, and I know where these come from, so I don't put any merit into them. But I remember when they were like, "Oh, because of his age and he's not as sharp as he once was. He's still very sharp. I mean, this man knows what he's doing. I feel like he's hired better this second term than he did the first. But even within the first, a lot of things were tied down with courts and all these type of things. And now it's still there, but it's not as much or as bad. So I feel like he can get a lot more through. I do wish, which is no fault of his own, but I wish that a lot of things weren't made by executive order, because a lot of the time with those, they can kind of be reversed, which is unfortunate. But
out of can I make a couple points real quick?
Yeah.
So if I was to read you the reasons for military intervention, could you tell me which president it is?
Maybe. I'm not. Are you talking about like recent stuff or past? Like what timeline are you talking about? Because I don't claim to know everything as far as history, even though I'm a connoisseur a lot in it. But
pick an administration, but if it was the administration that sought to prevent the momentum of a regional I'm reading shit, obviously. Pro-democracy movements from being crushed by authoritarian regimes. That, like, if you were to apply that, like, I think most people would think current, right?
Could you say that again?
The administration sought to prevent the momentum of regional pro-democracy movements from being crushed by authoritarian regimes.
Okay. Trying to think. I feel like you're trying to purposely throw a curveball.
Only as devil's advocate, because I'm agreeing with the pro-Trump. I'm just saying,
right?
It's not Trump saying this,
right? I feel like it's a Democrat, right? Yeah. Would that be? I have two guesses. I have like two in mind. Like I feel like you could be playing the only Democrat I do like, because I don't really think he was a Democrat, or you could be going with somebody I don't like, which I think it started before that, but I think it really kicked into high gear with this person. So I'm wondering which one it probably is.
No, I'll explain.
It?
I'm not trying to like gotcha.
Well, I just want to just take a guess. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So is it, I guess I'll ask one clarifying question if you can give that to me. Is this more in the past? Let's say, I'm trying to think what the different time wise. Was this about in the last 30 years, let's say?
Yep.
Was it Obama?
Yep.
See. Yeah.
It was a justification for bombing the shit out of Libya.
Yeah.
Which had way more casualties.
Yeah. Yeah. I had a feeling it was Obama. But I had with that, words and things through time can mean different things in certain circumstances, So I was thinking JFK was my other guess. But
like his whole argument too was based on like regional stability and whatnot. So like,
yeah,
you know, if you plug it into an, I mean, you don't have to, but if it was an AI video of Trump saying that, all of a sudden it's,
ladies and gentlemen, he's back again.
Is what he's saying.
You can't stop me. You can't stop me. Anybody who wants to stop me, you fucking can't stop me.
Who is stopping you? Just out of curiosity.
I believe Hugh stopped them
Just
for 25 minutes.
The chat's trying to stop me. You can't stop me. Chat, you cannot stop me. Come on, try to stop me again. Try to stop me. Just try to stop me. Just try to stop me.
Send it on Ko-Fi.
You just try to stop me.
I wouldn't
You
mind,
cannot stop
folks,
me.
if you do want to send it, please send it on Ko-Fi.
No, you can't stop me.
We all know it's
Trying
coming.
to say,
but
what the hell?
just
What are
if
you
are to
talking
do it,
about?
Ko-Fi is a bit low.
Yeah, okay, just try it. Just try it, you fucking asshats. But don't even laugh. What are you trying to laugh at?
You're the one trying it. Nobody's.
No, I'm not trying anything. You try it. You just try it.
You already lost every argument. You can.
You try it. You fucking try it. Just try and stop me.
I feel like Voltaire is yelling at my wallet. He's like, "Try it, man. Just
stop.
try it.
Just start.
He's yelling at my wallet.
I don't know your wallet. If I met your wallet, well, then we had a good time.
Are you not having a good time?
I'll fight your wallet. You want me to fight your wallet? I'll do it. You just try and stop me. You just try it.
He's on a roll.
Just go ahead. You just try and stop me.
Can Hugh get a 2x on a Ko-Fi dono? Yes, you can, sir. Just for you, Hugh. Special offer, just for you, sir.
Nobody's gonna even try and stop me. That's right, you pussy fucks, idiots.
Oh shit!
Oh, my favorite place, the bowling alley. Hell yeah!
My man. Alright, let's see if we can get this. Okay, how do we? Okay, press A to choose a ready position. Oh shit! One sec. Okay, we gotta get the right angle here, Jack. We gotta get the right.
Does it have a line? I could tell you where to throw. I got strikes all the time.
Don't. Oh wait, let me do this.
You just try and stop me.
It's rigged. It's rigged, Jack. It's rigged. Okay.
He clearly has a mean curve there.
Yep. It's slanted. Fucking the thing's slanted, man. I'm telling you.
I think it's called a hook.
You just try and slant that and stop me.
Okay, I don't even know what I'm doing there. You gotta let the woman win. That's the strategy here, Jack. You gotta let the woman
My
win.
wife just touched me and I said no. You just try and stop me.
Consented. Consent. But yeah, this was my favorite spot because there's only one way I believe in, and that's through those doors. So when I'd cause a disturbance, they would all just come running in through that door, and it's just a perfect place.
Nobody fucking cares.
They pile up.
Why are you talking? Shut the fuck up.
Why are you stopping
Yes.
Stop it. Shut the hell. Nobody gives a flying fuck.
At this point, I'm considering full screen Voltaire on mute. We can make it
All
happen.
right, there you go. All right, full screen me. Full screen me.
Hold on. I got this.
This is competitive bowling right here, Voltaire.
Full screen me. Am I full screen yet?
To a woman. Okay, one second.
Plaster his head onto
Hold
the
on,
woman.
hold on. I want to fight a woman. Who's the one fighting a woman? Me?
Hold up. Look at this. Just watch this shit right here, boys. Watch.
I can't. My phone cannot see full screen.
Technology scares him.
Boom, Jack.
I can't see what's going on. I'm just part of the fucking panel.
But anyway, Darth, what were you saying before Voltaire fucking completely derailed everything?
I didn't derail anything. I'm part of the rails.
He's part of the rail.
I mean, I was taking notes, but I mean, he derailed it. The last thing I.
See, he's got rails on the notes.
Yep. Over sex. That's the last point that before it went to.
That means whatever the fuck you're talking about had nothing to do with anything.
Okay.
Obviously.
Yeah, we're getting good, Jack. We're getting good. Don't worry, Jack. Look at this. This is gonna be a.
He's perfected it.
Here we go, boys. Straight on the money. Look at that shit, Jack. Look at that shit. Also,
I can't see
you
shit.
should have said no, Teriak. You look at this shit. All right, we got on the
Teriak, you look
co-files.
at that shit. What the fuck are you looking at, Teriak? Yeah.
We got Jack with the $10, and I gotta give you a little bit of Ave Maria. Can I get a hallelujah?
Oh, my nigga. Go get money.
Well, there you got another 10 minutes in the back, courtesy of Jack, my motherfucking man, hero of the chat, some call him.
I had to, man. I just wanted to talk about GTA 4 bowling here. Getting derailed.
We need to talk about this bowling metagame here out there. You know what I'm saying? This is important shit. You know? I think even Shantae's like for that. I think Shantae's gonna say, you know what, Jack? No more roasts for 1 week because of that. You know what I mean?
How are you gonna put me on the spot like
Appreciate
that? Like, Darth, what were you saying like 10 minutes ago when you was talking the whole time? Like, I'm like, I don't know.
So I was general because we were like you were saying that like in terms of the whole like no, because we were talking about the Tucker Carlson thing. Then you're like,
don't speak
well, it's
after
not
me.
something that like. Don't you dare, Teriak. Don't you dare.
Okay, I don't follow that stuff, and like I don't idolize these like media figures. Like I like discourse, which I thought Tucker Carlson was a proponent of, but based on what you're saying, perhaps I was wrong, and I can admit that. Was that not a concise point?
Yeah, no, 100%. Sorry, I'm trying to, because I'm losing to a woman in bowling. Well, it's not even a woman; it's like an AI woman, like at bowling.
It's even
and
worse.
Then, like,
Not a real woman. Is that a real woman?
It's not even a real woman. I'm not even losing to a real woman. This is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But we got it. We got to show our Shantae clip. You know what I'm saying? If I can find it. Fuck, man, I hate the way they do the clips in StreamYard because you change one thing and then everything's out of whack. You know what I mean? One sec. Where the fuck is it? There we go.
My fucking man!
Appreciate you, can. Clip that. Clip that. Clip that. Clip that.
Clip that.
Hey, it's a difficult AI, okay? Holy shit. Catching shots from my own chat. I thought you guys were supposed to like hype me up and like give me an ego or some shit like that. This is like the opposite of what I expected. You know? Holy shit.
Unbelievable.
Well, exactly, Jack. Unbelievable. But part and parcel of it is that we're working on a roasting game. It's not just good enough to be able to like, you know, hit him with the truth and hit him with the logic. You know? Oh, are you talking about the Disney princess one, William? Ah, yes. Of course. Because the reason why I played that one is because last time when I went straight to the princess one, y'all were like, "No, play the other one." I was like, Jesus, you know. But hey, we got a girl Shantae here. Oh shit! One sec, I have to do it this way, boys. So I'm not going to be able to hear you for this, boys. So, okay, I'll see you in a bit.
Hi, I'm Felicity. I'm 22 years old, and I'm reading for the role of narrator in Princess Party. Just let me know when I can start.
soon the tabernacle emerged from the castle with a young frog. She took the frog and kissed him squarely on the lips. When she kissed the frog, he turned into a prince.
Felicity, could you do it a little bit more feminine, a little softer? I'm so sorry, just the note said that the narrator was wise beyond her years. Okay, no problem, I hear you. Hi, I'm Felicity.
Shout out to Shantae. Okay, 1 second. Let me get this shit back. I'm making stuff up. I always make stuff up, Shantae. I always make it up. I kid. But like I said, quality show there from Shantae. You know what I'm saying? Like, unfortunately, she didn't get the part. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. I would have given her the part. You know what I'm saying? Just for the comedic effect. I would have loved to see that shit. But it is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But, anyways, as we were saying, gentlemen.
But yeah, I don't for like media public figures, like I don't idolize them either. Or like a lot of them, you know. I think there's been a lot of them that as we discussed here that have acted one way and then later on down the road, you know, they kind of undo themselves, you know, and there's very few that I feel like that haven't done that, you know, and that's the solid good ones. But usually a lot of those people don't really do a lot of involved work into like social media or anything like that. So, but you know, the people that get constantly put on TV or this or that, I don't particularly like.
But that's what I don't get. Like, everybody's like, yeah, go Tucker and all this kind of shit. It's like, what? You didn't vote for Tucker, you take cunt. You voted for Trump. You know what I mean? But there's just like some of it where it's just like craziness. It's literally craziness kind of thing. Where it's like,
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say at the same time, though, like if through logic, if anybody is proven to be wrong, then why would you not? I mean, it's truth, right? It's either truth or it's not. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, like in terms of the but in terms of like the stuff that's being said could be it could be logical. Like a lot of these that like oh, Israel controls America, like that could be logical. You know what I mean? Like the like infiltration and like coup d'etats and all this kind of stuff, like they all technically have happened before in history and all this kind of shit. But like the difficulty thing is that it's like what's the best way to explain this? Like historic events could happen, right? But the reason why they happened could be multifaceted. But they only give you like one kind of like perspective or one kind of like 10% of the whole picture. And they give you 10% of that. They give you another 10% here of another historic event and another 10% over here. And next thing you know, you're on X screaming about the fucking Israelis and they control the world and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? And like, from like, let's say like Candace's position at least, like think about like if Tucker is there and he's giving you all these stories and it's turning out to be true and you're amassing this huge following and everything you say, everybody's like, oh my God, you're basically a prophet. You're able to predict and all this kind of shit. When he starts giving you the information that's false, you're not going to question it because everything up until that point has been 100% and it's been like, you know, confidential information and he's giving it to you and like he's looking out for you and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So like that's where it's like you have to, like for example, like the Weinsteins I think have been caught up in this where they've basically a lot of people that they trusted or they thought that they trusted were like feeding them like all this kind of shit and next thing you know they're in a bind now. You know what I mean? Because now they're basically going along with what is basically remember when I was doing the whole thing of like the CIA and like look like you took in all these Nazis in 1947 and then you formed your CIA and threw them into that. Do you not think that like maybe there's like some national socialists in your CIA? You know what I mean? that's basically like that's what you see like Tucker and all this kind of shit saying. It's like, you know what? Maybe Adolf had a thing or two right. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't go that far. But no, I see your point though. Not as far as Adolf Hitler, but
but Tucker Carlson's literally on record saying like Hitler never said to wipe out the Jews, but BB wants to wipe out the Gazans.
I disagree with him though either. Though, I mean, the only reason I even sort of kind of liked Tucker was just for the freedom of speech aspect of it. But I mean, if he's proven for all this shit, then fuck yeah, that.
But like, notice like Tucker's defense story is, I was talking to people in Iran. You know what I mean? If he was like, if these were legitimate sources, he would have been like, I was speaking to other journalists in Iran, but he didn't say that. He said I was talking to people in Iran, and it's my free speech. But if you're talking to senior officials, the IRGC, then all of a sudden, like you can't act as though like that's not a whoopsie or a boo boo. You know what I mean? And speaking about whoopsies and boo boos, welcome back, Voltaire.
But I'm allowed back? What the hell? Something's wrong with everybody here, including you, Cheriak. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Well, personally, for me, my mom took Tylenol. What about you?
So did mine.
I'm somewhat of a retard myself.
And then I'm different from the pack. I got dropped as an infant on my head. So.
Does that make you more of a retard? What is this, competition?
Yes, it is.
Maybe.
Yeah. And I win. She took 2 a day.
And I win. She took 2 a day.
Listen, my mom just passed the genes on to me. They were hand-me-down genes. She's fucking stupid anyways. Without fucking anything like that.
Were they beautiful genes?
They're just hand-me-down genes. Right? The hand-me-down genes.
Alright. And how does that make you feel, Voltaire?
Does that make... I feel great. I feel great. Yeah, I want to thank the Lord Almighty, the Academy, all my friends, everybody who got me here.
Maple syrup?
No, maple syrup's not the greatest thing on the planet. Sometimes honey is where you gotta go.
Honey, he says.
America.
Interesting.
Okay. No.
Are you planning to be a vocalist for a metal band in the future?
Listen, if you want to pay for me to shut up, it ain't gonna work, right? It's not gonna work.
No. Hang a second. Paying to shut Voltaire definitely works, because technically so far I think we've made $35 from shutting it up.
Right? No, because he can't shut me up. I'm still here.
Conversation too.
I'm still here.
I think by the end of this, it's going to be like a rallying cry where it's like Voltaire's like, I'm still here, but then he's like still backstage. You know what I mean?
Well,
he's still here.
Listen,
technically,
don't try to take that away from me. Don't take that away from me.
Who's trying to take anything away from you?
Listen, I can every time I get silence, I say you cannot silence me, and nobody can silence me. See, I have yet to be silenced.
Real quick,
oh God,
we got to play this clip again, Voltaire. So just wait till the clip ends. This is our girl Shantae. She almost became a Disney princess.
No sound.
Wait, no sound? Oh my God. Fucking hell. L's in chat for Teriak. Unbelievable. Again, I do apologize. This is our girl Shantae, almost becoming a Disney princess.
Hi, I'm Felicity. I'm 22 years old, and I'm reading for the role of narrator in Princess Party. Just let me know when I can start. Okay.
Petunia Tabernacle emerged from the castle with a young frog. She took the frog and kissed him squarely on the lips. When she kissed the frog, he turned into a prince.
Felicity, could you do it a little bit more feminine, a little softer? I'm so sorry, just the note said that the narrator was wise beyond her years. Okay, no problem, I hear you. Hi!
Shout out to Shantae. Like I said, me personally, I would have given her the part. You know what I'm saying? These Hollywood people don't know what to do shit. You know what I mean?
That's my wife. Don't laugh at her.
Wait, what?
Don't laugh.
Fuck.
She is a Disney princess. And I am a Disney prince.
Sure, buddy. But anyways, right?
Don't anyways me.
Okay, Voltaire, what hot topics are on your mind?
My mind?
Ooh.
You think I have topics on my mind? What the fuck's wrong with you?
It's filled with
Do you
maple
not think
syrup.
that there's things we should be talking about as a society that we're not talking about?
Maybe how somebody should portray a princess. Maybe. Yeah, maybe my wife is not the somebody who should be portraying a princess. My bad. I'm gonna have to talk with her.
Discipline her.
Interesting.
Well, I'm just trying to portray the best person that I can be with the best person my wife could be. Nobody can silence me. You try to silence me, go ahead, try it.
Oh, I thought he was going back to bowling. Did you?
I was waiting for her to rescue Roman. Hunt's always getting himself in trouble. But yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Oh, I was gonna say, did you lose to that NPC?
Yep, sure did.
I've never lost to an NPC.
Gentlemen, you have to let the woman win. You know what I'm saying?
But she has to pay on the first
show
date,
off my
right?
manliness.
She has to pay for the first date, though.
Yeah, she paid for the ball, but I let her win because
Yeah.
it's like I'd feel bad otherwise. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now I'm just gonna run these cunts over.
What? Something's wrong with you.
What do you mean? They were going to kill my cousin. Of course I'm going to run him over. You don't see Breaking Bad?
It seems like it was made up.
It's made up.
Wait, it's made up? Of course it is. It's a fucking... It's a game, bruh. Look at this. Boom, boom. Oh, shit.
You don't even just... You don't just get to say boom, boom.
Boom. Kicked him in the nuts. Boom.
What?
His shin. Oh, oh fuck.
Sound effects. Boom, boom.
Oof. Look at that. Look at that.
We gotta make our
getting
own.
the shit kicked out of him.
Just
look
at
that.
it.
The 1-2
You
Unifil.
kicked him right in the
Look at
nuts.
that. Oh, fuck. One sec, boys. One sec. Look at him.
Give me a minute. I need to... Just there. See? I kicked him in the nuts.
For air.
Boom. This is going to be a tough one here, boys. Hey,
Just had to wait a minute.
Leave cousin Roman alone.
And with the Stone Cold Stunner.
Boom.
Dropped him.
Boom.
Oh. Air.
Here we go. Ah. Fuck's sake, Nico. I don't know what the haymaker button is. Ah, look at that. Look at that. Right in the shins.
Ooh.
Right in the shins again.
Yeah, but you haven't been muted for fucking half an hour like I have. Just try it. Just try to get muted like half an hour like I... Yeah, exactly. For half an hour, give me a break. Just try it.
He's still at the attempt.
Ooh. Look at this. Ah, he's getting weak. He's getting slow. Go punch. Head punch. Is this it, boys? One more. He's a champion. Play the Rocky music, boys. All right, let's get this cunt up.
You get no fucking Rocky music.
What are you doing?
What are you talking about? You're fighting some NPCs, brother.
Oh, look at this cunt.
Don't talk about me like that. You're not Batman.
Look at that. Look at that. Hopping up. Oh my god. Roman, come on, you fat cunt. Look at him. Come on, the fuck. Alright, let's go. Let's go, boys. This is F1 driving skills right here, boys. Gonna get this cunt. Dun, 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 dun,
You know what my favorite thing about this game was?
Sorry, Jack, go ahead.
So you know what my favorite thing about this game was?
The bowling, wasn't it?
Well, bowling is secondary, so I really liked the physics in this game. Not necessarily with the driving, but I would get in high speeds with probably the more faster cars in this game, and then I would jump out of the car at really high speeds, and he would just Patrick Star, and that was always the most hilarious thing to me. The amount of times that I would just literally just do that. Like, I probably put hundreds of hours into just jumping out of the car, let alone anything else. Like,
because like a major part was the physics engine to this. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like these physics were like, oh shit, like this is like real life. Do you know what I mean? Even though clearly it's like we've gotten better from GTA 5 and all this kind of shit, but
yeah,
still fucking good for the time it came out.
Yeah, I think a proponent of 4 and how they did 4 is what made 5 what it was.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. That's why I don't understand why it doesn't get the shout out or love I believe it deserves. You know, a lot of people go, oh, you know, San Andreas, or they go GTA 5 is usually the two I hear the most. You know, sometimes I do hear Vice City. I feel like I hear Vice City more, which Vice City is really good too, especially for its time as well. But 4, I don't feel like it gets enough love, and I feel like it's in that conversation.
The only gripe I have against GTA 5 would be the micro and the online bullshit. Single player.
Yeah,
story, it's goat.
Yeah. See, that's another thing that 4 did as well, because 4 had the first, I believe, online aspect to it. And so you used to go to me and guys that were on the server would go to the parking lot by the airport. And we would just do like a demolition derby style like competition where we all mic up and then pretty much, you know, as you see, just back up into each other, and whoever was the last car won, you know. But you could have those interesting things, and you could have like that's where the role playing start. That's what a lot of people don't know is before GTA 5, there was 4 had role playing that you could do. You know, it doesn't have the setup that it has now in 5, but you know, you could still do it within 4.
Well, like I'm hoping that not necessarily to do the whole like role play thing, but they do what you call it. Yeah, they do. That they do kind of like a lot of the extra features that they've done from the roleplay servers. So like they enhance, like from the roleplayer servers, like they enhance the physics to like be even more realistic in terms of the different things, like the physics of the cars and all that kind of shit. Wait, why is there an echo? Is there an echo?
Shouldn't be on my side.
I don't hear one.
Yeah, I don't hear any echo unless it's coming from me. Do I sound like I have an echo?
But yeah, thanks for everybody who fucking paid to have me booted. I'm actually thank you. This was the whole plan. Anybody who thinks I'm retarded, yes, I am. And anybody who continues forever to think I'm retarded, I will always be retarded. So everybody, Teriak and everybody, have a good night, and God bless you.
Have a good one, Voltaire. Thanks for joining.
God bless you. I'll be back whenever you want me.
God bless Voltaire.
Take it easy, bro.
Take it easy.
So, Shante, you sure you don't have another stream opened up?
Could be that, yeah. I didn't even think about that.
We need to be more strategic here because we have a knife fight at the end of this.
She said it's only sometimes, it's not all the time. That's weird. They really love the tracksuits around this time, don't they?
That's the Soviet thing, huh? Comrade, look cold. Button jacket.
Yeah, but that's not like, at least here in America, those aren't like very good for warmth. So if they're wearing it for warmth, they ain't doing it right. I guess it's better than nothing, but yeah.
True.
Here's another thing I have about GTA 4. In 5, they used 2 characters in the heist missions from 4. Name another game that's taken for another game like they did for 4. It must have been important. I know there's been little tie-ins here and there, but like full on, like character usage and involvement.
You're talking about the McCurries.
I have to go to bed.
Yeah, the McCurries.
Salute to you guys. It's been fun.
You off?
Yeah,
Darth?
Shit.
Take it easy, Darth. Have a good one. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Alfred, how's things?
When made you decide to play Grand Theft Auto?
I want to try it out because like Jack was saying earlier, because we were all talking about GTA yesterday, and like Jack was like, Jack was like the lone hero. You know what I mean? Like like the American Revolution, and like there's that one dude who's like still standing kind of thing, and there's like the trumpets and all that kind of stuff playing, and Jack's like standing strong. He was like, nah, you're all wrong. GTA 4 is the best game. Fuck y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, I might as well test it out. And like in terms of the I have to find a way to make it windowed. I might have to do like an extension or add-on or something like that. Because the WoW is just so much easier because I don't have to click the Windows button and then it drops down. I don't have to share the full screen, all this kind of shit as well. I can just share the window. But ladies and gentlemen, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Pseudomaster. Welcome to the show.
What's up?
Good old
Not much yourself.
Yeah, I caught that shit show this morning. Holy crap.
Oh, you called that?
That guy's out of his mind.
I heard a cat.
But you were saying in chat though, like about the Trump thing. They don't need ICBMs and all this kind of stuff. What are your thoughts in terms of what you think will go down?
It's funny you mentioned that about the UFC event, and I was thinking the same thing. Like, what because they know he's going to be there. My worry is, I mean, we've all seen how a 50 caliber BMG with the right person behind it could take down a plane. I mean, there's a million different things you could do from right inside this country. It doesn't have to be nuclear warhead that came from another country. Obviously, they don't have any ICBM capability right now in the state they're in. I don't think so anyway. Or by then, I don't foresee it. But I'd say more along the lines of something from inside the U.S. Because I mean, God knows how many of them came here when the borders were wide open for 4 freaking years.
Yeah.
I pray I'm wrong. I'm just being paranoid. You know what I mean? Because I had always said the same thing when he was doing before he won the election, and he was always doing all these events. You know, like so easy for somebody. I look at the aspect from a person who's really into guns. Any place you could see, any spot, and often the distance as far away as you can see, there could be somebody there that can unalive you if they're good enough from that spot. Think about that. You know.
Well, like in terms of the ICBMs, you don't need a nuclear warhead. It's just like any like ballistic missile, like could
right,
could doesn't have to be nuke. And also, while Iran doesn't have that, Russia does. They do have ICBMs, and Iran and Russia are, at the moment at least, technically allies. But I think in the long run, Russia's going to be like, "Fuck these Islamic cunts."
I think
going to happen.
I think even if Russia decided to, okay, well, we're going to do this, I think it'd be kind of tough to just, it's not something you can put in your pocket and just smuggle over there. You know what I mean?
I know we don't side with commies, but we could always, just take the Middle East and half the oil,
Yeah,
but like that's basically what's going to happen.
I don't know. It's crazy. Like this hate for Trump, and like you see people in our own freaking country how deranged they are. And I don't know what you were saying about, or somebody was saying, I don't hate the people. I hate the ideology. I'm really starting to hate these freaking people. I'm sorry. Like they're just so freaking deranged and stupid. Like if you have probably, I would say, at least 10 million people, adults. Okay, their brains might not be functioning at the best level, but let's say you gave them an option. Hey, push this button right now. Trump is gone. That would actually do it. And then I'd say you probably have another 5 million easy, and I might be being conservative on these numbers, that would press that button, and if it meant getting rid of Trump and all his supporters too. So think about the outside of all that, like outside the U.S. I mean, it's scary to think about. It really is.
Well, like this is what I'm saying. Like now more than ever, like America needs to stand tall. You know what I mean?
I think so. Yeah, and I always say like, oh, I'm against forever wars and all this stuff. And I've always seen the negative effects of regime change and all that. But there's something bigger behind this. And it's not just because Trump's, got BB's, dick in his mouth, like all these idiots say. Like, and I know some people, man, who from day one, hardcore MAGA supporters, that are like, oh, I'm so done with them over this. I'm like, are you out of your freaking mind? Like, look at what we've accomplished so fast. It's not the same type of war that we had to fight even 10 years ago with the technology we have. I mean, did you watch any of these videos of the way how precisely we were taking out these Iranian drones that were just sitting there? Like, that's some serious shit. Like, there could have been somebody standing 15 feet away and they wouldn't have gotten hurt. Like, that's how precise our technology is. I mean, it's crazy. But people are just willing to bail on them over this. Like, you can't let them get away with this shit forever. And I'm convinced that if they did have the right technology, their ideology is so crazy that even if it meant taking us out first and then everybody else gets together and the whole world blows up, I think they would be okay with it. I think that's how crazy these Islamo-Nazis are. I really truly believe that. we could be in a good position here, and if anybody can pull it off, I think we got the right man there to do it.
One sec, boys. One sec. I have to put my controller down because we need to go through what I call the sacred timeline. Okay, just to lend some credence from the thingamabobs. One sec. I've got the link here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Un momento, boys. So we're going to do a bit of American history. One might even call it American History X, but this is the history of America, gentlemen. Again, I know it's going to be uncomfortable for some of you because you're American, all this kind of stuff, but just bear with me, boys. Bear with me, right? So let me just put this full screen so we can all see it. There's no tricks up my sleeve, all this kind of stuff. So I basically said to Grok, give me a timeline from the end of World War II that lists Operation Paperclip, National Securities Act of 1947, Operation Bluebird / MK Ultra, Eisenhower speech about the military-industrial complex, JFK speech about secret societies, JFK assassination, and the RFK assassination. And through this show a timeline how all these events prove a deep state, also lists a definition of what we mean by deep state. The deep state refers to an alleged secret network of unelected government officials, intelligence agencies, military personnel, and sometimes private entities, such as those in defense or financial industries, that operate extra-legally or independently of elected leadership to influence, manipulate, or enact policy in pursuit of their own agendas and goals. This concept often implies a shadowy coalition that prioritizes institutional power, continuity, and self-interested over democratic processes or public accountability. While some view it as a real phenomenon rooted in historical events, others dismiss it as a conspiracy theory used to explain complex political dynamics. Timeline in connection to deep state. The following timeline begins at the end of World War II in 1945 and lists the requested events in chronological order. For each entry, I've included the date, a brief description, and an explanation of how it allegedly contributes to the evidence of a deep state, a clandestine network of intelligence, military, and bureaucratic elements exerting undue influence. This narrative draws from conspiracy theorists that link these events as part of a pattern where unelected powers consolidated control, suppressed dissent, and eliminated threats to their authority. However, critics argue these connections are speculative, with official investigations and document releases finding no conclusive proof of broad conspiracies. Instead, attributing events to individual actions or coincidences. What do we say about coincidences, gentlemen? The universe is rarely ever lazy. So, 1945, post-World War II, program is initiated. Operation Paperclip, which was a secret US program that recruited over 1,600 former Nazi scientists, engineers, and technicians, many with ties to war crimes, to work for American military. And we've seen one of these cunts in the Black Dahlia case, for those that was there for that. Relocating them into the US to advance rocket technology, aviation, and other fields amid emerging Cold War. So basically, give us nukes and all that kind of shit, and then we'll give you a nice cushy job in the CIA. This marks, well, technically it was the OSS at this stage. This marks an early foundation for the deep state by integrating unaccountable foreign experts into US institutions, bypassing ethical scrutiny and public oversight to prioritize military technological dominance. Conspiracy theory suggests it seeded a network of ideologically extreme elements within the intelligence agencies like the CIA, precursor OSS, setting a precedent for extra-legal operations that prioritized power over moralities. Critics countered that it was a pragmatic wartime necessity, not evidence of a hidden cabal. July 26, 1947. National Security Act of 1947. Legislation signed by President Truman that restructured U.S. defense and intelligence, creating the Central Intelligence Agency, National Security Council, and Department of Defense. Now, before 1947, it was not called the Department of Defense. It was called the Department of War.
Yep.
In this act, it changes the department from the Department of War to Department of Defense, which is a propaganda switch. So it tells you exactly who you're dealing with, okay? Yep. But what did Trump do?
Turn it back.
It's not called the Secretary of Defense anymore. It's called the Secretary of War, or the Department of War. Meaning, what does that mean, boys?
Well,
if the Nazis turned it into the Department of Defense, what is Trump saying by turning it back into the Department of War? He's draining the swamp. He's literally getting this fucking thing out of the CIA. This act formalized the deep state by establishing secret agencies with broad mandates for covert operations, free from direct congressional or public accountability. It allegedly enabled the growth of permanent intelligence apparatus that could operate independently, laying the groundwork for later programs like MK Ultra and influence policy without elected input. Skeptics view it as a necessary response to post-war threats, not a conspiracy. It's all necessary. It's all coincidence. It's all necessary. Then you had Operation Bluebird, MK Ultra, which basically proves that they just continued on the research that they were already doing in the labs. If it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a fucking Nazi. You know what I mean? So like right there, even just the Department of War thing, that's basically Trump signaling, saying it's like we're going back before this shit. We've got these Nazis out. Fuck these cunts. You know what I mean? Then you have the Operation Bluebird. Then you have Eisenhower saying military-industrial complex in 1961. Then you have JFK's speech the same year saying about the military and secret societies, all this kind of shit. Then 2 years later, he gets assassinated. Then 5 years later, his brother gets assassinated. Overall, proponents argue this sequence shows a progression. Post-war recruitment from Paperclip built expertise for a new security state from the 1947 Act, which pursued unchecked experiments like Bluebird, MK Ultra, and formalized alliances like the military-industrial complex that allegedly silenced critics like JFK and RFK. This purportedly proves a deep state by demonstrating a pattern of secrecy, unethical actions, and violent preservation of power. However, mainstream analysis emphasized that while individual abuses occurred, connecting them to a unified conspiracy lacks empirical evidence. Where the fuck does that sound familiar from, boys? You know what I mean? But that's why I'm saying Trump is one of the greatest presidents of American history. Even just to be able to do that, because like that was my main thing. That's like Trump will be able to like I already kind of like pegged that he was going to wipe out the U.S. national debt. That was the only thing that like would be an objective thing, that if he wiped out that U.S. national debt without a question, he's the greatest president. But now to actually get rid of the fucking Nazis that infiltrated his back like 70, 80 years ago, bro, that's issue like doing the fucking impossible. He tried fucking hero president I've ever seen in my entire life. Salute to America.
He tried wiping out the deep state his first term, and I think he wasn't quite yet on the right track. I don't think he had enough time. I think they did a real good job wasting his time with all this impeachment bullshit to keep him from figuring shit out. He trusted some of the wrong people, like some people in the CIA. Not going to name specific names, but and he kind of got thrown off guard by how bad it was. So I think, like I used to say, man, I think he has some bad judgment with knowing who to trust, like knowing who he could trust and who he can't. I think it was just so over that there's so many backstabbers. You have to be there to understand it, to be in his position to understand it. But I really hope now that he's on the right track to doing it.
How do you expose the rats on your ship? You're in the president and you're doing your new cabinet and all that kind of shit. How do you find out which one of these cunts are rats and which one of these cunts are actually loyal? You slip the right information. You slip information to them that you didn't slip to anybody else. Catch my drift. And see if it comes out on the other end. Kind of like in The Departed. A better way, because like think about it, you only have 4 years to do this on shit. A better way though is just to give them power. Play along. Let them think that you're in their back pocket and they're the one controlling all that kind of stuff, because then they reveal themselves. The best way to see what a person's like is give them power, because we know power corrupts, right, boys?
Yeah, true.
And then you had Pam Bondi saying we need to clamp down and censor hate speech online. Okay, that bitch, she's a fucking rat.
Yeah, I don't trust her. I don't trust her. I think that's one case that kind of like, I don't know if hopefully he planned it and he appointed her for that reason, or he's got like I said, like a little bit of bad judgment. But from the beginning, I really didn't like her. Like the way she handled.
But that's the thing. Why did Trump keep her on the cabinet after she was saying all this crazy shit? Because like, I remember the conversations. Like they were like, Trump's lost it. We're fucked. He's part of the deep state and all this kind of stuff. But then Christmas came last year, and it all just changed. It shifted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Candace started having questions and all this kind of shit. Tucker started having questions and all this kind of shit. And then Trump went into to Venezuela over drugs. You know what I mean? And I was like, okay, he's clearly lying about the drugs, but that's because Venezuela has the oil and all this kind of shit. But then if you notice, where the fuck did the military go straight after Venezuela? Like they were like 2 hours in Venezuela, and then where did they all go? They all went over to the Middle East straight away. But then we also have to believe that no, it was Israel that dragged us into this when you already sent over the military. You know what I mean? That's Israel saying, "Don't worry, guys, we'll take the hit." So yous then have the excuse. Let's end this. This is the end game. We're in the end game now, Tony. And just to let you know, we're also in the last minute chat. We need $10 on the Ko-Fi. Otherwise, we will be going to forced grift break. And on the forced grift break, it'll go up to $20 in order to end it. So if you don't want to go on the forced grift break, we need $10 on the Ko-Fi, ladies and gentlemen. But, gentlemen, what do you think about if this is the actual plan?
I kind of think it is. And it makes sense. You have people ask it. You have people acting like the people I'm talking about that were Trump guys. And I bailed on them over because all this bullshit fed by people like Candace Owens and Israel. They're acting like we've already been in this for 6 months. We've only been assisting Israel in bombing Iraq for what is it going on like week 4? I don't know. I hope that's the plan, but they need to be dealt with. They need to be dealt with. They've been fucking shit up for such a long time. Imagine what would happen if we didn't have Israel. Whether no matter what you think of them. Imagine what would happen if we didn't have Israel over there. And it was all these Islamo-Nazis. No Christians, no Jews, nobody else. Basically everything run by Sharia law. It's pretty scary.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and like, there's like so many people that want to act as though like Israel's a monolith. Like Israel's like just like America, where it's like half the country are, like think that BB's a fucking bollocks and they want to vote him out. The other half think that BB's like Trump and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, nothing's ever the monolith. Do you know what I mean? And in terms of like I said, fuck, bro, like just to even imagine because like there's like, why do all these Middle Eastern flags have the same colors? Red, white, and black. That's the Nazis. And then the green. What are the 4 colors of the 4 horsemen? White, red, black, and green.
Yeah, it's a big coincidence. That would be.
Yeah, no, it's just a coincidence, bro. It's just a coincidence. All these Islamists that say like they want to bring an end to Christianity and bring in Islam, they just so happen to choose the 4 colors of the horsemen predicted in Revelations. Yeah. Ain't that a coinkydink? And ladies and gentlemen, Williams Connie saying we're going on the forced grift break. Okay? So it will not end until we get $20 on the Ko-Fi. It can be a team effort. It doesn't have to be everyone from one. But we do need to get to the Ko-Fi. Gentlemen, I will see you hopefully soon. Now is the perfect time. Stretch your legs, grab a drink, maybe grab a coffee, maybe perhaps something stronger, maybe make that coffee Irish. You know what I'm saying? And the rest of your chat, now is the time to get the grift in. I'll see you in a little bit.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
Oh, my bad. I was downstairs getting a drink of water. I do appreciate it. We got Pseudomass for the grift with the $5. And we got Halford on the Ko-Fi for $5. My motherfucking man. Let me play a quick meme for that one. Actually, no, I'll give you the striking clip for that one. Are we having fun? Yeah, appreciate you, Jack. Have a good one. Enjoy the sleep. And Pseudo, we're back. If again, I do apologize. Like I said, I had to take a piss. Fill the water back up. You know what I'm saying? It's a long evening. It's a long evening, as they say. You know what I mean? We're at 160, correct? Yeah, added it in and everything, William. God damn, you're absolutely pumping. Look at this, absolutely pumping today. Appreciate you. But yeah, Halfwood, your thoughts on the whole kind of basically like what we're kind of like breaking down in terms of the plan or the end game, or I guess the end game is probably the best way to call it, if you get me.
Yeah, I need to look a little bit more into other than what I'm seeing. I need to look into more what's kind of going on for what possible plans could be. I mean, there's just that ranging possibility where it could go into a possible World War III, or they could probably even do something where it's not even like necessarily forces there to kill people, but like boots on the ground, as in to make sure everything is done properly. Because I don't want to say not boots on the ground and have people there, because that would still be boots on the ground, but I don't mean like to be there to actually start a war necessarily, but maybe to kind of keep balance if things do take off. But who knows? That might even antagonize them to even want to, go to war. And it could go either way. I mean, gas prices are already going up. I'm not too worried about that, because, I mean, a little bit worried about it, but not too worried. But I guess we'll have to find out in the next coming weeks.
Well, like what? I'm trying to find the best way to ask this, because I'm trying to drill down on something specific here. But like, it's like the thing with philosophy. It's like you basically you'll never be able to like truly be a philosopher just by reading some philosophy. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have to get there yourself. So I don't want to just hand you the answer or just tell you the answer. I want you to be able to kind of get there yourself. But like what? Like, what is your main, like, are you worried, like, or is there any main worries for you, like, given like all the stuff that's basically gone down, like, because like, again, like, bear in mind there's going to be a lot of pressure put on American people to try and turn against Trump.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, I'm trying to like gauge from you, like, I've gone around to like multiple, like, all group chats I'm a part of. I basically just type in the message like, how do we feel about Trump? You know what I mean? And like, there's been people saying, "Oh, he's lost the plot" and all this kind of stuff. And then
I mean, if that, like,
all that kind of shit.
yeah. Just, I mean, sorry, I'm playing Magic the Gathering too. I mean, I don't really think he's really lost the plot. I think he's really got something that he's really working towards. It's just we haven't really gave him enough time. That's why I said we kind of got to give it time. It's kind of one of them things where, like, a lot of people be all like, why do this and all the things that's kind of going on right now. Well, that's not really the entire issue. The real entire issue, if you really think about it, is that no other president in a good several decades hasn't even attempted to do this when it needed to be done, and Trump has the balls and the courage and bravery to be able to step in and do what other presidents were lacking in. So, to be honest, like, that's the part I see it in, because Kamala wouldn't have done anything. Honestly, it would have been a worse situation if it had failed to the Democrats instead of Trump back in the day. And I think even most people that are, I would say, like, higher up representatives knew that something had to happen for that. Not saying in a rigged way, but making sure that everyone understands that what they were voting for, like, kind of persuaded them to make sure that they voted for the right. Because, like, it just seemed something more underhanded would have happened more quicker under Kamala, because of that whole, it still gets me off, that whole switch when it went from Biden to Kamala, like that whole switch, like, that was the most thing that was like, this is so completely underplayed bullshit right here. And to be honest, when it comes to Trump, he's a businessman. He's got a plan, but why would he tell anyone his plan? Because why would you tell anyone your business plan? You want the business plan to come to fruition, and then people to go, "Oh, okay, that's good." You only present it to the people the certain people. I mean, you can't present it to everyone. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying.
especially when you know you've got people
plan.
leaking, and like I said, you know you've people on the inside working against you. You know what I mean? Because remember, like a good example of this is like in Trump's first term. Remember, he was like, I'm going to sort out China and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? But what was the problem? They tariffed China, but then China just went through fucking Vietnam and fucking like Mexico and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? That's how they got around the sanctions first time. So this time around, Trump basically sanctioned everybody, or tariffed everybody. And he was like, okay, anybody who's trying to help out China here, we're going to give you the same fucking treatment as China. But then China couldn't get around it. You know what I mean? But in this first term, they were able to get around them. And that's because people on the inside weren't fighting for America. They were fighting for their own interests. So then this time around, like I said, he knew that there was going to be people who were sent to him that were going to sell him out. So how would you find out who's going to sell you out? Let them think that they've won. Give them the power and see how they act. And the people who were corrupted expose themselves. And now Trump's like, I got you now, bitch.
As he would say, right by the pussy.
Well, that's like have them by the bollocks. You know what I mean? Yeah, he ain't doing nothing. You know what I mean? You're missing the points. Oh my god, you're thinking in terms of the final. One sec, Vintage. Because like, just to be clear, okay. And so there's no things about this, right? Here's my post from October 5th, 2025, Vintage. Okay. 1 sec. Let me put us over here. All right. So October 5th, 2025. Months before the Venezuela thing. Months before the Iran thing. Okay. So well before any of this shit kicked off, Vintage. What does it read here? Pre-predict. See, this is me. This is your boy Leprechaun. Okay. This is my actual X account. It's pinned on my profile. Pre-predictions. I can't get it out of my head, so I'm just going to post them here. Number 1. Trump eliminates the U.S. national debt. And this is what I'm saying, Vintage. Like, you're too hung up on this first part, which I don't disagree with you. Trump is going to wipe out the national debt. Because, like, Vintage like has the correct mindset. What would make Trump undeniably the greatest president in the history of the United States? Well, if he was to wipe out that, what would be a seemingly impossible debt? You know what I mean? And like Vintage, like, it's like, oh shit, like I've cracked it. Like he's going to wipe out the U.S. national debt. And it's like, I'm like, yeah, no, duh. You know what I'm saying? But what else is he doing? What's the bigger problem?
Talk about it.
Well, yeah, Vintage. Actually, Vintage, come up on panel and like I said, I'll give you your 10 minutes and all this kind of stuff, and like fill us in terms of your side and all this kind of shit. Because like, to be honest, like Vintage like does work in finance.
I ain't seen my mate in a minute.
You know, he's just waiting for a mate.
He's
just waiting for a mate. Well, fuck. 1 sec. The clips are all fucked up.
What's going on?
I'm just waiting for a mate.
Is that why your car's all smashed up and you're up on the grass at the moment, or what?
Yeah.
Yeah. G'day, mate.
To be fair,
Long
my
time no
car's
see,
still
sir.
smashed up. My car is still smashed up, to be fair. It's in the shop.
How's things?
How you going, man? It's been a minute since I've been up on a Teriac stream, man. How you been? Things good?
Man. Yeah, things are good.
Yeah, excellent.
But actually,
hey, Harpoon, how you going, man?
Tell us about your what way do you see this plan out? What do you think the plan is, and all this stuff? Because like, to be fair, like you've been saying for like a month now, like, or since the Venezuela, like, bro, this is for the U.S. national debt.
I've actually been saying it before that, but what I would say, and granted this is from my experience within the industry, is that if you look at things from a power of influence perspective, which is how it's usually sold to the general population, it's like, oh, you know, they're a threat. We got to get rid of this. We got to get rid of that. we need to make everything safer, which I don't disagree with. You should, but when you look at the resources and the way the money flows, it's pretty easy to see that's actually what the real concern is. So let's say, for example, the natural gas in Qatar has just been recently attacked. An oil field in Iran got bombed, and Trump is just fucking going mental over that stuff. Well, why are you all of a sudden concerned about resource rich areas getting wiped out? Because in a general war back in the day, you wanted to cut the head off their economic platform or strength because you'd starve your enemy out. But he's more annoyed that they're being attacked. And now the reason I would argue that's the case, and you could look to Ukraine, you can look to Venezuela, is that he's targeting, and I'm not saying that it's without cause entirely, but it seems very convenient that they're going, that they're making moves in these regions that are resource rich, more proportionally compared to other countries that might pose a similar style threat. Maybe not 100% to the same degree, but similar. I'd even say Cuba's probably next, but that's time will tell.
Cuba is next.
Yeah, and
things are already kicking off in Cuba now.
Exactly, but the thing that, and this is my finance brain working, in overdrive, and maybe it's just again because I'm in the industry. That's just how I look at a lot of things. I look at a lot of things with that same lens. It's like, well, what's the benefit? And you look at, okay, we're hitting, well, not we, but the US, for example, is hitting the most highly resource rich regions on planet Earth. And yes, there are legitimate security concerns. I'm not going to deny that for a second. If you gave Iran, if Iran had a nuclear weapon, they would use it, between, in the time it takes for me to drink a cup of coffee. But there's also, if that's such a concern, why are you getting all up in arms that we're wrecking an oil, or that the US is wrecking an oil field, or that Iran struck a natural gas pipeline? Why is that an issue more than anything? We can hit civilians and whatnot, and that's bad and shouldn't happen. But you could argue that that's the consequence of war. But that gets just thrown under the table. But as soon as you hit an oil field, oh no, can't do that. Now we're really pissed. I'm going to make a press release about it. I've got to condemn Israel for doing that. Now you can also look to, and this is actually a really interesting thing I found actually today, and this is to my country in Australia. There's been a list released of the amount of politicians and government employees that are basically on the take when it comes to Israel. There's a fucking lot of them, and they're not just paper pushers, they're high-powered politicians. It's fucking disgusting. But it all comes back down to that core argument I'm making, is that it's all about the money. They will, if it makes money, cool, let's do it. And I think that's what a lot of people are missing out of it. They're trying to come up with different reasons on, it's about this, security is it's a concern, but it's being more used as a distraction at this point.
So you're basically saying it's like the U.S. national debt, like we both agree on that, but you're saying it's only the U.S. national debt. It's none of this other shit.
Well, no, I'm saying that you can still kill. So yeah, you're kind of about half right. I think that you can kill two birds with one stone when it comes to solving issues.
So then what's
if you could solve security, but you wouldn't get the oil or other resources or money out of it, they just let it happen. because if you're realistic about it, I mean, apart from Iran having a nuclear weapon, which no one wants to see, and nor should anyone, that's been neutralized according to Donald Trump. So they have no way of launching a nuclear attack against the United States, according to Trump. So if there's no economic benefit in it, why are they continuing to go into that region and try to secure it? Because to my knowledge, and I'm not a defense expert, but I don't know of any threat in the Middle East that is capable of a ground incursion within the United States borders. And I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong.
So like all these Islamists that popped up in America, like crashing the car into the synagogue, the guy in Texas that done the shooting.
That's an immigration issue.
But it was like
so
wait. Like a Muslim drives a car into a fucking synagogue trying to shoot up some Jews, and then another dude in Texas goes around shooting people. He's also an Islamist.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a threat to America.
No, it is, but I'm saying that's an immigration issue which can be solved without going to war with Iran or any other Middle Eastern country. You just enforce your border policy. If I'm an American or someone within political power in America, I would do what Trump's doing, and I would kick all those psychos out. If you're not here legally, if you're a threat or you're a criminal and you shouldn't be here to begin with, cart your ass out. You're gone. And if it means that you've got to deport 10 million people, fucking do it. But I don't see, even with that situation going on. So yeah, you've got that. You got all of these domestic attacks going on. How does carpet bombing Iran solve that issue?
I get you. So the question then is, why was the border open in the first place?
Because the Democrats were in control and they're looking to maintain or potentially grow a voter base, and that was their strategy for trying to defeat the Republican Party long term, so they can maintain political dominance, for the long term. And they don't give a crap, by the way, and whether or not their whole domestic economic platform collapses, because chaos creates opportunity.
And then all this stuff about like the CIA with like the Nazi infiltration.
Yeah, you'd have to tell me about that. I don't know about that 100%. Explain what that is.
Yeah, so in after the World War II, there's a thing called Operation Paperclip, where America took in tons of Nazis,
in World War II.
And then
In World War II, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about something more recent. Yeah, no, I'm aware of Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, and then like MK Ultra, Bluebird. The reason why that's so important is
I know about Paperclip.
MK Ultra. Yeah. So like, what was MK Ultra? Why is that so worrying?
What's MK Ultra?
MK Ultra was basically where they conducted experiments on not only foreign but also domestic, or like unwitting, like consensual participants, even on kids as well, where they basically fed them like all sorts of drugs and psychological operations, torture, all this kind of shit, to see whether or not they could control their behavior.
Okay.
Why is that a worrying thing to see the CIA do, especially after Operation Paperclip?
Well, that's a violation of human rights and just plain decency.
Nope. Well, yes, but that's not why it's worrying.
Tell me why then.
Because despite what a lot of people keep harping on about, like the main reason why the Nazis were so inhumane, all this kind of shit, wasn't just because they wiped out 6 million Jews and all this kind of shit, and before anyone was like, it wasn't like 6 million or whatever, wiped out X amount of Jews. That's what we're typically told, but it's because of the experimentation that they've done in those camps, where they use drugs like mescaline, which is similar to LSD, and all forms of torture, psychological abuse, all stuff, to see if they could control your behavior. Because if I can make you dance, I never need to go to war with you. So
Sure.
to tie that back in, one sec, tie that back into MK Ultra. Why it's so worrying to see the CIA do that shit and get caught for doing that shit is because that was the exact same shit that the Nazis were doing. Meaning the Nazis that you imported in 1947 took control of your CIA.
Okay.
So
Now,
one sec. So your whole thing being the top priority is the U.S. national debt. No, the top priority is to get rid of those fucking Nazis in your CIA.
No, see, I think you've mischaracterized my position because I'm not saying that the whole reason for this is the US national debt. I think it's purely financial, holistically. Now, the national debt is one component of that holistic financial situation, in that if you have a crippling debt to your country to the point where you can't even afford the interest or struggle just to pay the interest on the debt, let alone get rid of the principal, you've got a bit of a problem. And same could be said for anyone, whether you're a government or just an individual like myself or any family on planet Earth. You know, how can you continue to survive if you're even struggling to pay the interest, let alone the principal, to get yourself to debt free at some point? So a very common thing I have in my industry and my particular job, and something I do on the daily, is how do you improve your cash flow and build your wealth to get yourself to a point where you have no more debt and you can retire and not live in a bus stop at the end of it? Well, the first thing you do, which it sounds really simple, but it's very true, is to wipe out your debt. And how do you wipe out your debt if you're struggling to pay the interest on the debt, let alone the principal? You've got to increase your income. So how do you increase your income? Well, I need to get more resources. I need to build another business or another pipeline of revenue that's going to help me get to that end. In this case, when it comes to the US national debt, which is one component of many, is I need more resources to come in. So rare earth minerals, oil, natural gas, other revenue streams, and tariffs. Now, tariffs are an effective weapon economically for Trump because he can basically just have the mere threat of it in a negotiation get him pretty much whatever the hell he wants. He's in the driver's seat. And a lot of people and his detractors hate that, but that's just the truth. And, you know, you can be butthurt about it all you like, but that's just the way it goes. So how many times has Trump, for example, threatened, I'm going to tariff this country 25%. I'm going to tariff this country 1,000%. I'll tariff this country 400%. And he never actually does it. The reason being is the mere threat of it brings people to the table, and he can negotiate and get the deals that he wants at the terms that he wants to improve America economically. And I really can't fault him for that. But at the moment, the US national debt in the political sphere of the United States is a big concern. So because it's in the news cycle and that's what people are thinking about, and their cost of living is going up heaps, people zero in on that. The problem I think a lot of people have with this is you're looking at people are taking a univariate analysis of and going, oh, well, if we solve this one problem, everything's all G. The issue they have with that is there's actually 20 different variables you're trying to solve one of them. Yeah, big picture, yeah. And so it's not as simple as it seems. Now, the population at large, and I think you would probably agree with this, is that we're driven, and when I say we, I mean the population at large, is driven by mainstream media to be like, all right, let's focus in on this one thing, and that's going to solve the issue if we can solve this one thing, because it gets everyone hyped up, and they'll focus in on it, and then they just divert to the next thing.
That's what the media's paid to do. They're paid to.
No, I agree, but it's not effective, and it doesn't actually solve a problem. It's just
they're not supposed to. The media's not supposed to solve problems. The media's just supposed to run fucking ops for the government. Just a real quick shout out
Somalians.
Goddamn Somalians.
Yeah, Eric and I are going to open a hospice. It's like, you know, but it's just, it's frustrating for someone that is in the financial industry and sees it. And I'm not the greatest expert. I'm not, big wig economist in my country or any country for that matter. I'll never claim that I am, but it's not a matter of, if we just do this one little thing, everyone's life problems are solved. So, and that's why you need to see a bit bigger picture. I don't know if people are like a population at large is actually capable of it. And I think that comes from an indoctrination from mainstream media.
Mm-hmm. Propaganda.
Yeah, propaganda. Yeah, sure, propaganda. So it's let's. Sorry, I was just looking at your post, but it's actually pretty funny. Because I know you're not being serious.
Bro, I get crazy dreams. I get crazy dreams.
Yeah.
What can I tell you? But in terms of like, you understand though that like no matter how much you're in debt, if you have like a tyrannical Nazi that's controlled your life, like that's a massive issue. That like no amount of money can really.
Who's the tyrannical Nazi in your opinion then within this whole situation? Like with Iran, Israel,
So
the United States, etc.
Yeah. Why do all these Middle Eastern flags have red, white, and black on them? Now remember vintage what I just told you, like where it's like basically without a shadow of a doubt, like the CIA was infiltrated by Nazis, right? But everyone always knows about, like the Nazis went down to South America and all this kind of shit. That was only one half of Odessa, or Die Spinne, as it's called. The other half went to the Middle East.
So what's your assertion then? So who's the CIA run by now?
Well, now it's the boys are back in town. Trump has basically got rid of all this Nazi influence from the CIA. And that's like from the internal. But then where's the base? Where did all the Nazis go? Well, half the Nazis. Where did half the Nazis flee to get away from the war crimes? Or
back to the Middle East, I'm assuming you're going to suggest.
They went to their foothold in the Middle East.
Okay.
That's why all the flags have red, white, and black on them, and they also have green on them.
So if you drive them back to their caves in the Middle East, what threat are they to the United States?
No. They already went back to the caves like in 1947, 1940, like after the war. They all fucking hightailed it back to the Middle East on this kind of shit.
So I'm obviously missing a trick here. What threat are they now? If they're in their caves and they've been there for 60 years, what threat are they now?
But no, they're not in their caves. Like they like that's what the Iranian regime, like this whole like Islam problem in the Middle East, with the fact they all want to wipe out Israel and all this kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
They're all Nazis.
Okay.
Like, all these Islamists, like they're all fucking like Nazis.
And what threat is that? What threat is that to the United States?
So you have basically like this whole like globalist kind of like you don't believe in this whole globalist thing.
No, I'm just simply asking. I'll just grant that they're all Nazis and they're trying to take over and encompass the whole Middle Eastern territory, and they actually do that. What threat is that to the United States?
The whole globalist thing. The reason why the West has gone suicidal. They want to bring the West back to third world so then they can reign as supreme leaders, as the globalist elite.
But Trump's in charge,
and you'll be happy.
But Trump's in charge, so that won't happen, right?
Yeah, because he's bombing the shit out of Iran right now. So then the Persians can rise up.
What if Big Daddy Trump's on his throne in the United States and just is like, listen, I'm going to close the border off. I'm not going to let any more of these, nutcases into my country. And in addition, I'm going to kick out all the nutcases that got let in by the previous administration. And then we just chuck them all back to the Middle East and they can just go and fight themselves and just, wipe each other out or do whatever the hell they want. I don't care. What issue is there with the United States? Like, why not just let them go at each other? And yes, you could grant, and I'd even grant on top of that, if you did that, there could be within that power struggle and eventual internal war in the Middle East, one regime or big daddy that comes up and now rules the entirety of the Middle East. So now you've got a situation of the entirety of the Middle East versus the United States. Do you think the United States is incapable of handling such a threat?
So like this whole kind of like the Muslim grape gang in England, or the Muslim rape inquiry in England.
I was
Like,
actually
do you
asking
think-
a question about if the Middle
Yeah,
East consolidated under one
yeah,
ruler, would they be
yeah,
a
yeah.
threat to the United States?
That's what I'm pointing out. Like in England.
So what I didn't talk about England. I was talking about the United States being and whether or not they
'cause
could handle the totality of them.
Yeah, we're already seeing the result in Europe. Like Europe didn't bomb the shit out.
Still
of the
not an
Middle
answer
East,
to my question.
So why? Yeah. So why is Europe getting raped by Muslims?
That's still not an answer to my question.
It is an answer to your question.
No, it's not. Okay, so
You asked
so
what
I'll
is
just
the threat
reiterate.
to
I'll
United
just
States?
no.
The threat to United States. Listen to my answer. The threat to the United States is what's currently happening in Europe.
No, so I'll reiterate my
Yes.
question, which is if the Middle East consolidated its power under one ruler, and they all came and united together,
Islamist jihadists,
and then yeah, and then they all of a sudden went, I'm going to go to war with America. I hate America. We're going to take out the United States, and the United States military now has to face the entirety of the Middle East in a war.
And Europe.
Is the United States incapable of handling that threat?
No. Because
Okay.
they're handling
So
it
what's
right
the
now.
problem then? So if that's the case, then why do they care what factions are playing off at each other in that whole region?
Yeah, 'cause
who
you're
cares
ignoring Europe.
if Iran is going after Qatar or vice
Yeah.
versa,
No,
or if
they're going after
Israel's
Europe.
going against Iran, whatever?
Europe.
Is Europe the Middle East?
You know, you're trying to confine it just to the Middle East and then ignoring Europe and then just
Well,
saying
you were
America.
asking before. The only reason I did that
Yeah.
is because you were asking about the Middle East, because the Middle East is the threat. Europe is not the threat. You said the Middle East. So, and that's where I'm going with that. I would actually
Yeah,
argue that if the entirety of Europe,
Yeah.
not the Middle East, was to unify against a major worldwide threat, like say the entirety of the Middle
Yeah, if
East,
the Middle East
much
became-
like
Yeah.
much like Germans Hitler movement did, and
Ah.
they went up,
Mhm.
they would end up getting a pushback. And much like World War II, the entirety of Europe would revolt and fight back against a major international threat like the Middle East, much like Europe did with the Germans, and with the help of the United States, would ultimately win
Nice.
that war.
Yeah. So, like
So
I
what's
said,
the problem?
Yeah. So because, like, do you understand, like Islamists, like jihadists, like the main mission of like Islam means submission. They're not just saying, "Oh, we just want our country and to be left alone," all this kind of shit. They're like, "We want full world dominance."
I'd go
I mean,
even further. Is that
one
even
sec,
if
one
they
sec, one
Okay.
sec, Vintage. Listen, right? So what you're ignoring is what's currently played out in Europe. Like we have, like I can read you the fucking the rape gang inquiry letter if you want, where it's like even the police were perpetrating the rapes. There was literally nights called cop nights, and
Yeah,
you're
but
sitting here
I'm-
kind of
I'm
saying,
not even-
"Well, what's the threat to America and all this kind of shit?" Like, have you not seen Dearborn, Michigan?
Yeah,
what I mean?
but yeah, no, I would concede. I would,
Like
I would agree.
Mamdani's literally
I'd
the
agree,
fucking mayor
but
of
the
New
problem
York.
would be solved. Yeah, no, I agree, and the
What's
problem
the
would
threat
be
to
solved.
America, bro?
No, but I would agree but the problem the problem in my scenario would be solved by tossing out all of those elements if
Yes,
they
but how would you
enforce
toss
their
out-
immigration and they
Yeah, but
got
how would
rid
you
of the
toss them
threats
out if they've-
domestically.
But how would you toss them out if they've infiltrated not only your police, but your politicians and also your Secret Service?
Does Donald Trump have executive authority over local or even state or federal police forces and enforcement agencies?
Answer my question.
Yes, he can, because you could get rid of those
No,
elements.
that's not my
because
question.
Donald Trump holds executive authority over everything.
Answer my question, Vintage.
All right, please repeat your question.
Okay, listen to the question this time.
I will.
What do you do if you have people who have infiltrated not only your police but your politicians? They've like the Mayor Mandani, and they've infiltrated your Secret Service. What then? Are they a threat then?
Yes, and what I would do then, as a result, if I was Donald Trump, what I would do
bomb the shit
then
out of them. Regime change.
No, well, but how does regime change in Iran affect may have any material effect if my own Secret Service or my mayors or my senators or congressmen, have already infiltrated me domestically within my political sphere? So you're actually trying to solve a domestic problem by starting a conflict internationally. What I would actually argue is that if you have an issue such as a Mandami, for example, I would denaturalize him in 2 seconds and kick his ass out and realize that he's actually a domestic. You could say that he's a domestic threat. Now, the same thing for senators, congressmen, who cares? Or even Secret Service. If there are people that are domestically a threat to you, you have to expel them and get rid of it and change it. Now, either you refuse to, or you're incapable.
Yeah, so like Trump starts, I don't know, like firing mayors and firing congressmen, all this kind of shit. Like, how do you think that's going to go?
I actually think you should do more than that. I think you should actually denaturalize. Like, if you take Mandami for an example, I think Trump should denaturalize him and deport him. If not, arrest him and jail him.
Yeah, but they're actual American citizens. What then? How's that going to go?
They're not. If you denaturalize someone, they're no longer a citizen.
So even like Tucker Carlson, he's just going to denaturalize Tucker Carlson.
Well, I'm not really sure where Tucker Carlson came into this, but if you want to talk about politicians, which is what we were talking about, I would say Mandami. I would say Ilhan Omar is another great candidate for denaturalization.
Okay, so yeah, Trump denaturalizes all these brown and black people. How do you think that's going to go?
I don't care if Mandami or Ilhan Omar is white, green, orange. I don't give a shit. The fact is if I'm an American, they don't serve my interests. In fact, they're actually counterproductive.
Optics mean nothing to you, Vintage.
I don't give a shit about optics. I don't care what color someone is.
What you're doing is you're playing directly.
Is.
One sec. Yeah, what you're doing is you're playing directly. It's the same thing I called WoW for doing with the empathy thing. You're playing directly into what Destiny and Hassan, like all these motherfuckers want you to do. Because then you can say, see, I told you, he's a dictator. He's not respecting the law and he hates brown people.
No, you're kind of half right. Is that, yes, I'm somewhat playing into their hand. I just don't care.
Yeah, and that's why you lose.
Because I'm over dealing with people like Destiny and Hassan who try to use optics. So
you just become
see, I told you so. Whatever.
Yeah, but
extreme times call for extreme measures.
Yep, and you become the dictator.
Well, nothing easy comes without doing something hard.
Yeah, with that mentality, you can justify anything.
Well, we're at a point now that then be nice about it and watch your opponent employ the tactics you refuse to and lose. That's why the Republicans are going to lose the midterms, which to me is just absolutely batshit insane. But that's the way it's going because they employ that mentality.
This is like Vintage. I love you, Vintage, because this
I love
is
you
the
too, man.
No, like for reals, because like this is what so many people are feeling right now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
they're like,
I'm just being completely out there. It sounds insane,
100%.
but
no,
and I'm not saying that I'm not saying that this sounds reasonable or fair, or that it's it's not harsh. It's absolutely harsh. I'm just at a point now where Old Testament.
You're at your limit.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing is that
exactly
the Democrats and the leftists and even the jihadi crazies, they're all the same. They're at their limit on their side of the fence and gone, we've just had enough. Let's just let the whole world burn. And it's like, well, if to stop the world burning, we're going to have to burn probably half of it. because these people can't be negotiated with. They will not stand down. You cannot bring them to the table for a discussion. Like, what else is there? At some point, you've got to defend yourself.
Yeah, no, 100%. Well, rather than playing to their hand, you could be duplicitous. You could get them to reveal themselves.
But we've done that already. But that's happened already within. So you don't think that the likes of Destiny and Hassan Parker, for example, haven't exposed themselves? They haven't told us what they really think.
Government.
Well,
the actual positions.
But I'm using Destiny and Hassan as an example because we all know, and you're not a fool.
Yeah, no. Let me put
government employee.
Let me put you in the position of Trump.
Figures won't do that. Yeah.
So let me put you in the position of Trump, right? You are at the throne of power, right?
Sure.
But you know for a fact, from your first term especially, that all these advisors, they're just telling you what, or some of them are telling you what you want to hear, and other ones are actually like competent and they know what they're talking about.
Yep. I've run a business. I've been in that position.
Yep. Beautiful. How do you expose the rats? Or how
I
would
fire
you
them and
expose
get
the
rid
rats?
of them. I toss them out on their ass in 2 seconds.
No. How do you expose them? Not what you do with them, but how do you expose them? Because you don't know. You're a fog of war right now.
Well, you put them in a position or give them an example. You have a discussion with them. Like I'm going to use a business situation just as a bit of an example because it's something I've actually done. Is I will ask them their opinion on a certain tactic or project. I think we should do it this way. I think this is how the business is going to get better. And I want to see if they're actually on board with that or if they're trying to do something counterproductive or if they're just trying to pad their own incomes and, play the safe game to make sure that they're not at risk of losing income. Or even so, in which happened in 2 cases, they were actually basically getting information and trying to steal customers out from under me and basically try to move in on my territory, if you want to use a military comparison. So you pretty much got to lay the trap. And it sucks doing it, but sometimes it has to be done. And as soon as the trap is sprung, tossed out, gone. Old Testament, just
you have to be duplicitous. You have to be, a bit of a low-key type character. You have to be a bit of a trickster. Yeah.
Well, you just have to. So you have to. You've got to give them enough rope to hang themselves.
Yeah, you give them the power. You let them think that they have you in the back pocket and all this kind of shit. That they actually control you, and you play along.
True,
and then
true. But how long does it? Yeah, true. And if you want to take that same situation back to the political sphere and what we're talking about now, how long does it take to figure out who the rats are? Because this didn't just happen. Well, about a year, did you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how long has Trump been in presidential power?
Just over a year.
That's not correct. He served a full term before that.
Oh yeah, no, the first time. I'm saying right now, since Trump's gotten in office, this has all been a gambit for the first year.
You think this whole corruption and issues economically, domestically, security-wise has only become a problem in the last not even 12 months?
No. I'm saying since Trump got in, he's been doing a gambit where he's like been doing this whole thing, like you said, where it's like I've given them power and I've laid the trap. Trap was there for basically a year.
I actually think
like
that
Pam Bondi's saying
that,
we need to censor hate
term.
speech, and like Trump's there going, yeah, nice one, Pam, and everyone's like, hey yo, what the fuck, Trump? You know what I mean? But he's still like smiling and nodding, waving with Pam Bondi, even though everyone knows that Trump's like, what the fuck did he just say? But the rat revealed herself.
There's actually an interesting question in chat that I want to just quickly address. So how is Trump supposed to throw out all of these rats like Mandami Omar when there are corrupt judges that shoot down everything he does, including overruling his executive orders? Throw them out too. Get rid of them. Denaturalize them. Denaturalize their family. Whatever it takes toss them all.
Yeah,
Get
we
rid of them.
understand the dictator way, but like I said, we're going back to the Loki way. Okay, like you said, like with the trap and all this kind of shit.
There's
Now,
too many games to that, and it's gone on too long, and it's not working. It's time for something different.
oh, like that's why he's done this shit in Iran. Because think about it, like let's tie back the whole worldview. Like I said, the
Why
whole
didn't
picture that
he
I painted.
do that
One sec,
in
one
his
sec,
first
vintage,
term?
One sec, vintage. Right, the whole picture here. Right, we have to work in the whole thing. And remember what I was talking about Odessa, Ishpina, where the Nazis went to the Middle East, and then they also infiltrate the CIA. How would you expose the bastards or the rats in your own CIA? You attack Iran, their leadership. And when you come for their king or their leader, they will expose themselves. They will defend who they're loyal to. So now the fact that Candace Owens, the fact that Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Joel Kratz, like all these motherfuckers now are saying, trying to defend Iran because they're loyal to Iran. They're loyal to Nazism.
Do you think? Just curious. What's the difference between that and the Ukraine conflict, in your opinion?
What you mean?
So, well, if you want to take, I'm going to take it back to. So I'm going to just make an assertion here, just for the sake of trying to get an opinion here, that this all actually started with the Ukraine conflict, and that Russia, granted, started it, but America saw an opportunity and has now inserted themselves. Now, granted, no boots on the ground, but they have armed them. They have funded Ukraine's defense, and to their credit, Ukraine's actually kicking the shit out of them, even though they're a much smaller and allegedly weaker nation. But within that whole sphere, Russia has been severely weakened and been exposed from a militaristic stance, and it's actually given pressure or allowed pressure from the United States economically with further sanctions and whatnot. So if it's all about, making America weaker or exposing the rat, why did that not happen with the Ukraine situation? Would they not have had an opportunity there to do the same thing?
How?
So if you go, so let's say I'm Trump and I say, listen, I'm going to start funding Ukraine. I'm going to give them weapons. I'm going to give them cash. I'm going to give them supplies to keep that going, because I don't want to see perpetual conflict. Is that not a trap you could lay where someone goes, I think that's a shit idea. You need to stop arming these people and letting them defend themselves. Just let it all go to anarchy.
No, the reason why Iran's such a key thing is because that's literally the leadership of Nazism in modern day. So if you attack them, anyone who's going to defend Iran in that situation, especially an American who's going to quote unquote literally go against their own military, their loyalty lies to Nazism.
So there's only Nazism and that element that strictly went to Iran, or in particular the Middle East. They didn't go to Ukraine or anywhere else that could stir conflict and create chaos on planet Earth.
I'm not sure you understand what Islamists are like in Middle East. They adore Hitler. Hitler is like God to them.
I don't disagree with that, but what I'm saying, and I think you would actually agree, that that people that are like that will love and support any sort of chaos in the world wherever it can be made. So, and especially if they don't actually have to be directly involved. Or am I wrong?
No, war is a business.
Correct.
I don't disagree. Yeah.
Like an economic business.
But when your own secret service has been infiltrated, that supersedes all money. It's like the what's the song? It's actually a beautiful song. One sec, I'm actually going to play it. It's like a Greek Orthodox song. I don't know if you've heard it, but it's what is it? Greek or not Greek Orthodox, Orthodox.
Yeah.
Christianity.
I honestly
Terrifying Judgment.
Yeah, like I think from our discussion so far, I think we're on the same page. We just have a difference in method.
Yeah,
Would
like
you
what I'm saying is
disagree?
that you're 100% correct in terms of like the U.S. national debt is going to be wiped out. Trump is going to wipe out the U.S. national debt. What I'm saying is there's that angle to it, but then there's also like the history of the CIA and all this kind of shit, and that being a massive, huge concern. The fact that you literally have like Nazis that are still running the CIA to this day. And then, like I said, like that was the main thing where I was kind of saying we're fucked, boys. Like there's no coming back from this. And somehow Trump has managed to flip the script back. When you go back to 1947 vintage, in 1947 they changed the Department of War to Department of Defense, which again is a propaganda switch, which is the Nazis were renowned for.
Of
we're
course.
not Department of War, we're Department of Defense.
No, I get that, and I agree.
What did Trump do with Pete Hegseth? Change it back into Department of War.
Yeah, and people are going up in arms about that. And granted, they're all like fucking anti-Trump Republican haters, you know, and they're like, "Oh, see, he's gone from Department of Defense to Department of War. This guy's a warmonger," and it's like, well, yeah, it was actually called that before now. But if you asked anyone, if you told anyone that, they would disagree with you wholeheartedly. They'd literally die on the sword disagreeing with that assertion, even though it's the truth. But you know, it goes back to you can't negotiate with these people. You can't convince them of something. It's an interesting quote I had from that I heard. It's like you can't logic someone out of a position they haven't logicked themselves into to begin with. So if they're just hell bent and just down the rabbit hole that far, you can't negotiate with them. What would you describe someone that can't be negotiated with, that will never come to the table and just wants all out war with you regardless?
Extremists, fundamentalists, impossible to negotiate with. Like there's a lot of ways to
terrorist.
Terrorist, another word, yeah.
Yeah. Do you negotiate with terrorists?
I don't negotiate with terrorists.
Extreme measures.
Well,
it sucks. It sucks and it shouldn't happen, but that's how it is.
But here's
you're trying to pussyfoot around it. That there's another way. I wish there was another way. I've looked hard. I've spoken with so many people. I'm like, it can't be like this. We can't be at this point in society where that's how we have to deal with this. But it just is, and it's fucking bullshit. But it's either that or let them overrun you.
100%. But here's the key thing, though. Right, this is an Orthodox Christian song, and it's got to do with the terrifying judgment. It's called, I think, or something along those lines. Right, so just like pay attention to the lyrics. The earth and sky rumble and roar. What use do we have for gold and silver? Gold and silver. Put it to rest. But you shine for us, Son of God. This whole thing about you're not going to bribe your way out of this one, boys. You know what I mean? And again, like I said, with this whole shit that Trump's doing, nobody realizes even the fact that like the whole like Nazi infiltration, all this kind of shit is a big issue with the CIA and all this stuff. But even if we just focus on your argument of the financial thing, Iran has $25 trillion worth of resources.
Correct.
And if America wins, liberates the Iranian people, and they actually become Western friendly and become like a constitutional monarch or whatever the fuck, then you're going to have reparations because America helped you free that, which means they get access to all the resources, all this kind of shit. But 25 trillion is still less than 35 trillion or 40 trillion at this stage.
Okay,
so
what's the value? So what's the value of the rare earth minerals in Ukraine? And what's the value of the rare earth minerals and resources in Greenland?
But even then, you don't want to,
it's more than the national debt, even if you account for interest in it.
Just barely. Just barely. But even if we done all that
It
kind of
still
shit, you're
eliminates
just
the
barely.
debt, though.
One
You
sec.
still get there.
No. No, it wouldn't be the best way to eliminate the debt.
But it gets rid of the debt. It still achieves the goal.
Yeah, well, like I pay off my debt, but then I've got nothing.
Okay,
I mean?
so would you rather be 30-something trillion dollars in debt or have zero debt?
I'd rather be in positive money.
Okay, cool. So
yeah,
by being in Ukraine, by being in Iran, by negotiating with Greenland, granted Greenland's not a secure deal, but you know they're still confident that's going to happen. That gets them to net zero. So they've achieved their goal. You know, and it only took a whole bunch of missiles and rockets and ammunition and a few conflicts here and there to do so. So what's the problem?
Because here's the third thing of the big picture, which I don't think you factored in: strategic Bitcoin reserve.
Yeah,
why would I?
I haven't actually got there yet, but I'm glad you got into that.
Mm-hmm. So what happens if the Strait of Hormuz, like all the like one of the biggest hubs for all the oil and all this shit, they say we're only accepting payment in Bitcoin?
Yeah.
What would that do to the Bitcoin market?
One world economy, baby. Oh, sorry, one currency market. I meant to say.
So all the current money in oil, all the dollars in oil, goes straight into the Bitcoin.
No, not just dollars in oil, just dollars in everything. One economy, well, like one currency on all of planet Earth. That's the concept of Bitcoin, by the way, when it was first made. That's the whole point of it, is to replace all other currencies.
But what would that do to the dollar?
Entirety of the world. Who cares? It'll be worthless and everyone's in Bitcoin then. And if you're not in Bitcoin, enjoy living in the bus stop.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the current market cap of like all the oil, all that money that's going in, like to buy the oil, that's done based on petrodollars, correct?
Correct. Yeah, I agree.
What happens? What would happen to the Bitcoin market if all of a sudden they can't use petrodollars, they have to use Bitcoin?
It rockets
to the moon, baby. And this strategic Bitcoin reserve you've already set up, what happens if that goes up to the US national debt?
Well, it eliminates the US national debt because that's your new currency.
You would not eliminate the US national debt with the Bitcoin. You would never sell your Bitcoin. You would take out a loan and then use the Bitcoin as collateral.
Are you talking as an individual or as a government entity? Because there's actually a stark difference. No, that's incorrect. Because if Bitcoin rockets to the point that people are predicting, if that was to happen, they would easily pay off the national debt, and it would be a fraction of what they would pay to get rid of the national debt is a fraction of what they would have afterwards. The surplus would be
in Michael Saylor.
Obscene.
Michael Saylor has a famous phrase where it's, you never sell your Bitcoin. So like people kind of like say like how can that be a business strategy where you just keep continuously buying Bitcoin?
What you're actually again half right is that you wouldn't sell your Bitcoin, aka all of it. You would sell enough that you could wipe out the national debt, which I just mentioned there, which actually has been there's some calcs in it, would be a small fraction of what they were going to, of the national debt. So I'll just use some generic figures here, but let's say that they, Bitcoin goes up and this all happens. And then they go, well, we've got all this Bitcoin that's worth X amount, and we've got $30 trillion of US national debt. What are we going to do with that? Well, getting rid of that $30 trillion of national debt is probably like maybe 8% of the value of all the Bitcoin we have. So what are we going to do? We're just going to use that 8%. We still have 92% value in our Bitcoin and all the money that is now the global currency. So now we not only have zero debt, but we've got the dominant amount and force economically in terms of money or cash or Bitcoin at that point.
Yeah, but why would I not just borrow the money from a bank?
Because the point is to get rid of the debt. The point is to get rid of the debt, and you can get rid of the debt and still have a shitload of money. Like,
yes, but listen to me.
So many times over.
Why would I do that when I know that Bitcoin's price is going to keep going up and up and up and up and up and up and up to infinity and beyond and all this kind of shit, right? Why would I do that when I can literally just take out a loan, put the Bitcoin as collateral, and then use that loan to pay off the debt and just buy more Bitcoin? So then when the loan expires and it's time to pay, Bitcoin price has gone up even further.
See, that would be
even less.
Yeah, so that's
Bitcoin
actually a sound. It's actually a sound tactic. But the example we were talking about before is that it's gone up and up and up and up and shot to the moon, and it's at peak. And so when it gets to peak, you know, you could get rid of all the debt. It's actually an interesting economic strategy, and one I've employed with stock trades that I've done, is that you get to a point where you think that it's peaked, but you've secured debt in order to get the initial stock. So let's say I borrow 50K, and I buy a whole bunch of stock. And each stock is worth $1. And then that shoots to the moon, and now my $1 stock is now worth 10. So now I've got $500,000. Now, what do I do if I'm a responsible investor and have my head on straight? Is I've got this 50K debt, but I've got 500K worth of stocks. I'm going to get rid of the 50K debt. I'm still net 450K. And then now, if that stock goes to zero tomorrow, I'm still even.
But you're not factoring in the tax.
Yeah, no, I am. Because if you're an investor, if you're an investor worth your salt, and you've got other business interests, which everyone operating on that level does, they have an accountant that will write pretty much all of that off. You know, this is going to get me probably a lot of shade if anyone in Australia sees this. I pay almost zero tax because I write everything off in my business. You know, if you've got an accountant that knows how to work the numbers,
to write something off, you still have to spend money.
Yeah, correct. I spent money on stock.
Yeah. So how would you make sure you don't pay any tax on that 500 grand?
Because I use money paying stock. You know,
yeah,
I go out when I go out to dinner.
Listen, Vintage, right?
Oh, I can tell you how to dodge the tax
because this is literally what Michael Saylor does. Like, this is what the top execs do. They never actually sell their asset, because if they sell the asset, then they have to pay tax on it.
Yeah, one asset. If it's one asset, then yes, you don't sell that one asset. If you've got 10,000 of the assets, you'll sell 2,000 of them to get yourself so that you're at a net even, so that if everything goes to hell in a handbasket, you're not exposed.
Yes, but in the example you said, you're now 500K, right? If you were to sell all that stock, you'd have 500K.
Yeah, but I wouldn't sell 500K. I'd only sell 50.
Yeah, but either way, you're still paying tax on that 50. Whatever amount you withdraw, you're still going to pay tax on that.
No, I'm not.
The way around that is if you just say, right, I'm going to take out a loan of $500,000, and that way I haven't sold an asset, which means I don't owe any tax, and now I'm technically $500,000 in debt.
No, that's actually.
And in terms of writing shit off, that's an easy way to do it. But in terms of the to avoid paying tax, that's
an incorrect and flawed theory. But
this is literally what they do. So in terms of avoiding paying tax,
I do this for a living, mate. You're not going to convince me you're right on this. I'm sorry. You're totally incorrect.
So you're telling me taking out a loan rather than selling an asset is not a strategy employed by the elites.
You can do that, but it's a poor tactic, and you don't have to do that. It is a strategy. I'll grant it's a strategy. It's a counterproductive one. And if you are at that level, you have other means to write off the tax where you don't have to go down that pathway. I do this for a living, mate. You're just not going to convince me.
What does write off the tax mean? What does write off the tax mean?
So I've got a business here, for example, well, not for example, I actually do have a business, and I'll call it Vintage Proprietary Limited. Now,
Just
within Vintage
bring
Proprietary
me down. Be
Limited,
concise. Be concise.
okay.
Just like
So
when we're writing off a tax, what does that mean?
okay, so let's say I sell 50K. I've got a tax bill of 15K, for example. So now I've got 15K of tax I've got to pay, but I can write off various expenses within my business where that I lower my taxable income to a point where they only tax me on what I made minus the expenses.
Yeah.
So if I make my
It's a profit and
expenses
loss,
high
yeah.
enough, yeah. So if I make my expenses high enough based on my activity within my business, even
Yep.
though it could be for things that I can use day to day or do whatever,
Yeah.
whether it be like a dinner or paying for fuel in the car or whatever, I actually
Yep.
don't end
Electricity,
up paying
Wi-Fi, all of
correct.
it.
Correct. So if you look at it solely from if you sell this and therefore you have to pay tax on it and there's no other variables in it, you are correct. But the point is, and what you're missing is that it's not just a straight one-to-one on that, because there are other variables within the equation that you're not
Yeah.
taking
So
into
if we're
account.
talking about 500 grand, are you going to tell me that because fundamentally what you're not understanding is, right, if I take out that loan for whatever it's worth, right, I can then use some of that money from the loan, or potentially all of it, to just double up what I currently have. So if
You actually
$500,000, one sec.
Okay,
I have $500,000 of the current stock. I take out a loan of $500,000, and then I buy another $500,000. Now I have 1 million, right? We wait a certain period of time, it goes to the moon again, and now it's worth 10 million, but I owe 1 million. Then I say, give me another $9 million loan. Then I have $19 million off the stock. Then it goes to the moon again. Now it's worth 40 million. You know what I'm saying?
I see where you're going.
And you keep doing that, you keep doubling up.
No, I hear where you're going with that. Actually, no, okay. I see where you're going with this. So technically you're correct, but you have to assume or almost see it as a certainty that that's actually going to happen. Now, and this is the interesting part that I'd find, is that if you take, let's say it goes up from 50 to 500K, wipe out the debt, so now I'm 450 net, and then yes, I can secure a loan against that. Not 500K, but 450, and multiply that over time. Now, I'm still going to pay a shitload of tax on that. Granted, the interest is tax deductible, but at that point, I'm not exposed. So what you're suggesting can theoretically be done, but you are just compounding risk beyond risk on top of risk. And it's like, why? Like, you're almost playing the lottery at that point.
Well, no, one could say
why do you
that,
want to
but-
play the lottery if you're like net hundreds of thousands of dollars in the green? That just seems crazy to me.
Because
you could do it, and I've seen people do it, and they crash and burn. But
it's not a bet.
You do
you're
you.
not playing the lottery, or you're not gambling if you know you're going to win.
There's nothing that's ever a certainty. If you knew you could win the lotto all the time, everyone would do it.
So, why is Nancy Pelosi worth 200 million when she only gets $200,000 a year?
Because she's corrupt as shit.
Oh, so the system's corrupt, which means it's predictable.
It's not predictable to everyone.
Because whoever controls the power knows what's going to happen, which means they can do insider trading. That's why
She could
insider
also
trading is
be
frowned
wrong
upon.
at one time. See, she was hanging, like, I would actually even argue that she was hanging by a thread and walking a tightrope in a lot of occasions over that course of a time. There's probably 50 or even 100 situations within the time that she was doing all this shit where she was walking a very fine tightrope, and one wrong move would have absolutely wrecked her. You can't be in control of everything all the time with zero risk. If you think you can, you need to get out of the finance industry, because
then-
you're like, go to the casino, you've got better odds.
Do you ever?
Unless
you
just blowing.
Do you ever watch the movie Big Short?
It's my favorite movie.
My man. So when they went all in on the betting against the housing market, like that technically everything you're saying here is like this is stupid, this is risky, all this kind of shit. But
that's
the dude
playing
done
the lottery.
Yeah, but the dude done the maths, and he's like, "There's no fucking way in hell that these people will be able to pay back these loans."
Has
So this
anyone
is going to
ever
collapse.
has anyone ever done a math equation and been wrong?
No, what he compared like I
That's
can't
not
remember
an
the
answer
actual
to my
number, but like
question.
hundreds of
I know
thousands.
what it 1.3 billion is what he put in. 1.3 billion is what he gambled, and then he paid an absurd fee to the banks every month on month. It almost crushed his entire firm. And he actually had, and even after he made them hundreds of millions of dollars collectively, got sued into the Stone Age, was actually even interrogated by the FBI because they were like, "How did you know all this?" And he's like,
"Yeah,
did the
how did you
math,
know?
use the equation. I just had a calculator and I read some documents." Now, to his
No, it
credit,
was a lot more
Michael
sophisticated
Burry
than
is
that,
a
but yeah.
fucking crazy ass genius. Because he saw he was well ahead of his time and he saw the writing on the wall, but he could have easily have been wrong as well.
Yeah, but real quick, Vintage, right? If someone has, let's say, like $50,000 in the bank, right, and they tell you, my monthly spend or my monthly note is about 4K, right? So again, like 50 grand thing and all this kind of shit. And then they say, I'm going to take out a loan that basically adds on an extra, let's say 2K a month. So then they're basically like 6K a month in the hole. Do you think that they're going to be able to successfully pay off that loan?
No, they're not. And that's why there are laws in place to stop that.
Yeah, but there wasn't laws. And that's what I'm saying. Michael Burry done the
Yeah, but there are now.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is Michael Burry done that's what he done. He basically went through all these kind of said, there's no fucking way these people are going to be able to pay back these loans. This market is about to collapse. So he knew for certain that this was going to happen. So that's why he made the bet. And he went all in.
Okay, so I'll give you a great comparison because
but to tie this back to the Bitcoin thing, if you do the math on the Bitcoin and you analyze this out, there's an infinite. One sec. There's an infinite.
No, we'll
supply.
go back to your example. No, I'll respond to your example.
No, I'm just tying this in for the big picture. There's an infinite amount of money or fiat that can be printed. There's only a finite amount of Bitcoin.
Yeah, much like Australian.
That's a certainty.
Sorry, I meant to say United States banknotes. It could be the same thing.
Yeah, fiat. All fiat is infinite. Now
to go back, just so we don't lose this. You're talking about Barry making that investment. I mean, he's fuck now. I've lost it. As soon as I was about to say it, I've lost it. It was sorry, can you just quickly go back to that?
Which part? Like in terms of the Bitcoin thing?
No.
Michael Burry?
Yeah, Barry.
Yeah, so like he knew for certain that there's no way these people are going to pay back the loans. So like when he made that bet, it was a certainty that this market was going to collapse. So he was like,
I've got you. Yeah, no, I got it back. No, I got it back. So, so in America, and it's actually in Australia too, for anyone playing at home, a lot of probably more than 50% of properties that are purchased are investments. People don't actually live in them; they're investments, and the majority of the ones in America, actually, I think the scale was more in the investment favor. So the bank calculates in tax benefits what we call negative gearing. I don't know if America uses the same term, but it's basically if you have a net or a gross loss, you can claim back as deductions interest on the loan, depreciation on the build, various other things you can write off on tax. The bank calculates that in, Now, in addition, the bank also calculates in what they perceive as rent increases over the time that they have a loan, which is traditionally 30 years. So they go, their rent on this property is going to be $500 a week, but in 30 years' time, it's probably going to be $1,000 a week. So they actually calculate that into the metrics on what they're going to lend someone, even though, arguably, in my opinion, and most people in my industry would say, you can't tell what's going to happen economically 5 years into the future, even if you've got all the data in the world to support your theory. But banks are lending out as if they know what's going to happen in 3 decades' time, which is just absurd. So those looser metrics mean that they will lend more money to people, even though they don't necessarily have a guarantee that they'll be able to pay it back. So rather than going, listen, we're only going to give you a 200K loan because we're going to predict out 3 decades from now, even though we only can, at best predict 1/6 of that time frame, we're going to give you 2.5 times as much debt. And then they wonder why people can't afford it, even with the interest buffers that they add into it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it's like it is a certainty. You know what I mean? Like the maths is showing that like this is a certainty. Like just like with the Michael Burry things, like this market is going to collapse.
Your flaw is that you think it's a certainty. There's no such thing.
So like in terms,
I'm not saying that Michael Burry was wrong, or that he didn't have a good game plan, but he could have easily have done his ass and lost billions of dollars leveraging the way that he did. I'm glad he didn't, and all power to him. He did fucking well, and as much as people dog on him in the economic world, which they still do to this day, I read the articles on it. I follow him. They think he's a fool, that he was just a lucky gambler. He's got a mind to him. I'm not going to deny that, but it's not impossible for him to be wrong. And in that situation, he could have been wrong. So to be like, oh, he's all knowing and there's no way he could have lost.
I'm not saying they're all knowing.
But you're saying that it's a certainty. So if it's a certainty, you're implying that it can't be wrong.
Yeah, like in terms of when you look at Bitcoin, the fact that fiat currency is infinite. It's infinite. There's no cap on the amount of money that they can print, no matter what government you're in.
Yeah, and that causes inflation, which is a big problem for the United States. It's a massive problem for Australia.
To use your example there, like all these properties that are being bought because they're investments that people aren't actually living in, it's just to retain wealth. That's why they're buying these properties. It's just to retain their money. Yeah?
Well,
why would I put it into a property that I need to pay house tax on, all this kind of shit? That
supply and demand.
It actually technically
does. Supply and demand raises the value. Supply and demand raises the value.
Yeah. And that's one sec.
Vintage.
1 sec. Let me just walk through. Right. So we're on the same page. You buy a property where you have to pay house tax, all this kind of shit, and the repairs, maybe all this kind of, maybe some damage, all this kind of shit. But tax like your point, property keeps going up and up and up, which means the rising price on the property counters the inflation. Because if you were to just put that money in the bank, you're technically losing wealth because inflation is just going to make it less and less and less over the years.
Now you're getting it.
Oh yeah, you see, I understand. The leprechaun knows a thing or two about keeping his gold. You know what I'm saying? So when we're looking at assets, isn't Bitcoin not, because you can just build more beachfront property. You can build more mansions. You can't build more Bitcoin. Bitcoin is finite.
Yep, and could easily go to zero because it's actually not real.
Is money real?
Is a house real?
It's physical.
Is property real? We were talking about property and housing there.
We're talking about assets. We're talking about retaining wealth.
Yeah, as in a house. A house is
when you look at when you look at all the possible assets.
Is a house real?
Is the best asset for retaining wealth, at least.
Okay, is a house real?
Sure.
Okay, is Bitcoin real?
Yes.
Tell me how Bitcoin's real. Can I touch it? Can I smell it? Can I look at it?
Yeah.
Okay, you
Technology.
can smell Bitcoin. You can touch Bitcoin.
Yeah. Is truth real?
I'm talking about is it physically real? Can you see it? Can you touch it? Can you
Yeah,
smell
it's an
it?
actual blockchain of all these different decentralized devices.
That's really strange. I've never been able to smell the blockchain. What does it smell like?
Oh, okay. What does truth smell like?
I'm talking about what's real, which is
Yes,
so
and I'm
you're
countering with
trying to
the
you're
argument.
trying to compare
The argument,
like-
yeah, the argument you're saying is that it's a concept, and it's like, yeah, but
no, it's
truth
not
is
a
a concept.
I'm talking about physical reality. Like, can you see, touch, and smell a property, a house, an apartment, a unit, a villa? Can you see, touch, smell it? Can you walk inside of a house?
Yeah.
Can you walk inside of Bitcoin?
No, how is that relevant?
What's the value then if you can't actually have it?
Because
It's not
actually,
on planet Earth. It's not built into the ground.
Real quick. So it's like when you talk about like the property being real and physical and all this kind of shit.
Yeah,
that property can be damaged. That property can be seized. Yeah.
Yep.
Which means you're losing.
So it can be
you're wrong.
damaged.
To go back to why Trump was so upset with the oil field being bombed.
So if I have a house and it's an investment and it's damaged and I got to pay for repairs, that's a tax write-off. If it's if I still own the land,
have to pay the
but it's tax write-off. It actually doesn't cost me hardly anything, maybe 10% net. So I don't care. So and here's the thing with property is
10% they don't care, bro. Inflation is 7%.
Okay, so if I have a property, and I don't know what your house prices are over there, but a regular property where I live around here.
I'll finish. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Pseudomaster, welcome back.
Hey man, how you going?
Pseudo, you're muted if you're talking, by the way. We can't hear you. Anyways,
maybe it's come for the show.
Like, I can say the same thing.
But let's say, for example, I'll give you a good example then. So, an average price for a home around, in my country, is $900K. Now, the property prices are going up probably conservatively 10% a year. So 10% of 900,000 is 90 grand. Now, I also have tax write-offs from the interest and depreciation of the building. Now, let's say that Teriak moves in and trashes the place and smears shit on the wall, and it cost me $15,000 to fix up. Yes, I've had to spend $15K. Assuming I have no tax write-off, which I actually do, I'm now 90,000 ahead of the game minus 15. So I'm still 75 grand wealthier in 12 months' time than what I was, even in your scenario. Now, with Bitcoin, I can't walk into it. I can't taste it. I can't smell it. I can't even touch it. And some random ass shit in the media or some story comes out, and all of a sudden I lose money out of nowhere. Boom. Now, yes, it could have a meteoric rise. It could double or triple in value. Not going to deny that as a possibility. But what's a safer investment, and what do the general people that are not financially literate or looking at this day to day prefer to put their money into as an asset?
I'll probably say gold.
No, I'm talking if you had the choice between Bitcoin and property and real estate property, those are the only two choices. Which one do you think the general population would prefer to put their money into?
Well, are you saying Bitcoin or real estate?
Yeah, you got one or the other. You can't. There's no other choices.
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So you've just actually prove my point about how financially illiterate the general population is then. Because I've just given you an option and a scenario where you could make 10%, even, minus say 20%. So you still like, 5%, 20. So let's say you still get, I'll take a bit of tax off. Let's say 6.5% return year on year, every year, versus something that could maybe triple in price, but could also go to zero.
The APR for Bitcoin is like 60%, bro.
Okay, in the last 12 months, how's Bitcoin fared?
No, in terms of the APR. Like, you can take like 1 year of like any market and say, see, it's a dog shit asset. You know what I mean? But when you compare APR, like Bitcoin is literally the best asset. But like, to go back to your main point, it seems like you're saying that like Bitcoin's not real, ergo it has no value. But then like technically truth is not real. Does that have no value?
Sorry, say that again. You actually cut out there. Sorry.
Your problem with Bitcoin is that it's not real, it's not physical, ergo it has no value. Yeah?
That's the perception of the general population.
Yeah, but that's your argument. You're saying it's a shit because it's like it's not real, I can't hold it, I can't taste it, I can't smell it, and all this kind of shit.
Correct, because the people in population at large determine the market price. People will only pay for something that they believe it's worth.
Yeah, okay, I get you. But in terms of like truth's not physical, but it's still valuable, correct?
Does the truth is the truth in the minds of the people at large, or just individuals that say, "Listen, this is what we think, and everyone else should agree with it"?
Just truth. Is truth valuable?
Sure.
Yeah, but it's not physical.
But we're talking about investment assets that are physical versus not physical.
You know what I mean? Like, you value truth.
You invest in the perception of the truth, and you can be wrong. That's why investors can lose money. And investors do lose money.
The concept of truth is so valuable that like when you're wrong or when you're told a lie, like that sparks like a serious reaction, correct?
Oh, it can do. I'll ask you a question. Just I'm just curious what you think. So people that are professional stock traders, so they work in the ASX or the S&P 500 or the FTSE 500, whatever market they operate in, they do multiple trades a day. Every day throughout their work to make money. Day traders. What do you think the percentage is of trades they make that are profitable, that actually make money versus ones that lose? The successful traders. Like the successful traders.
It's all like programs and shit like that. Like some trades you might lose, some trades you might win.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I'm just curious. Do you think, like, what's the percentage of the win rate or the profit rate on trades? So let's say they make 500 trades a year. How many of those 500 are profitable and make money?
I have no clue.
Okay, it's about 53%.
Okay.
So they make multiple trades a day. No, casino. That's like maybe 20% win rate. The house always wins, remember, when you're in a casino.
But what I'm saying is, like, for example, like if you look like a roulette table, like notice that like there's the green 0 on the thing.
Yeah,
that's to sway the
it's interesting you mention roulette,
but it's not.
It's interesting you mention roulette, because roulette is actually the most profitable game. Statistically, a player can make. And do you know what the percentages of the win rate is statistically?
For black, what's the bet?
It doesn't matter. So whether you go red versus black, whether you put money on a specific number, or you do a line or a dozen, whatever, any bet in roulette, long term, like let's say you make 100 bets on roulette in a row. Statistically, what is the win rate percentage wise? Keep in mind, this is the most profitable game that you can play in a casino against a house.
49% or something like that.
47. You were close.
That was close.
Yeah.
But that's what casinos do.
So it's still not a net
slots,
positive.
It's always
still not a net positive.
it's always rigged in favor of the house, just by a slight percent.
Correct.
Also, we got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Sean, welcome back to the show. You're muted, by the way, Sean. And also, Pseudomaster, I think you might be muted on your end. We still can't hear you. Maybe you want to try rejoin, Pseudo. But yeah, Sean, you're still muted on the StreamYard as well. Yeah, go ahead, Vintage.
Oh no, well I was just saying before that it's what you're suggesting, like if you want to take like a casino perspective to it, is that there's actually no net benefit. It's less than 50%, no matter how, like lifetime. Statistically, when you play, you're going to have a net loss. With trading, it's a little different. They're going to lose a lot of the time, but the net is only probably a couple of percentage points. So then, yes, they could do a trade where they're going to make like 200%, and then they might have their next 4 consecutive trades, they go to 0. But the net overall balance gain is, say, 53%. So, yeah, hey, I made 3% overall on your portfolio for the year. You go, that's fucking awesome. Little does that investor know that a whole bunch of times some of the plays they made were so retarded they went to 0. So, but when it comes to investing, it's the net gain versus positive. And what Bitcoin represents is pretty much an all-in play to a lot of people, which I think is actually a foolish investment. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, and then to also say on top of that not only am I going to go all in, but I'm going to bank on the fact it's going to go up exponentially year on year forever, pretty much. And then on top of that, I'm going to leverage additional debt so I can even buy more of this risk and parlay that and hope it all works out, even though one shake and it could just collapse the whole house of cards. That just seems kind of insane to me. So that's why I'm not understanding how you can really back it as a long-term investment and just disregard everything else, which has provenly been safe for multiple decades.
But like to use your own argument against you, like any asset can go to 0. I mean, and when you look at like the APR, like Bitcoin has the highest APR.
Yeah, but if it has no material value, then yeah, you could say that it can go less. So let's say I buy a piece of land or even one that's got a house on it, and I buy it for $200,000. You could say yes, it could drop in value. I'm not saying it's going to always maintain its value or even grow. It could go less. You could buy something for 200,000, but it's still land. It's still like physical asset. Someone's going to want the land at some point. Now, they might not think it's worth what you paid for it, but it's not going to go to 0. Name me one time that someone sold a real estate asset for $0.
Name me one time someone sold Bitcoin for $0.
Okay, well, let's go back to this. I'll change then. So, how many times has someone sold a piece of property for 1 cent?
I'm pretty sure if we go back in history, like what, like I think I'm pretty sure like New York was like sold for $1.
Okay, and what would be that? So, and when was that property sold?
No, it's like the whole of New York or some shit like that. Crazy.
Oh, you're talking like not an arm's length transaction. That's different. That's a tax dodge. Using a tax dodge as an argument for this.
One sec. The no, that wasn't a tax dodge. No, it's like when you go back to like
that's
like
sort of transaction is a tax dodge.
Like
that sort of transaction is a tax dodge. It's what we call in the industry and not an arm's length transaction.
No, like the whole of New York was like $1.
Yeah, no, I understand. Like I understand what you said. Like no, I understand what you said, but the technical term for that is a not at arm's length transaction.
Yeah, but again, like I said, you're saying when was property sold for 1 cent? And I was like, technically all of New York was sold for $1. And when you divide up the properties in New York, technically, you know what I mean, they're all sold for 1 cent.
So I think you and I both knew when I was asking that question, I'm talking about a traditional sale, not some technicality sale that is a tax dodge.
No, it's not tax dodge. Like
Another arm's length transaction is a tax dodge.
The Dutch, it wasn't a tax dodge. The Dutch sold it to the Americans for like $1.
Okay. And what's it worth now?
Yeah.
What's the
So
United
what I'm
States
s-
worth
yeah,
now?
well-
All their real estate.
yeah.
What's that worth?
Oh, bro, it was like the best fucking investment ever.
Cool.
Best motherfucking investment ever, hands down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And anybody
So they
who
have a
bought
and they
any
have a
land in
tangible
Manhattan
phys-
and
they have a
sat on that for
tangible
200
physical
years through the
asset.
family.
So they bought something that was physical and tangible and made a massive profit on it.
Yeah, I'm not denying that like property is not a good way to hold on to asset or to
No,
hold on to
I'm
wealth.
not saying that. I'm not suggesting that you think that
Yeah,
at all.
I'm just saying Bitcoin's better.
But it's not a physical, tangible asset.
So,
have you ever bought a stock that went to zero? Well, actually, you probably haven't. But have you ever heard of someone that bought a stock and it went to zero? They paid $1
Probably,
for it.
yeah.
They paid $10 for it. Maybe they paid 100. Has it ever gone to zero?
well, it technically never goes to zero, but it goes like such low in value that it's like basically you've just like lost your whole investment. Like,
Okay.
let's say if you
There-
bought something
there
at,
are
like
stocks that-
$100
so-
and then it goes down to $1, you basically went to zero.
Yeah. Yeah, so just to let you know, so stocks can go to zero. A company gets bankrupted and it's completely worthless, zero. So whether you paid $1, 10, 100, whatever, the company goes bankrupt, gets delisted, your whole investment goes to zero with a bullet. So it is possible for a stock. What's the difference between a stock and a Bitcoin?
Bitcoin is decentralized. Bitcoin is what's the opposite? Infinite. It's like a set amount.
Yep. So when you create a company, you can assign, and every fucking company does, at least in the Western world, assigns a number of shares.
Yep.
They make it finite. So I could create.
Yeah, but they can always
vintage
add more.
Much like Bitcoin can.
No, Bitcoin, you can't add more Bitcoin. There's only
They
ever
can.
going to be 21 million Bitcoin.
They can. They choose not to.
No, you cannot add any more Bitcoin
Why not?
because there's only 21 million Bitcoin.
Just like I could have Vintage Proprietary Limited and say I'm going to issue
No.
50,000 shares and
No.
there'll never be a single share
No.
extra added.
Vintage, please. And like again, I'm being sincere. I'm not trying to be smart or rage bait or anything.
No, I
like
understand.
that shit.
I mean,
But
maybe I'm
please
missing a
just, like,
trick. I'm trying to figure.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure this
That's
out.
what I'm saying. Like you should be all over this, and I'm being genuine. Like trust me. Do you know the name Michael Saylor?
Yes.
Please watch one of his videos where he talks about Bitcoin and why it's such a big deal. Because it's like you cannot make more Bitcoin. You cannot just like say, oh yeah, we're just gonna add another extra 1 million Bitcoin or whatever to the supply. You can't do that. Other cryptocurrencies you can, and those
understand the
cryptocurrencies are
story.
scams.
I understand the story, and I understand the play on it, and I get it. But to say that you cannot create more, I think is disingenuous. Because you can create more supply.
Wait,
if
do you think
want
the
to.
Bitcoin is made by a company?
No, but it's a technology and a blockchain, and much like other blockchains, can be expanded if they want to.
No. Bitcoin can't. It's decentralized.
Okay, so what's the difference between Bitcoin and any other sort of cryptocurrency that can
So,
expand
like,
its blockchain?
For example, like they basically the when you look at the way Bitcoin is, it's mined, right? It's mined from a server. You do like these like computers, these GPUs, or I think
Correct.
they're called-
I've
no,
done
not
it.
GPUs, but
I did the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
with Ethereum as well.
Mhm. Yep.
And XRP.
Yeah, and they're all capped.
Not
They're
all of them are
non-infinite.
capped. Not all of them are capped.
You're correct. Like not all cryptocurrencies are capped. There's some companies
Okay.
that like will issue more and all this kind of shit and all that
Correct.
kind of thing. But that
What's
defeats
the
the
difference
purpose
between the
of
one?
Bitcoin.
What's the difference between the ones that are capped versus the ones that are not? In
The
terms
company
of
can
the
just issue more.
technology. Okay. Why
The
can't
ones that you can
Bitcoin
just
do that?
issue more, they haven't been mined.
But there are cryptocurrencies that can be mined where they can still issue more.
Yeah, but Bitcoin you cannot.
Because they choose to.
What do you mean they choose to? Who are they?
Like Bitcoin, like the creators of Bitcoin, the ones that made it. So you just considered before that there are other companies, or not companies, there are other cryptocurrencies that have blockchains that can still issue more supply of their cryptocurrency if they elect to do so. My question is, what is the difference between them and Bitcoin or Ethereum or XRP, which you say cannot do the same?
Yeah, because Bitcoin is not a company. Bitcoin is not a they. It's a decentralized network.
Is all? Do you think all cryptocurrency is not decentralized?
No, I'm saying Bitcoin is decentralized.
Okay. Is Ethereum decentralized?
I haven't looked too much into Ethereum.
Okay. Is XRP?
I have some XRP myself.
Is that decentralized?
No, that's run by.
What's the concept of a decentralized cryptocurrency?
That it runs on a network independently.
For what reason?
Centralized authority.
For what reason?
To give the power back to the people.
So, like a communist regime.
Yes, Bitcoin is communism.
No. I wasn't saying Bitcoin's communism. I'm just trying to follow the logic.
The Soviet connection.
You want to give power back?
No, the whole.
That
was
kind
the
of
big
threw me.
scheme all along.
No.
Sorry,
to be fair, I wasn't trying to be an asshole there. I was like, when you say give power back to the people, it's like, well, if you're trying to give currency back to the people, for everyone to have. I didn't know if you were going in the realm of everyone having some sort of equalized wealth or ability to survive and buy food or something. I don't know. I was just
I mean, power back to the intelligent, not the ignorant. Fuck the ignorant people.
Okay, so so what if the ignorant gets their hands on some cryptocurrency then?
Well, then they wouldn't be ignorant; they'd be intelligent. They don't understand.
No, but they're ignorant. They just got their hands on like 100 Bitcoin.
Oh, someone gave them the 100 Bitcoin?
Yeah, they won the lottery. Let's say that.
They won the lottery, all that kind of shit. And what's the thing?
Why not? Idiots win the lottery all day long.
Yeah.
You should see the articles. They're fun stories.
Yeah.
I actually saw some people in the UK. They won like the equal of like 120 million USD, and bought a big patch of land and did destruction derbies with limousines because they could. And then a year later, they were broke. But they still had the money. They were still retards and ignorant, but they had money.
Yeah, they had money, but they clearly lost it because
they're
ignorant.
And you can lose money if you own an asset, right? Any asset can lose value, and you can do your ass, right?
Yeah, no. Just to clarify, just in case, like I'm not saying like never give the ignorant Bitcoin or anything like that. It's like that, like Bitcoin is literally like for the intelligent people that have been literally screwed over by the current rules at play. Bitcoin is the way to get out of this. Because there's literally like no matter how hard I try to convince some people, they're just too ignorant to understand Bitcoin, which is why they'll never won't buy it. Yeah. And when the currency fails, their fair currencies fail, and there's mass inflation and all this kind of shit, I'm going to be sitting in the green, and they're going to be saying, you stole that. You stole that money. And I'm like, no, I understood the technology, and I invested in the technology, and I'm reaping the rewards.
Fine. No, I get it. So the value of an asset or an investment is based on the story that you can give to the person buying or selling it, correct?
Yeah, if I, for whatever, let's say I randomly hit the keyboard and that threw 10 grand into some asset, and that asset went to the moon, all this kind of shit, and I made $10 million. I don't give a fuck in terms of like, is that technology actually going to be real or implemented and all this kind of shit? Because like a vast, like literally the stock market is
amazing,
bro. It's pure speculation.
No. Correct. So the value of a stock, which I would compare to cryptocurrency, because it's not tangible, you can't touch it, you can't taste it, you can't smell it, is based on the value which is propped up or its value is increased or decreased based on the story that you give it. Now, the story you're giving so the story you're giving me with Bitcoin, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's a decentralized currency and it gives power back to the people. Am I wrong in that?
There's many other reasons, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so and this is actually an amazing example, even though I'm going to sound like an absolute asshole when I tell it. So there was a situation that happened. It's many years ago. People here probably won't know it, or if they have heard of it, probably don't remember it. Was what they call the Malaysian Airlines tragedy. So Malaysian Airlines, they transport people, air flights and whatnot, and they lost a plane, and everyone in that that was on that plane died. A very big tragedy, horrendous. Instantly, as soon as that story broke, their stock price dove 8%, which for a stock to dive that hard, that fast in a single day is pretty substantial. But I looked at that and went, there's actually nothing materially wrong with the company. Their profit and loss is still good as it was 24 hours before this happened. It's going to be just as good 24 hours afterwards. But the story that this tragedy happened made that stock, and therefore the value, decline substantially within that time. So what did I do? I bought the shit out of that stock. 24 hours later, everyone went, okay, it's actually all good. We did a maintenance check on everything. We did our due diligence. All the other planes are good. The safety on, you can fly with us in Malaysian Airlines. Everything's all sweet. And that goes around the media. The story gets told. Everyone gains their confidence back. It not only regained the 8%, went up another 3%. So I made 11% in a single day on that trade. What materially changed in that company or its value within that time frame?
The faith won out, essentially. You know what I mean?
Correct. So it was the story
like that happens. Yeah.
So it was faith in it and the story.
Yeah. When things like that happen, basically, the actual product will get called into question. Right?
Correct.
And then depending on how severe the fuck up was, the complete trust and faith in the product can be shattered, which would essentially pull all money out of it and will collapse the stock. Or if the product still has still has trust and foundation to it, then you should be Gucci. You know what I mean? The stock price will go back up, kind of thing.
I agree. I absolutely agree. And so when cryptocurrency, in particular Bitcoin, because it was the big bad daddy back in the day, well, granted still is, but back in the day when it seemed to be the only game in town, and there were crypto exchanges that were being hacked or turned out to be Ponzi scheme scams, the value in Bitcoin changed drastically. And we're not in, like I said, 8% on a stock on one day is massive. Bitcoin was moving at 50 to 60% upswings and downswings on the daily. Much more risky. People freak the fuck out. And nothing had materially changed in Bitcoin, right? It still had the same finite amount of Bitcoin. People were still mining it. There was nothing wrong with it. But one bad story and it would go down, and then they go, oh, actually it's all it's a bit of a false alarm, or we solved the issue. It goes back up and then regains even a bit more confidence, because we thought it was a bit shit, but it's actually okay, and it's actually still increasing like we thought. So the stock price not only just rebounds, but it gains the lost territory it had, which is really what it's been doing over the course of years. So you go back to APR with Bitcoin. I don't disagree with that metric, but there are things that go up and down in Bitcoin. It's very similar, if not exactly like a regular stock. And just like a stock, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in general is not immune to going to zero.
Yeah, but no stock is. Even
that's
real
my
estate's
point.
not
You
really
just made my
going zero.
point. Then is that you're saying that if you to
Yeah, no,
go
what
back
no,
a
no,
little
my
little
point
back
is,
a little while back about whether you'd invest in Bitcoin versus real estate and real estate property, you were like, I'll put it all in Bitcoin, baby, all in. And it's like, well, but Bitcoin can go to zero, and you didn't agree with that before.
so
Now
can
you're
your
saying
house.
it can.
No. What I'm saying is, like, your critique of Bitcoin can be levied at real estate, can be levied at thing and all that stuff. It can be regulated. It can be thrown at anything.
Mic check.
You're
Roger.
here. We can hear you, Pseudo.
Holy shit! I can't believe it fixed that. I don't know. I had to reboot my phone like 3 times. I don't know what happened. Hey, I gotta get out of here soon. But quick story about the volatility of crypto. Okay, so I bought in. I happened to get lucky. I had these neighbors next door. They were both from the Ukraine, software engineers, always talking in Russian. And I kept hearing Bitcoin. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? What is this Bitcoin shit? It was like 5 cents, 6 cents. The guy's wife was ready to divorce him because of the energy bills. He was mining down in the basement. So finally one day he comes over, he's like, oh, you just see Bitcoin's at $60? I'm like, wow, it's worth something now? And I remember I was thinking, I was like, man, maybe I should buy some. Now, I don't remember. This is a long time ago. Might have been a week, might have been 2 weeks. I said, I'll only wait a little bit. I wound up buying for about 600. Okay.
I know where you're going with that.
Sold at about 23,000, which was like the all-time high, obviously, at the time. And everybody's like, it's so volatile, which it is. And I got people like saying to me now, like, oh my God, you must want to kill yourself. It's like, well,
no.
I can't tell the future. I don't know what's gonna. It could have went to zero the next day. You know what I mean? I took half that profit, put it into Ethereum, which was pretty low at the time. Made a good chunk off Ethereum, but I only put in like $7,000. I said to myself, if I'm going to put in money to this, I want to put in something where an amount where I'm not going to want to jump out a window if I lose it. And that's what I hear too many stories about people doing. Like, don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah, you've employed a tactic that I actually call this is not a technical term in my space in the financial space, but I call it PWP theory, playing with profit. So you put in a bit, you made a fat stack off the back of what you made, which fucking well done, by the way. But you haven't gone to the next level, which was kind of a little while ago in my discussion with Teriak, where you're like, okay, well, I've made this fat stack. I'm now going to leverage that and get more debt, and then try to parlay that to make more money, and then get more debt, more assets and stuff. So you've taken the more conservative, which and by the way, I think is the best way to do it. Is you're not exposing yourself to potentially going to zero and hell in a handbasket and being in a bus stop. So really fucking great, man. I'm happy it worked out like that. Really am.
I got a Roth IRA also, and it's had its ups and downs. But I know if it's down, I haven't been under since back in 2009 or whenever the hell it was. But I'm like, well, if I sell, then I got nothing. If I wait, at least I got a chance to get it back. Yeah. And what I like about that is, if I need money, I could take money out of that once it's past 5 years up to the amount I invested, which I do sometimes. And I've even taken that and bought stocks on the side. Like I subscribed to Motley Fool. I got lucky. I'm not gonna lie. I've had a lot of luck. I've had friends tell me, "Hey, you ever heard of this Nvidia?" And I'm like, "Okay, so I'll put $1,000 into this," and it hits. But I've lost some too.
Yeah, well, I mean, and it goes back to what I was saying earlier about just even day traders that do this professionally. Their strike rate's 53%.
Yeah,
long term on like 500 plus trades a year. They probably do like triple that, to be fair, but I was just using that as a generic figure. And yeah, you can strike gold and make something that does like 600% returns or something along those lines. And it's great when you hit that and you miss out and don't get involved in the ones where you go to zero. And I never want anyone for that matter, to do an investment and go to zero. But you have to recognize when that you've actually kind of struck gold, and to not let that get to your head where you're going to double down. It's kind of like someone playing blackjack, and they hit blackjack 5 hands in a row and go, listen, I'm just going to like chuck it all on on the next one because I know I'm going to make 21 again because it happened the last 5 times in a row. And then you like get dealt a 7 and the dealer gets 20 and you hit twice because you're a retard and end up hitting 30. It's that sort of mentality to it. So it's
the other thing I want to throw in real quick, and I got to go. I got 2 retarded cats that I take to the vet that are going with my daughter as soon as she gets her own house. My dad always used to tell me, buy land. Doesn't have to be a house on it. Just buy land because they're not making any more of it. And I missed out on a couple of investments. One turned into a gas line lease. Guy gets a check for $25,000 a month on a property he split with 2 other guys. It was part of some hunting club, and making a ridiculous amount of money. And another thing I've noticed during the housing boom, like when everything was really expensive, well, it still is now, but over like the past year and a half, I live up in the sticks. All this land that you could see, no one ever mowed it or did anything with it. Houses going up on them. How long have those people been sitting on that property? They could have bought that piece of land when it was $1,000 and just went around and sold it for $150. Some with real nice mountain views, good fishing behind them, stuff like that. But hey, you guys are having a great conversation.
Just before you go, I'm just curious. You sound American, but I'm just curious. Which state do you live in? You don't have to say if you don't want to. I'm just curious.
I live in Pennsylvania, but I was born and raised in New York. I was born in Brooklyn. I was raised in Staten Island. And
was the land in Pennsylvania? The land that you were talking about, is that in Pennsylvania?
Yeah. It's in PA. Not too far from some of it's like in like farmy areas. There's houses going. There's houses
no, it's
going.
Fine. It's just more curious.
I just hope it's not China that owns it, like some big corporation. And it's
I come to Australia, mate. That's our problem right now.
All right, I'll let you guys finish off. I gotta do what I gotta do. Glad I got my mic fixed. Thanks for having me, Teriyaki. And Vintage, good talking with you. I'll let you guys hash it out, and I'll see you next time.
Stay blessed, man. Enjoy.
Yep, stay blessed.
All right. Well, Teriak's gone for some water, so while he's off, I hope you've been enjoying our little exchange. I was meant to go to bed a little long while ago. I literally finished my stream, and then I was just like floating around on the phone, listening to Wheel of Madness, and I was like, "Fuck!" I got interested in this, so I wanted to have a chat. So I am way past my bedtime, so if you guys could give some likes to Teriak's stream, throw in a super chat, give him some love. If you haven't subbed up, what's wrong with you? Apart from the fact you're probably awesome anyway. Yeah, just give him some love. I start singing now to just try and keep the stream going, but I don't want you guys to leave the chat or the stream. But I hope you're all having a good time, whether it be night or day, wherever you are. It's crazy at night here. It's almost 2 a.m. Here in Aussie land. 2 a.m. Saturday now. I'm trying to get the time frames and time zones in check. Yeah. I found out today. Oh yeah.
That's all right.
How's it going? No, it's all right, man. I'm just chilling for you, man. Just telling people to like and sub and give you super chats. Got to fill the pot of gold.
Appreciate it, bro. What are your thoughts on monarchy versus democracy?
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm trying to trigger Mango so he comes up on the panel and starts spurring again. So go ahead.
This is way too late for me to have this conversation.
Well, let me ask you a different question then.
I'm surprised, no, because I've been like the way I've been going off already. I'm surprised that the police aren't at my doorstep right now, given the new laws in this country.
FBI, open up!
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. I'm glad there's a PIN code to get into the building. I'm probably leaning more towards a monarchy at this point.
My man.
Because I'm just so jaded now when it comes to the political systems, especially in the West. I've had for a while that hot take, especially here, is that you probably need to have an IQ test in order to vote. But then I learnt through chatting with friends and just looking into it a bit more that academically, so going to university or college gives you a certain mindset or education where the IQ test is actually going to be in your favor. So if you've been to college and you've got a university, the questions and everything when it comes to IQ, you're probably going to have a higher score. And like a bit of vintage lore, I graduated high school, but I have no tertiary, like college or university education. Never did. Have no intention to ever get it.
Probably advantage of this modern day man, to be honest.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I was actually chatting with my business partner today about it. Was random conversation we got into about it all. And I was because I was thinking about it a couple of days ago, and I'm probably like top 3 at a guess. Like I haven't tracked everyone that I went to school with, but those that I know and their friends and whatnot, I've kind of got an idea of where they've been at, what they're doing, and all of them academically. We have, well, back in the day they had what they call an OP score, so it's between 1 and 25. You got an OP1 if you're like the biggest genius in the world, and you get the OP25 if you're Forrest Gump. And I had an OP of 14, so I was like kind of not even in the middle. I was like lower than the middle. But I'm in like probably the top 3 earners that, out of everyone. Now, money's not everything, of course, but when it comes to drive, work ethic, ability to do something, I think I'm up there, and I think kind of shows from the results. So
Just like
going
Rumbo.
back to IQ. Yeah, so going back to IQ, it's like, yeah, these people can have a better IQ than me, and really, I don't give a shit.
But if I work harder, if I spend more time at it, I'll beat them.
Yeah, if you got an IQ of 200 and I got an IQ of 30, but I'm still like kicking the shit out of life, and you're like struggling and just complaining, and I'm such a victim, I can't get ahead. Well, who's the smarter one?
Exactly, that's my point. Well, let me ask you a
Yeah.
question. Do you think democracy is dangerous?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why?
Because democracy is akin to mob rule. If you can get enough retards to vote for you, and you can convince enough people, enough idiots to vote for you, you just run everything. Regardless of, and this is what happens in politics very often, is I'm going to, these are my policies. So in my country, for example, they'll say, we're going to put more into healthcare. We're going to lower your taxes. We're going to, for everyone that's on welfare, we're going to give you an extra $50 a week. And so that sounds really, really fucking great to all those people that are going to benefit. So everyone flocks and votes for them, but they don't have the foresight or the concept of what it actually takes to get that happening. And what we're finding now, we're basically on the verge of economic collapse on a number of fronts. Like, we're actually in a fuel shortage here in Australia right now, where our fuel prices have jumped 60 cents a litre. Now, 60 cents a litre is about 43 to 45% uptick from the price it was less than a month ago. We're meant to have fuel reserves minimum of 90 days. We were at about 28, I think it was, maybe like a week ago. I don't know what it is now, but I doubt it's higher. And they are scrambling to try and fix that issue. But the government's also said, oh, you're going to have to deal with these fuel prices for probably a good 4 to 5 months. What I think that's going to actually result in is a new norm. So prices being at $2.30 a litre when they used to be $1.50 within the span of a 6-month period is going to be like, oh yeah, that's just normal to pay $2.30. But they condition the retards into going, oh, that's fine now. So initially they're really pissed, but they can easily change their minds. So as long as you can convince the Walking Dead zombie horde that you're going to help them, even though realistically they're not, they're going to be in power.
Yeah, so like when you say like the zombie horde, like would be a fair word to be call them as the ignorant.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the problem with democracy is it puts intellect or intelligence on the same level. Like intellect and ignorance are the same value in democracy. Everybody gets one vote. And as you said, like ignorance is vastly more common than intellect. Like reason, logic is far more rare than ignorance.
Somewhat.
Correct?
Somewhat.
The democracy favors the ignorant.
Yes. Because and this is, I don't know the stats on this, but I think it would be hard to argue, I would hazard, that the amount of highly intelligent people is severely outnumbered by the number of unintelligent people. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you said it.
Why would you want the system that values retardation? Or
I don't. That's why I don't. I'm not against. I'm not for democracy. I said
for monarchy. Are you listening, Mangos? Are you listening? Because Mangos, he went completely mad.
I was like, are you saying I said democracy? Did you mishear me?
I'm trying to
argue against democracy.
I also have a debate coming up where I'm saying we need to America should ban all atheists and more relativists from holding public office. Because bear in mind, atheism is the same thing. Atheism gets rid of the higher power. If you no longer have a higher power, all power is equal, meaning the power of intelligence and the power of ignorance are both equal. Here you arrive at democracy through atheism. That's how you arrive at feminism. Men and women are equal. That's how you arrive at communism. We're all equal. And again, that's not me. I'm a retard. I'm literally a Tylenol baby, all this kind of shit. This is coming directly from the ancient Greeks. It's coming from Plato.
Yeah, no, I was actually just thinking back to something when we were talking about the crypto thing. It's interesting. It's an interesting tie-in. I'm just wondering if it makes sense. Actually, no, that's an invalid point. I had a point that you might have been able to use, but that actually doesn't work. So, and it's wrong.
Oh, trust me, bro. This debate coming up, it's gonna be bada bing, bada boom. Look, it says,
is this the Swords of Reason? Is this Swords of Reason?
This is gonna be Swords of Reason, baby.
Who are you against? Are you able to say?
Leith Wardakai.
Oh, okay.
So it's like the black dude with the very cool voice. I think he's a goatee. Yeah.
No, I know who he is. Well, I don't know him personally, but I've seen him. So, yeah, very interesting. That's going to be a fun debate. I'm definitely going to have to tune in for that one.
Hell yeah, brother. Mangos, you better fucking pay attention. Because like I said, I don't care if I fucking need to make these arguments so you can save your country, I'll fucking do it. Holy shit. You know what I mean?
The problem is you're not going to save our country. People don't listen here. That's a problem.
Oh no, there's the whole like teriyaki Safari and all that kind of shit. But I'm not playing for that. I'm playing this game so that I can give the argument to someone who is American who they cannot deny.
Well, I'm not American, but I was more so talking about Australia. Is that and you're right though, is that I could parrot all of your arguments, you know, so they don't have the well, you're not Australian, but you know, they just go, oh, I'm just not going to listen. Fuck you, this sort of thing.
That's why, like I said, like you got to be. If you want to play the game that I'm playing, you have to be like Sherlock Holmes. You can't be one of these people that want all the credit and all this kind of shit. You have to give the credit to Lestrade. You know what I mean?
Yeah, see, I find your debate tactics very interesting, and I'm not sure if you've ever heard it before. You probably have. Is that you kind of have a bit of an anarchist mentality to your debate style, or even a bit of a jihadi strat, maybe. You know, you're willing to blow yourself up with the opponent if that's what it takes to win, which I actually like and respect. You're not afraid to take the L, even as long as the other person takes the L along with you.
Yeah, like what am I fundamentally? Like what am I but a speck of dust? Yeah. But if that speck of dust can get in my enemy's eye and distract them momentarily,
a speck of gold from the pot, I'd like to think.
Yeah, a speck of gold, right? But if that speck of gold can get in my enemy's eye and blind them at the perfect opportunity, I'll take that every single day of the fucking week.
Yeah. If they have a speck of gold, can they get Bitcoin with that?
It depends on the conversion rate. At the rate that gold's flying at right now, bro, what is that? What's the price of gold actually? Let's because like gold has been pumping. Like let's
it has actually. It's been pretty grand.
So that's our XRP. We're holding in there, boys. But let's do the gold. Where's the?
Let's go XRP. And not
well,
bad.
you can see.
I actually haven't looked at it today. Can you look up oil? I actually haven't looked at oil today. I'm really curious.
Oil futures?
No, just like straight. Well, not futures. I just like straight. Oh, you've got like companies. You don't have like commodities?
No, this is not it. No.
No, that's not it. Use a different platform than me. It's not. What is this platform?
Oh wait. This is TradingView.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I use a different one. I'll see what it is on mine.
Is it features?
I'm really pissed I didn't buy oil before the Iran situation. I knew it was going to go. War's always great for oil. That sounds really horrible to say, but it's true. Oh, okay. Oh, I took a dive. What's the time? What's the day? Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, so it was 96. It's currently at 96.60. Well, it's kind of floating about 10 cents either way on the tick. But just there. It's still all right still though.
Yeah, so it's is it 96?
Yeah, I got 96.64, but I'm on the tick, so it changes like literally every 2 seconds. It was almost 110 yesterday, about 24 hours ago, and then it's taken a dive. Although that's kind of a, the variance in 24 hours, that's reasonable.
One sec.
But it's crazy how much it's gone up. I mean, wars, as soon as a war erupts or conflict, especially in the Middle East, like there's the hockey stick right there. That's exactly that hockey stick right at the end. That's like, I haven't looked at the times exactly, but that hockey stick up right at the end in March 26th. No, the other side.
I say what?
See that big erection that's on the right-hand
here.
side? No, right at the end, like current day.
Oh, this here, the spike up here.
Yeah, but before that, like, see how it's hockey sticked there? So it's at February, at its like lowest. Go to the, go across.
So here,
the avatar's
57?
blocking it. But where's it? Oh, 57. I can't
shit,
see
let's
that
see.
because of the avatar. But yeah, so
Yeah, well,
56.
56,
Then
57.
now it's at and what date is that? December 15th. So
Yeah.
yeah, fucking 3 and a bit months. 3 months in
But
a
like,
week.
but
That's just
here's the
crazy.
thing. This is what I'm saying about the markets, bro. Where it's like December 15, 17, it's like, 57, and then all of a sudden it shoots up to 64. What happened in December? Venezuela.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like,
I agree.
especially with the gold now, like gold is we've seen it there with the price. It's into nosedive now. Oil's
Yeah.
going
If
up and then oil's gonna go back down. So the America can basically just like sell a shitload of oil at a high price,
Yeah.
and then all that money is gonna get funneled into the Bitcoin, and then oh man, I'm telling you, like it's gonna be beautiful.
the other
It's gonna
thing
wipe
is,
out the
and-
fucking national debt.
Well, the other thing is, I don't know the exact dates. It's been a while since I looked at it, but if you do the same analysis on gold, silver, and platinum around the time of the Ukrainian conflict, and when Trump was like talking about, oh, we've got this rare earth minerals deal that he's talking about with Zelensky on, you see a similar hockey stick. I don't know the dates off the top of my head, but it might not be exact to the day. But if you go back to if you compare gold, platinum, and silver, the same thing happened. And granted, gold's consistently been going up because gold is also affected as a hedge for other natural resources, or in particular drops in overall stock market. So rather than any individual stock, an entire market. So the S&P 500, or here in Australia the ASX 200, or in Europe the FTSE 500, when that has a drop or some sort of any sort of decline, traditionally gold, and often but not always silver, has a jump as a counter to it. It's not 1-to-1, but you see that change because people freak out and sell stocks and go back into more hardened assets, such as gold and silver. I feel like I should be charging you for this time, by the way.
It's basically like the same slope that you're seeing there in terms of the price down, the price down.
Is that the same time frame though?
Yeah, like this is basically 2022, March 22 to December 22. Then you have here, it's like
oh right, okay.
March 22 is like here at this point, and then it's basically the same trail down, and then here's like basically January, February.
There's more of an uptick though. Oh, is the one on the left? Oh, sorry, the one on the right. Is that all the way? Is that condensed all the way because the screen's smaller, or is that running off the screen, or because we're at hockey
yeah, no, I have it side by
end.
side, so I can snap back in and then do the full screen.
Oh, there you go. Okay, cool, gotcha.
Then gold basically fucking. But
yeah,
like I said, like you're gonna see gold now collapse back down. Because it's already exceeded like this. You see the multicolor like rainbow thing they have on that? It's called the Fibonacci. You probably know like a Fibonacci retracement.
Yeah.
So basically it's exceeded. So now it's going to come back down, probably maybe as far as here. Worst case, like back down to kind of like 2000s or whatever. But in terms of like this whole thing, when you think about like okay. America has oil, like it has tons of oil to sell. So America's technically profiting at the moment. Where's all those profits going to go?
Well, I think, but America's holding their reserves though. Like they're releasing them now because they have to, because Iran's getting the crap kicked out.
They have to. Ain't that a quinky? Just when the price spikes, now they have to sell it. Oh, we have to sell it. I have to make a profit,
Mate, I'm in financial services. What do you expect me to say? Come on.
Okay. Translation audience, Teriak, shut the fuck up and play the game. We're honest people here, Teriak.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
You can trust me. I've got a car to sell.
Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And just when gold goes back down, all this kind of shit, suddenly they'll say, actually, we made a trade for our gold. We're now put the gold into Bitcoin, and oh my god, we've so much Bitcoin and all this kind of shit, and all of a sudden, national debt overnight apparently gets wiped out. Ain't it beautiful?
Do you know that? The US is actually lifting sanctions on Russia to allow them to sell more oil? What do you think that is?
Interesting. Tell me
I'll give you-
more.
Well, my hot take on it is it's a payoff. So it's a bit of a
it is.
yeah, it's a good little palm grease to be like, hey, listen, we'll let you make a bit of money so you don't get involved in Iran. You know, please don't get involved.
All you have to do is take the money and do nothing.
Buddy, yeah, and even if your China buddies want you to come in on it, be like, oh man, I'd really like to come in on this conflict with you, but you know, I've got a picnic planned for tomorrow and a lunch date with my mom.
Yeah. My granny has a boxing match as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to postpone this invasion with you and getting in on the conflict. You know, but let's catch up again in 3 months and we'll discuss this again.
Yep. All the pieces are coming into play. And like I said, bro, it's gonna be a beautiful story.
It's all
like I said, overnight, it's just going to be announced, and then all of a sudden, Trump goes from being like, "Oh, he's betrayed us," all this kind of shit, to this dude is the greatest fucking president we've ever had.
What do you
even
think?
Just to wipe out the national debt, bro.
Just on the political sphere, I'm curious. What do you think is going to happen in the midterms? Because I think the Republicans are going to get smashed.
Well, that's what they've been saying, but like the way that they pull out, like Rubio giving that speech where it's like, "This is not a war. We're just managing the situation. Israel struck first. We're just managing. It's preemptive strike. All this kind of shit. It's not war. We're not doing regime change." And then like 2 weeks later, it's like Trump's like, "Yeah, we're doing regime change."
Yeah, like, and that's the thing is that I think that Trump and the Republicans had I mean, they obviously like totally wrecked Kamala in the federal election, which was, you know, that was just a no-brainer. And everyone's like, yeah, fucking do it, go all in, just, do all this stuff, that you say. And then there's been just he's doing like 20 or 30% of what he said he's going to do, and he's bitching out on a whole bunch of other things. And they're like, you're supposed to be Big Daddy Trump, and you're not actually doing what we voted you in for. Yeah, you're doing some stuff, but you're not doing everything. So they're kind of losing faith, and the Democrats are still kind of holding. And we're not. Well, when I say we, I mean like the right side of, the conservative right is not continuing to convert and bring people over to their side. So not only have we stagnated in growth, but we're actually bleeding people either back to the left-leaning side of politics, or they're just getting so disenfranchised they won't vote at all. So, but either way, the Republicans are losing their political sway when it comes to the voting booth. What I think is going to happen, and I could be wrong, hope I'm wrong, is that the Republicans are going to lose the midterms and the Democrats will get back in, and they will handcuff Trump and the Republicans for the rest of his administration, and nothing will get done. More Republicans will get pissed as a result, and the Democrats win the 2028 ticket. Now, the only thing not the only thing, but I think the saving grace that the conservative right has is the Democrats really have no viable candidate. What I'm praying for is a Gavin Newsom AOC ticket, because I just think that would be comedically hilarious. But other than that, I actually don't know who they're going to prop up at that time. Are they going to try and give Kamala another run? Yeah, I don't think so. And then otherwise, who have they got? But then you could also then say that if you're on the Democrat side, we don't really care who we vote in as long as it's not a Republican, and they'll flock and just vote in any retard that's going to be on the ticket. And if that happens to be Gavin Newsom, so be it.
Like, fuck the thing for me is that Like, when is the midterms actually? One sec.
I actually don't know the exact month or year of it, but sometime this year, from what I
So
understand. I don't
it's
know the
end
month.
of this year. End of this year, Tuesday, 3rd of November, 2026, right? Which means Trump has.
I think he's running out of
We've got
time.
about 7 months. About 7 months.
I don't think that's enough time, because I
But
think
what
that
if in the lead up, the war ends, and then this whole thing of Trump has basically wiped out the U.S. national debt?
Well, I
then?
don't think there's not enough time for that. I don't think there's enough time to wipe out the national debt in that time frame, because you'd have to anticipate a meteoric rise economically, which is currently in the economic platforms are currently stagnating, if not losing territory. The other thing is that I don't think this war is going to end either, and not because America doesn't want to end it, but Iran is really it's in a state of I'm all in, and based on who they target, in particular, I think Qatar was an interesting situation today, even that Iran has all but proven, if it wasn't already proven before, is they target indiscriminately, and not for any sort of military or strategic advantage. I think they know they're cooked, and they're just trying to sow as much chaos as possible on their way out the door, because they're that fanatical. They really do not care about their own survival.
Well, like a thing for me in it is that, like, a lot of the story of Iran has not been told. Partly because like they flipped off the lights, that they've fucking like massacred their own people, all this kind of shit. But like 80% of the Iranians do not stand with that regime. At least.
Oh no,
80%
I
of the
agree.
Iranians.
No, I absolutely I agree with that. But the people are not in full control. Well, people aren't in the least bit in control of their own country right now. I'm just trying to find a quick. There's a content creator that I saw through Asmongold. He was actually very interesting. So the guy I'm looking for, he's actually Iranian, lives in Iran, and did a bit of a somewhat as much of an expose as he could without doxing himself and becoming a target of his own government.
He'd be hung. He'd literally be hung from Ukraine. That's the punishment.
Sorry?
He would be hung from Ukraine for doing what he's doing, for reporting on that on what's actually going on with the regime. Punishment is you're a traitor to the state. You're getting a public hanging.
Yeah, but but that's what I mean, is that's why he's been as vague as he's been, because it's not enough. Like he's hidden himself very well, VPNs and all the sorts of shit, so that he can't be identified. Uses an avatar so no one knows what he looks like. I'm just trying to fucking find it. Where is it?
While you search for that, I just want to address this comment for examination. What the fuck do you mean pull out of Iran? What kind of pussy ass shit is this? Are you American re-examination? Are you American and you're saying you want to pull out of Iran? Right on the verge of victory. You know what I'm saying? And like I keep pointing out, Iran has $25 trillion worth of resources. Oh, it's about to go down, folks. It's about to go down.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Hey, Mr. Re-examination. Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Hey,
so the creators.
I don't actually disagree with you, Teriak. I think we're doing great. I think we've hit a lot of great targets. When I say pull out, I should have clarified, because I was doing it for brevity. Let me clarify.
Like his misses.
We were probably, when I say pull out, I mean as opposed to spending the next 80 years trying to make it into Chicago or Seattle. In terms of like regime change, that's going to be hard. And I don't know who's going to step up for the job, and I don't know. I don't know who's going to be the heir apparent, who's going to make it stable enough to not turn it into some imperial puppet for somebody else, which would have the same problems, or do something like that, where we would still have missile silos, or not missile silos, but like centrifuges going on just under like Russia's name or under somebody else's name, and we just have another puppet satrap kind of situation. I don't mean that the Iran war was wrong. I don't mean that we're not doing great, all that kind of stuff, right? That's not what I'm saying. When I say pull out, I mean as opposed to taking the forever regime change approach. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, 100%. But would you not agree that if Trump was to actually pull this off and was to put the wheels in motion and like literally said like this is like the whole thing with Bitcoin and everything like that me and Vince were talking about basically comes to fruition, and they have that in the reserve, and they basically point out like we have $50 trillion worth of Bitcoin in our reserve. You know what I mean? Basically solves the US national debt. Everything that every politician's been telling us for decades. It's impossible to cure this national debt. It's not even there's no point of even trying to address all this kind of shit. Even just on that merit alone, forget about the whole Nazi infiltration in terms of CIA and all that kind of shit. Put that on the shelf just for the time being. If Trump was to come out before the midterms and was to say that, all of America turns red, bro.
If he has some kind of magical genius stroke where that is possible to fix the debt. First of all, I mean, Americans don't even feel the debt, unfortunately, because we got so much leverage. But to answer the question directly, I think, yeah, he would get a lot of support. I just think that that's kind of a pipe dream. But, you know, he's been surprising before. If he does that, it would be hilariously miraculous. And it would just send the left into a tizzy. I do not count on it, though. It's not always been promises made, promises kept, but he's definitely, in a lot of ways, been the most effective president in a long, long time. Again, it's not that I think he's perfect, but way better than the Democrats. And if it stood as it is today, I'd vote for him again. That's clear. All I'm saying is the economy is number one, and part of the economy is not just the reality of the numbers, but also what people feel. When he's saying that the economy is going great, the State of the Union address, and everybody's kind of looking at each other and be like, what's this? That's what I'm talking about. The economy is both reality and also how people just kind of feel about it in general when they go to the grocery store. And yeah, eggs are back. It's not the post pandemic world necessarily as bad as it was when it immediately struck, but people aren't going to believe it. And I really think James, what's his name, the guy who was in the Clinton administration, the campaign advisor, or the Raging Cajun, you know what I'm talking about?
Biden.
I'm sorry,
Hunter Biden.
No. The guy who is a Clinton administration campaign advisor.
I was just fucking with you. I only just got back.
Oh, okay.
Just threw a random name.
Whenever you wake up and you're in a meeting somewhere, you just go Hunter Biden. No. Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. I work in financial services.
James Carville.
Yeah.
Carville.
James Carville, exactly. So James Carville said,
that guy.
It's the economy, stupid, and he's totally right. The economy pretty much wins the campaign every time. If you can be perceived to be responsible for economic success, prosperity, and ease, that's what wins you elections. Screed over. Please continue, gentlemen.
Yeah, no, but like that's what I'm saying. Like if the Bitcoin reserve, like all you'd have to do is like the Bitcoin that we currently hold is worth like, let's say 50 trillion. Like that is projection. It's like we are strong. You know what I mean? And while like the day-to-day prices initially might not like overnight go down all of a sudden, all this kind of shit, it puts the wheels in motion, or at least the promise to the people, because fundamentally that's all a vote is a promise.
Yeah. Terry, I'm surprised at you. The wheels are in constant motion.
So so from an investment analysis, you're not actually incorrect. But for people that aren't day-to-day investors or affluent, all they see is, yeah, okay, we're on paper, we earn, we're worth this much, but on the real, we don't have money. We can't afford healthcare. We're homeless. Welfare's not enough, etc. And you go, yeah, well, that's all good, but look at how much we're worth on paper. And people will be like, I don't give a shit. I'll wipe my ass with that. So I don't know. I don't know how that's a flex for the American government in that example to say, well, we're worth 50 trillion because look at all the Bitcoin we have. Well, you still got 30 something trillion dollars in debt, and they're getting scammed out of all this money. You know, if I'm going to play that card.
Yeah, and Nick Shirley's in California, and he'll be in New York soon.
Well, are you saying the U.S. government, as their private property, shall we say, owns that 50 trillion in Bitcoin, and it's not something that other people are investing? Are you saying that they, like,
I'd even grant. I'll just grant for the argument that they actually are in control and they legitimately do have that $50 trillion on paper. I don't know if it's true, but I'm just grant that for the sake of this discussion. It still doesn't help them.
Yeah.
You know, that's like me saying I own a company that's worth on paper, you know, $5 million, but I've got $200 to my name. Yes, I'm technically worth $5,200,000, but I can't access that 5 million, and I can't actually do anything tangible with it to solve any economic issue I might have personally.
Are you saying
unless
that
I sell it?
Are you saying that the Bitcoin is not liquid enough in and of itself to immediately pay the debt, even if we had 50 trillion in Bitcoin?
No, what I'm arguing is that and this goes back to Teriak's discussion that we had before, is that you wouldn't sell it if it's going up, and we're just going to accept that it's going to keep going up and up and up. It's going to double every 5 years or whatever expansion metric you want to add to it. They're never going to sell it because they're just giving up. It's an opportunity cost, or it's an opportunity loss in them selling. So we're not going to sell that $50 trillion because yes, we'll have $50 trillion today, but if we held it in 10 years, it's going to be worth $300 trillion. So therefore, they're not going to liquid any of it, and nothing actually improves because they're not going to sell a dime of it.
Be right back.
Yeah, they'll just take out a loan and use that as the collateral.
But they already have 30-something trillion dollars worth of debt.
Yeah,
and there's interest payments on that.
Yeah, but like any wealthy businessman will tell you, like there's been plenty of times where they're currently in debt, but they have so much assets. They basically say to the bank, yeah, like I have all these assets. I've got $50 trillion in assets, or like let's scale it down.
If you can get a tax write-off on it. Yeah, if you have a tax write-off on it. This is not a real estate investment deal you're talking about.
If I go to a bank and I show them I have $40 million,
I agree. I get what you mean. I'm not disagreeing with your theory. Where you're kind of missing the mark, though, is that the reason they do that is because when they get that debt, they can write off under the tax man, whether it be the IRS or here the ATO. You can write off your taxable income to make your taxable income lower, so you don't owe as much to the tax office. Now, for the government, that's just it's nothing because they are the tax office. They're not writing shit off against themselves.
Yeah. You can't write off the US national debt.
Exactly. So why would you continue to loan against it?
Because you can use the Bitcoin as collateral and then pay off the debt with the loan.
Okay. What's the I'm not sure you'd know, but I'm just curious if you do. What's the current interest rate on debt in the US? Just out of guesstimate. So let's say we put, would it be fair to say, I'm just for the sake of the discussion, let's say 5% interest?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so what's 5% of $33 trillion?
A lot of money.
Okay.
Let's say 10%. Let's just say 10% to make it easy. Let's say 10% to make it easy. So 35 trillion, that would be 3.5 trillion.
Okay. So that's just interest that goes into the ether. There's that doesn't go to anyone. It goes back to the bank. The bank's happy. They're having a good time. But that's $3.5 trillion of government money that could have gone into something. Could have gone into defense, could go into welfare or social housing or their Medicaid or whatever. So why not just zero that out so you don't have a 3.5 or $3.3 trillion expense in interest payments, and instead
I am
divert
leveling now.
that money? Because the other thing you're also not thinking about is that, let's say they've got $50 trillion. If we're kind of using civilian banking here, but let's say they just put that in a term deposit account and they make 4% off the top. So now you've got zero debt. Let's say you got 50 trillion, but you minus 33. So now you're at $17 trillion. 17 trillion. And you put that in term deposit and you make 2% on 17 trillion. So you've still got the 17 trillion, but you're making 2% gain on that. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of revenue. Could go into a lot of things. And the government's got zero debt at the end of it.
I'm not saying like we can split hairs over the particulars. You know what I mean? But like fundamentally, like what I'm saying, like is that Trump is basically going before the midterms is going to be like we've liberated the Iranians, and because we've won the war for them, they owe us what's the magic word? Reparations for winning the war, because the victor gets the reparations.
But
ergo.
Okay.
We get all great deals in Iran. We secure all the contracts, future contracts for all oil, all the rare minerals, all this kind of shit. We already have Venezuela. You know what I mean? On top of that, like I said, if he was to say to like there's many different ways you could like think, but just in terms of the raw mineral numbers itself, Trump is there to come out in the midterms and say, yeah, we basically have the US debt solved because of XYZ, either Bitcoin fund or just like through oils or through contracts or whatever.
Yeah, but
we basically have this shit on lockdown.
Sell. But that's if they sell, which you're saying they shouldn't.
No, what I'm saying is whatever way, like let's say they sell or like whatever method they do to just wipe out the US national debt. Right?
Yeah, but you can't wipe out the national debt by leveraging more debt, which is what you were suggesting before, which I think's foolish.
No, like we could do your way of just selling the Bitcoin. You know what I mean? Either way, it gets us still back to this thing of the midterms. That's the thing that like re-examination was talking about. I was like with the midterms, he used to do so much on this kind of shit. But like even like when you were kind of saying cure the economy, the mere fact that you wipe out that debt, that means that there is no pressure now to then inflate your currency.
Oh, true, yeah, but that's if you pay out the debt. Maybe I missed something when I went to go get a drink before, but it's if you do that and wipe out the debt, that's a cure to the economy. If you buy and hold and leverage more debt against what you've acquired in resources, whether it be oil or rare earth minerals, whatever, that's a bad play, because what you're doing is that you're applying what I would call a civilian investment method to a government method, which they're night and day. Because what I would call a civilian investment method is you would leverage debt to lower your taxable income. You can't do that as a government entity. So that theory is just flawed. That's why their only option would be to actually zero the debt. But what you were arguing earlier in this conversation was that they shouldn't do that. They should leverage it and borrow more money.
What we're talking about is the midterms. We're talking about politics, not finance.
Oh, no, I get that. But you're talking about curing the economy. So,
wiping out the debt.
Okay, cool. So you agree with me then from our discussion before, they should just, if they've got $50 trillion in assets, they should use a portion of that to write the debt.
Either way they do it. No matter what happens. Like I said, don't get caught in the particulars. Just focus on the big picture. Trump wiping out the national debt. If that is like we both agree that Trump's plan is to wipe out the US national debt. If he does that before the midterms, America turns red, baby. Well, technically America already is red. It's only the fucking cities that are fucking blue. But
I think that he's got to do more. I think out of this comment here from re-examination, I think he needs to do more than one. I think out of the 4, he needs to probably do 3. He needs to do 3 out of 4, and then he's got a chance.
So, cure the economy, wipe out the national debt. by doing that, he has to make sure Iran goes legitimate, which means he no longer has to put military force in Iran because the Iranian people will become Western friendly, all this kind of shit. And then that will also get him good PR with Israel. So that's 3 out of 4 already, baby.
So,
like we discussed, it seems like Russia
just,
is in on the plan as well.
Yeah, sorry, I just had a quick reread of this. So I'm going to change what I said before. Is that I think that he needs to do 1, 2, and 3. I think 4 is irrelevant. If anything, I actually think doing 4 is counterproductive. He doesn't need good PR with Israel. He needs to actually back out of that because the American people don't want it. Yes, there's a lot of noise that we should be. I keep saying we. That the US should be backing Israel. There's a lot of noise about it, but I think the population at large is against it because I think
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. RK Mangoes, welcome to the show.
How's my favorite leprechaun?
I'm good. Yourself, sir?
I'm tired, but I want to get in on the action a little bit. Vintage, go ahead and finish up what you were saying, buddy boy.
Yeah, no, you're right. So, yeah, I was saying I think that the population at large in America, while there's a lot of noise that they still have support for Israel, it is actually on the decline. And I think it's kind of like what's a comparison? Let's say like the BLM movement. There's a lot of noise. There's a lot of people that are yahooing and going fucking mental over it, and they'll burn a city down, to make a point. But they are, in reality, a fringe element, not a massive, like, overwhelming majority of the people. But they make enough noise that it looks like they're the majority of the people. I think that America needs to actually get out of that entirely. Just eject. Be like, if you want to go to town on Iran and you want to do what you're going to do, good luck. But we ain't helping you.
Wait, do you think that Israel wants to take over Iran?
No, I was just using that as a generic example. But well, I guess so I'll re-clarify.
No,
if Israel is, I mean, I think Israel is defending itself, and they think that the best defense is a good offense.
Wow.
Because they've been surrounded, and in their mind at least, whether it's true or not, and I really don't have an opinion one way or the other, but I think they believe their best way to secure themselves is to defeat and potentially take over everything around them that they can.
Oh my god, man. It's literally like I'm in 1940s Germany. Israel, the history between the Iranian people and Israel, not the regime, the Iranian people. You go back, it's even in the Bible. There's a person called Cyrus the Great. The Jews call him a Mashiach. Right?
I'm agnostic, so I don't know this.
Yeah, no. This is literally the history. This is like both ancient Iranian history, also ancient. It's in the Bible kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Cyrus the Great freed the Jews from Babylon, and then Darius the Great funded the building of the Second Temple from the Iranian treasure. They call Cyrus a Mashiach, a Messiah, even though he's not a Jew, because he freed the Jews. He's technically the first Zionist in history.
I wasn't even talking about religion between Iran and Israel.
Real quick, I'm just giving it's more history kind of thing, just to understand, right? So when the Jews look at the Persians, they see them as their brothers. They don't see them as an enemy. So the reason why Israel is like talking like the Cyrus the Great and all this kind of shit, like you'll hear if you watch a lot of BB, you'll hear him bring up like Cyrus the Great and all this kind of shit. It's because this is basically the people. The Jewish people, the people that Cyrus freed, their future generations will free Cyrus's people. It's one of the most beautiful stories I've ever fucking heard in my entire life, bro.
So maybe I missed a trick there. Maybe I missed a trick there. But are you saying that the reason that Israel is doing or going head on with Iran is because they're trying to free the Iranians because of some biblical situation? Okay. So they think it's their right or their destiny to basically take over and free Iran.
No,
from Iran.
No, just take out the Islam from Iran, so we can be free again.
Okay, and then what are they going to do about the rest of the Islam that's not in Iran?
Yeah, the Iranian people will take care of that.
No. Outside of Iran, because Iran doesn't not hold or accommodate 100%. Of the Muslim of Islam. There's Islam all over planet Earth.
Yeah, but like all like Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, like they're all like Iranian proxies.
Yeah. So is the United Kingdom, according to some.
Well, like that's as far as how like the Muslim aggression has gone. But I mean, like I said, I can read you stories that would literally break your fucking heart.
There's no Muslim aggression in the United Kingdom?
About 250,000 British girls were raped.
Let's ask Tommy Robinson what he thinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my point. It's like, how far does that go?
Let's have a bicycle tour through Luton and see how that goes. But
bicycle tour through Luton. I love it.
Dude, that's fucking extreme, but valid. That's a solid burn.
Well played, sir.
Indeed.
But
I'm going to steal that.
One of the things that Michael Savage brought up back in the day was the fact that it used to be that Iran was Shia and Iraq under Saddam was Sunni. And so they had that barrier between them. And when we had shook that up going into Iraq, we broke down that barrier. And then there was Shia leadership in both Iraq and Iran. And so that's one of the things that I was thinking is, why don't we, if we're going to install some kind of puppet government before we leave,
you're roboting examine.
Oh, my bad. How's this? Still bad?
Or am I roboting?
You sound good.
It should be
No, you're
good.
good.
Now.
You good?
Okay. Hold on a sec.
It's kind of like staticky in the background, if you get me.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I would say, why don't we just put in a Sunni government if that's possible? I mean, if not, if there's just way too many Shiite in there, then we can't do it. But, we'll see. We'll see. All I know is I don't know how Trump would pull that off. I think, especially regime change in less than 6 months or something like that is going to be impossible to do. And so one option is I use the phrase pull out. What I meant by that is not be there trying to negotiate a new form of government.
Win the war.
Yeah, I think we've won the war, but the way to even further win it, because what we don't want to do is leave all that oil exposed to other parties like China, Russia. If we're going to leave, just blow up all the oil.
I've actually got an interesting question then, because this is something a few people in my space in Australia have asked, and I honestly hope the answer is no. But do you think that if you want to win the war quickly, would it not be better just to launch a nuclear weapon at Iran?
No, because every single country that has nukes will then launch their nuclear weapons.
In a vacuum that sounds good, but that is so like the PR effect of that is so like beyond the pale to the rest of the world.
Israel do not want to kill Iranian people.
I agree.
And then you got to think of
I do
radiation
agree.
Contamination of the resources
It's unlivable.
there too.
Yep.
Yeah, but if you don't care about but if the sole goal is just to win the war and just to get rid of the regime, rather than because I think we can all agree here that when people talk about boots on the ground, especially in America, no one wants that. They're like, we do not want boots on the ground. We want to end this quickly and decisively. And yes, they're using airstrikes, missile attacks, and whatnot. They're expending countless amounts of ordnance. And granted, they're mopping it up pretty quick. But if you need something quick and decisive, because like what re-examination said and what I said earlier, Trump's on the clock and he's running out of time. And myself and re-examination, I think agree that he doesn't have enough time for continued airstrikes. So why not just launch a nuke?
Well, no, because
the
look,
goal is not to eradicate Iranian people.
you're fucking with the world economy, and that okay, like the idea of nuking Iran, you're fucking with the world economy. That's not going to fly with everybody.
Do you
Like,
think
gotta
that the
think
world
already.
economy's been
Trump is
affected?
already Trump is already squeezing BRIC nations right now by taking over Venezuela, now going over to taking doing what he's doing with Iran. Like, I think Trump is just doing this to slow down the BRICS nation, so they just buys America more time to figure out what they're going to need to do next. And
just an
launching a
interesting
nuke
question.
there, it's not as I'm telling you, launching a nuke, you're contaminating all that resource like oil. You can do that, radioactive
it's
oil,
economic.
and you can't. Oh, go on, Vintage. I know you want to say something. Go on, man.
Yeah, so because I know, granted, I'm playing devil's advocate with this because I honestly do not, and to be clear, do not want a nuclear weapon to be dropped. I'm not.
You want to guarantee an
advocating
electoral loss? Drop a nuclear weapon. That'll put it in stone.
I agree, but they're saying, but if it's like, if the goal is I want to just win the war, do it. Now, to what Mango said there is that, well, if you dropped a nuclear weapon, it would create chaos in the economic market. But then my counter to that is, do you not think that the economic market has already had a massive seismic shift just on the conflict and the exchanges that have been happening there already? Like, I don't know about you guys, but our fuel prices here.
But if my car stops working, I'm not going to set my car on fire. Well, it doesn't work anymore. I mean, there are some victories that are better than others, and there are some losses that are worse than others.
Yeah,
So I would
think of it this
And
way.
One second, the clear thing is that like what EOD said in chat, it's like we want Iran to become a source of American hegemony in the Middle East. We want
that'll
Iran
never
to be
happen.
Western friendly.
That'll never happen.
Why?
Well,
one sec. Well, why? What? No, why?
Because the regime in there, no matter who you replace it with, is always going to be anti-American and anti-Western.
So if they put Reza Pahlavi, if Reza Pahlavi became Shah again, you don't think that's going to be a Western friendly nation?
Let's put Pierre Polyev in there.
Yeah, how long's he going to last?
Yeah, we
I'm
don't
serious.
know.
I'm serious. Like
that's why the best solution just might be
One
even
second,
shambles.
Vintage. You understand that you were like, oh, like the regime will always be this, and I'm like, but we have a Western friendly former king, prince to the former king of Iran, who's like begging to just oversee and make sure that there's actual fair elections and to see that transition of power. And you're saying that's never gonna happen. But real quick, I just want to show you this real quick. In terms of like any kind of like psyops or propaganda you'll see, Iran's here on the right, yes? All appears Azerbaijan, Albania, all this kind of shit, Armenia. Then you have like Iraq and thing. So like Israel does not want to take any land from what will become like the new Persian Empire. The Persian Empire is a wrong way to call it, but like Iranian Empire, if you want to say, all that kind of shit. So like basically all the way from Iran, as far as the Caucasus up in like Azerbaijan, all this kind of shit, all the way to Turkey, and then even like one could make the argument a vast portion of Turkey and all this stuff, because there's plenty of Kurdish people that are in Turkey as well, a huge population to it. But if you notice, Israel's border has always been something like this, where it's like we want the Persians to reclaim their empire.
Yeah,
Looks
like a nuclear
Israel
wasteland
and Iran, or the Iranian people, are in lockstep. Like they love each other. It's the fucking Islam that's the problem. But then if you drive if you get rid of all of the Islam up to Turkey, then where's Islam? Where's their base? Gone. You've destroyed them.
Yeah, but if you use enough nuclear weapons, you can get rid of all these dots, and we can like recreate the border. I'm kidding, by the way.
Here's the thing. If we believe
sarcasm in what I just said,
we believe,
in case you haven't realized,
if we believe that, in as far as Venezuela, that most people are very supportive of the regime change of sorts that we're trying to pull together there, we would also possibly believe that there was enough Iranian subculture that remembers Iran before the CIA went in to flip it, and possibly wants how Iran was back in the 50s to come back. And this might be the opportunity that they were looking for to have that, possibly. So that's one angle that EOD seems to hint at as a possibility of there was suppression. We don't like this suppression. We're actually not on board with the previous leadership, and we want something that is not exactly the West, but is a little more modern, a little more moderate, a little more, if you will, progressive than the Sharia-esque type stuff they had going on before. So if that's true, that there's enough of a push in there for that, then maybe there's hope for the nation to stabilize if they have a leadership that corresponds to that sentiment of let's get back to where we were in the 50s. Am I roboting or am I okay?
No, you're okay. It's just a bit static in the background.
Is that me? Hold on. I'm gonna hit my mic off.
Okay, maybe it actually might be Mangoes, I think. That might have the background noise. Wait. Yeah, it's you, Mangoes.
It sounds like an industrial fan going off in the background.
Are you peeling potatoes again?
What?
Are you peeling potatoes again?
But just real quick, gentlemen, because I do have to tie off. I need to take a shit and get shit done in the back end.
Jesus Christ!
I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest with you.
Teriac.
Yeah, just letting you know. I like to be honest, right? So the United States Department of War, established in 1789, was effectively reorganized and renamed post World War II by the National Securities Act of 1947.
TNS.
Straight after
Breaking
Operation
news.
Paperclip. So you guys got infiltrated by a bunch of Nazis, and you changed your Department of War to Department of Defense. Right? And up until September 5th, 2025, President Donald Trump signed an executive order restoring the Department of War. What does that mean? What do you think that means?
They want to be,
if in 1947,
they want to be peacefully at war.
It means Gulf of America. That's what it means.
Hell yeah, brother. But if in 1947 you were infiltrated by Nazis and it got changed to the Department of Defense, what's Trump saying by changing it back into the Department of War?
Bring on the Crusades, baby.
It means he's no longer doing all the PR nail painting anymore. He's not doing the dainty stuff. That's all it means to me.
They
I don't
can't
think
see it. They do not have the ears to hear. Lord,
oh, whatever, dude. Whatever, dude.
Hey,
but here's the key
all
thing.
my reptilian friends tell me it's just PR. So
you're
You've often
reptilian.
too
First.
much
Mine
vague.
tells me that's a bunch of mahogany.
You know, actually,
They tell me the Earth is flat.
Okay, so just a quick icebreaker.
They tell you that so they can keep power over you. Because if you believe the Earth is flat, step 2 ? Step 3, ultimate power.
Okay, so
I knew
just
something
a
was
quick-
wrong with those people.
Just a quick thing. All this whole reptilian stuff, because I've been hearing, people have been talking about it. If you've ever seen the sci-fi show V, where it was like, oh, these aliens come down, they're so lovely and nice.
One day or
and
many
they
days?
give you that. And then you find out that, they're actually not human. They're like reptilian beings, in human skin. It's like every time they're like, oh, the reptilians, I just think of V, the TV show.
Oh, V.
Yeah.
V. No,
to
V.
answer
They're
your
like the
question,
letter
Ted-
V.
Oh, V.
Oh, V.
Yeah,
Okay.
Like
Watch it. It's a
TOV.
great sci-fi. It's a great sci-fi. No, not TOV, just V. I'm not a reptilian.
Good catch there, examination. Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck Wait,
Australia,
hold on
that's a good psyop.
Yeah, what the fuck? No wonder why
Well, our
some
country
people
is
don't
saying,
see it
well,
as a real place.
my country's fake for a reason. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's aliens who are at warp speed trying to practice their British accent in the mirror, and it's too late. They had to show up. Mission. You got to show up your mission. So-
Yeah, that's right.
And
We
here's
just
the
showed
plot
up in our
twist.
spaceships
There's a
and we're
plot
like, we'll
twist.
just pretend
They're
to
all
be
Jewish.
from
They're all Jewish
a
with
London
space
penal
lasers.
colony. Yeah.
Oh,
we
gosh.
were actually from a London penal colony, and then we just like pull out the ray guns, and that's it. We'll take over.
I knew it. I knew Jewish space lasers were real.
Well, we were
lied
going. Well,
to.
actually, to be fair, we were going to, and then the human race taught us the joys of beer, and we just never looked back. So.
I want to answer Teriak's question because I was thinking about this. Normally, when you have that drastic change. It sounds like Trump was ushering a new era, like a correlate, like what same thing. To me, it's like Teddy Roosevelt 2.0 of what Roosevelt was doing in terms of shifting a different direction to foreign politics with America, projection, right? And I think Trump is doing something like what he did in a form of projection, because he actually had a plan, Department of War. Language gives you away, and when you have Pete Hegseth and he always talks about the warrior ethos, that normally tells you that they're going to use that. They're going to use that kind of, I don't want to say propaganda, but the language that they're using, they're going to mean it, and what you're seeing with Venezuela and Iran. And the next question is that who's next? Who is next? And I think
Cuba.
it's going to be a BRIC nation. I don't know. He's going after BRIC nations. There's a pattern. That's the pattern.
No, Cuba's next. Cuba is next.
No, Cuba actually is trying to build relations with America right now. They're in flames right now.
Why.
Like the people,
yeah, they're shaking in their boots.
We tried to tell them communism is bad, and they're like, well, anyway, it's actually mainly the people. They didn't have a choice, but it's
Cuba is about to get
never.
Cuba is about to get into the find out stage of the equation. I'll leave it at that.
Hopefully, Cuba just becomes Puerto Rico 2.0, and then we can just annex it, graft it right in.
Yeah, wait.
It's
He's got to
very
annex
likely.
Ireland first, boys.
Look at it this way.
I can't stand this European Union bullshit.
Well,
you should have voted for Brexit.
What if Trump is doing this to slow down China's invasion in Taiwan? Like he's attacking the resources, and China don't really have a strong, powerful navy. They have more boats, but we still outweigh them in tonnage. Like you understand
it's an interesting theory, but
we
it's
got
not
like
correct.
over 200 million tonnage over China right now. All they do is
that's
just
my
get
point.
a bunch of speedboats with 50 cals and say, "Yeah, that's a war vessel." Like.
It's an interesting theory, but it's not practical. I think that America is, whether it's intentional or not, they've basically trying to goad China into doing that. But I think China knows within itself, and America knows too, if they tried that on, it ain't going to be a good time for China. So if anything, it will just expose China's weakness, which I think is why they're not ultimately going to do it. And it probably gives more power of position to America to go, you kind of have the option if you really want to go down that pathway. But I know you're not going to do that. You, China, you know you're not going to do that. So, I wish you good fortune in the wars to come if you try, but, you're not going to enjoy yourself.
I can't stand China. I really can't. Those fucking commie bastards.
But they make such good phones.
Yeah, well, that's because they enter the World Trade Organization. I'm so pissed about that. Like, I'm so pissed about that because we that's how we lost the middle class.
Would I have a phone like this if it weren't for China?
Fuck China. Everything should be made in America because we're better. Democracy, America, red, white, and blue. Fuck you, Teriak. Don't start me on that shit.
Good luck with your managed democracy.
America shall
problem.
realize.
Join the Helldivers.
Thomas Sowell says there are no solutions, just trade-offs, right? And so our trade-off was have a few generations where we have $5 t-shirts as opposed to $25 t-shirts. And now if we're going to do the American protectionism with the tariffs and all that stuff, now we have $25 t-shirts with inflated economy after the pandemic and all these wars we got to fund going on. And we got major upheaval with elections coming up. So we're at a very critical time. And so it's very hard because what we're going to have to do is find place. Usually the solution is find a place who can make it cheaper so you can buy it cheaper to alleviate the economic distress that comes with all the protectionism that hasn't really resulted in a whole lot of jobs being filled.
Well, that's the facade right there. That's the facade. Less jobs means less money, less purchasing power. That's why things are getting cheaper. Things are getting cheaper because it's not because of the fact that the economy is improving. It's just because that it's a compensation that if they don't make things cheaper, then people are not going to be able to afford goods and actually help the economy. Like we lost a lot of purchasing power last 25 years. So there's no other choice to make things cheaper, or you're effectively putting a good like 1/3 of the population in poverty, you know, or you know, give or take, you know. I mean, like we have no other choice. There is no other choice. No.
Gentlemen,
there's
would you
no
agree,
other way.
though, it's always darkest just before the dawn?
Well, my prediction is World War III is going to happen in 2036.
You can never
That's
step in the same cow pie twice, as I always say.
That is true. That is true.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But gentlemen, we do have to sign off because, like I said, I need to take a shit. So
take a shite.
In terms of like any closing thoughts, like even like Mango's there, if you want to give like predictions or if you have any like debates or anything like that coming up, or like if you have any shows that you want to advertise, now is the time for the shameless self plug. So we'll start with re-examination. Any final thoughts, nuggets of wisdom?
So tonight we have a Foursquare event with Abe Dinkus between myself, Mo Rebuttal, and Definitely Not Whatever, with 3 different angles on the question, do rights exist? I say, yes, rights exist, and they are grounded in God. Mo says rights do not exist, and therefore are not grounded in God. And Def said rights do exist, but they are not grounded in God. So we have 3 different on-off switch positions going on all at once, moderated by the great Abe Dinkus tonight at 11 Central.
I like
Abe. Man, make sure you check him out. Re-examination, my man. But if you want to kind of like send the link in the back as well, I can put it in the chat as well. Mangoes, give us your closing thoughts.
Yeah, here's my impersonation when Terry X taking shit. How could you shite to me out? Talk to God. It's like a potato.
It's surprisingly accurate. I'm not gonna lie. Do you have like a camera
serious.
Only the greatest analysis ever here at the Teriac channel.
The best Oxford level.
All right. Bullshit aside, support Teriac, like and subscribe to Teriac's channel, like and subscribe to the original Vintage. He actually has a really good thank God it's Friday stream. It's really fun. You know, he covers some streamers fucking with people on GTA. It's fucking hilarious. And yeah, go check that out. Examination, just like now, you know, like recently seen you around more. It's good to see you. Nuggets of wisdom. Let me see here.
You were talking
guys
about
want
potatoes. That was the nugget.
Or there's also the potatoes again. Yeah. Well, let me see here. Life is a scholar that teaches you lessons that nobody else can. Let that sink in. For that, I close.
My man. Vintage. Any closing thoughts? Nuggets of wisdom.
Oh, mate, thanks for having me on. I was literally going to bed when I first jumped on, and I just wanted to come and have a chat because I know it's been a minute since I've been on. So appreciate you having me on as always. That was a fun exchange. To what Mangoes was saying, I usually have my TGIF streams tonight, which I had finished before I came on. I do GTA 5 reacts and whatnot. I was covering all sorts of body cam and Afro Man tonight, which was actually really fun. That guy's crazy.
That was fucking good.
But I'm on YouTube, obviously here. I'm also cross-platforming Kick and Rumble as the original Vintage. Here I am I am the original Vintage. I get on VK whenever I can. I will come back whenever I can here on Teriac. Like and sub to Teriac as well. He's awesome. And closing thought is I hope you enjoy removing the nugget and having a good time with that. Yeah,
my man. I actually seen that thing about Afro Man. I was going to cover him, but then I got high. Anyways, folks, had to be done. Folks, like I said, I got to give a shout out to the chat. He's absolutely demolished the goal today. Absolute legends. And there's just one thing. If there's one thing I can leave you on tonight, it is this. All I'm asking you to do is to trust your president. No matter what propaganda hits you, no matter what they say, just trust in your president. And with that, folks, I'll see you soon.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you. I will fight for you. And I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we